little bit, right? Because when you're going in with duelists like Jet and Reyna, you're not going to have a whole lot for the post plant. You're going in, you're sending, dashing, and flashing, and you're working with your Sky there. But when your Killjoy is the only agent with mollies, you need something to help you out once you've gotten the site, and Astra is perfect for just that because the gravity well is huge when you get the spike down. Looking at Omen, I mean, you already have your Breach Flash, you already have your Sova Dart to get your Jet in with Hijinks, so Yukine picking up that Omen, I think, is just to help create some more individualism, right? Because sure, your Jet can go in, but you need someone else who's willing to be brave once your utility is out and about.
Yeah, and let's hope that this utility is going to be shown up here. As yesterday, I was watching Thriving to Greatness. They played really well in their utility game. It was just something that you don't really get to see very often. I remember watching a Raze almost every single time they were on screen get a kill with a nade. It was the most nade kills I think I've seen today, so, or seen in general. But as we are jumping in, I am of course going to follow our observer Hydra as the pistol round is rushing it down all the way into B before they have to back it up and try again.
Oh, Chaos over in the garage, and Roar trying to get out. Psych finding two of their own with the Frenzy. Nerfed or not, they're still going to be making absolute light work of the opposing team. And now in a 2 versus 3 situation, it looks like T2G have a whole lot of C control, and the side of Red Flag are going to walk right in, and Animal really does not care either way.
One enemy remaining.
Nice clean shots there from Scape, absolutely able to clean it up there. And now we do see that defenders are going to be taking the lead here, and as we know, once that lead happens, it's very hard to win the next round, especially in the current meta. They nerfed that Stinger meta. It's no longer as prevalent as it used to be. You don't really buy on round 2 right now, so seeing that happen, and you can't even buy a shorty really because they just doubled the cost of that. So the round 2 meta has been kicked into the dirt by Riot, in my opinion.
Especially on a map like Haven, right, where there's so many mid-range to long-range angles, you're not going to find the chance to dink someone with the pistol twice, because that damage is just going to fall off from these long ranges. So it's going to force these attackers either into Garage or down into B, which is exactly what we're seeing. But the alarm bot and the turret posted up in Garage and B site means that it's going to be set off for T2G. They have that information. They're already on the move. I mean, you can see those players on the minimap posted up A.
You can see this right here. Escape. Holding close. You see, the one thing I notice here is that Breach is not flashing him out at all. I guess it's because he doesn't even have any flashbangs. So that is going to make it a lot harder to walk into that. Hopefully there wasn't a Jet there, but now that is 4 players down. Only left being Animal, and Animal is going to get shot down like Lassie. Good attempt there, but defense, they're going to have to do a little bit better here as the bonus round versus Rifles is coming up.
Now, looking closely, something that Red Flag has to be aware of is Scape. That Killjoy is getting very close to the lockdown, right? And it's going to have its first cycle very soon. It could be this round, it could be the next. But the sooner it gets out, the faster they can have it again. And T2G, I'm sure they're going to be happy to get a free retake round and cycle that out sooner rather than later. When we look over at Red Flag, they got to be very slow, though. They have to respect this A main aggression, especially 3 agents walking down. We'll see if Red Flag can figure it out and pivot over to the C side where it's a lot weaker.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty weak here, but looks like they're actually targeting towards A here. And that's what I gotta ask, is this crossfire with Psych and Manny, is it going to pay off? They do have, I believe, that to be a suck right there. So if they hear a single footstep, that is going to be a free kill. It's just about how these attackers are going to be able to just call it out and maybe get the info. Owl Drone is a perfect tool to use. And not a suck, it's actually going to be a stun, but now it's the Bulldog who can't bite too hard, and the Russian gun is going to happen from Psych, and that is now down. We're seeing Red Flag really start to find their own here in this round, but are they going to be able to find Ignite before it's too late? They are. Beautiful job. Now 2v5 on the retake, and Jet going in alone before Scape's even close.
Hijinks finding 3, and Scape now left alone in a 1 versus 5. No utility in the back pocket, so they're just left with their aim and a dream. So we'll see what they can find. Vector in hand now. Picked it up from the body of an ally. Hijinks up on a close corner, but Yukine right behind them, so a refrag is going to be pretty easy. It looks like Scape is being very wary of anyone who could be lurking up mid, because if as soon as they push up a little bit too close, that alarm bot is going to be disabled. They need to clear Graffiti, but first Yukine will spot them. That's going to close out round number 3. And honestly, I got to say, despite red flags dropping the round, which is, you know, to be expected, it is the buy of T2G. Or excuse me, T2G dropping the round. It is the buy of red flag. I like the crossfire setup that T2G had up with their Astra and their Reyna. It's just unfortunate timing that the Nova Pulse didn't land. I think the placement of the star was just a little bit too shallow, so they couldn't find anyone. And of course, the Bulldog not being able to hit a one shot to the head, because we did see a head dink earlier into that round. But now into round number 4, we'll see how T2G responds with Operator in the hands of Roar.
Yeah, let's see if it is going to be enough, though. That op is a pretty solid weapon to hold, especially on this map and on the character of Jet. So with these agents now needing to find an urgency to really just seal the deal, it's default time, and they are trying to now inch it up, as this is the round where both rifles are going to be starting. I personally believe that a game of Valorant doesn't truly start until round 4, because that's when both teams have the most even aspect to see, usually with not even a single ult on the board quite yet.
Psych working into the garage. Hijinks posted up in a dangerous position. Here comes a flash, but the clear doesn't come through. Psych doesn't quite peek with it, and so that opportunity is lost. Now they're going to peek onto the short angle, but Hijinks loses the crosshair placement. They're going to get out for free. And now moving forward to the A side, it looks like Scape has an idea, but they just can't hold the site. They're going to be forced to give it up here. They're revealed. They walk in. They're blinded. Nope. Get right on out. You don't want to lose your life there.
Yeah, you don't want to get taken down early, but with 30 seconds on the clock, the spike is now going to get planted, and they are in the clutch time. Scape here coming up from heaven on KJ. Might need to wait for out this smoke before they're making the moves, but of course, it's a 5v5. Not a single player on the flank, though. This is an all-or-nothing push through CT with flashbangs, util, and Scape getting the shots from above. Takes out one, but can take out another. But unfortunately, they've lost their control. And do they have enough control of the site, though, as it's now 2v2 with the trades flowing and the picks happening, but Roar is going to get a double kill to clean it up, and that is going to be round 4 going in favor of Thriving to Greatness. Already, we can see that this team is competing a lot better than we saw them do yesterday against the Chosen Ones, and their team synergy is so beautiful.
I really want to put emphasis on that nebula that was posted right outside of CT, behind that default box, cutting off the attacker post-plant angles. They were holding from hell and on that drop box, and with that nebula up, it was much easier for the CT side to come right on in and find the fights towards short and graffiti first, clear those angles, and then move towards the players in the back of the site, kind of isolating things. Now, if obviously it was a lot more hectic than that, but it certainly helped a good bit. And now 5 towards the C side. Edu, things looking to be with the intention of a fast hit.
Yeah, and honestly, this is the quickest hit that we've seen in a long time, and it actually works out beautifully. You get the info from the recon dart, and you get the headshot with your Jet's entry. Now, this kind of ultimate is not going to last very long, as they have, of course, the Hunter's Fury, one of 2 ultimates that still are able to destroy it. But let's see what else we can do here. Roar, with his knives, needs to now try to retake, but whiffs a shot as Psych does not. Hits another one, and this is an opping Reyna, something you don't get to see very often, but Ignite is putting the flames to these enemies as it's now a 2v3, and with the flashbangs out, 2 in the long, and the 1 on the side, it's Animal biting hard, as now it's a 1v3, with Ignite needing to clutch it up, and somehow not getting the pick, but walking right into Doomsday. That's a triple kill for a KJ, and this round now back in the favor of Red Flag.
Poor Animal, though, stuck in the ring around the rosy situation with both teammates posted up along. They tried to have Animals back, and we did see the shock darts go out, but I think they would have been much more relieved to see rifles in the hands of their teammates as they swung out long. But at the end of the day, when you pick up a round, right, you're more than happy to, so you're just going to leave it at that. And if you're Red Flags, you just want to keep cycling that out. And speaking of cycling, 4 ultimates on the table, you want to start using them and get them off the table now. Specifically that lockdown, as well as the rolling thunder. And it looks like a 5v5 the soonest we've seen. Maybe second soonest. A little bit slower than that last round. Out comes the Blade Storm. Rice ball in with the first kill. Here comes the dog by Ignite, and the short players wrapping around to long. A Molly Animal uses to stall out and find two before being refragged by Ignite.
Yeah, and that refrag is going to put a Phantom in their hands here. So hopefully with this newfound Phantom, they might be able to get some more exit frags, but the potential for trying to clutch this up is going to be pretty low. But of course, it's a save round. So if they are going to be going in, they will not have to worry about buying up for next. But the Shock Dart will just keep buying some time. Rice balling. His util usage today on Silva has been absolutely pixel perfect, and so is his aim. Clean with it, taking these players down. And this is now going to be a tied game, 3-3, as red flag is not waving a white flag yet. They are still in this game. They're ready to keep this going. Now, Ashcon, now that we are in this one, we have a lot of ultimates that these guys have been back and forth. And you talked about the ultimate game. You expected some Rolling Thunders earlier on, and we still have yet to see it.
That's what's really surprising to me, Edu, is that, you know, D1 has really been holding on to that. There's no setup so far. We have seen these 5 hits, A site, C site, whether it's full buy or save. We have watched red flag walk up through mid. So it seems that there's a specific set play that D1 might want to use it for. Sight! Lining up 2 heads, being able to dismiss out, something you can only do on Reyna. Find a third, find a fourth. Is this the ace? Okay, Rice Ballin puts a stop to it, but the damage, it's already been done.
Yeah, and that damage is a big momentum shift here for the side of Thriving to Greatness. But Rice Ballin is here, and another pick, the perfect pick, but that is going to be the op to get him down. And now Thriving to Greatness does take that round heavily off the back of their Reyna's 4K, but nearly an ace. I feel like all that does is motivate them to get the 5 next time.
When I'm looking at the approach by Red Flag, I am looking for a little bit more respect for T2G's Killjoy utility, right? They're walking in, turret gets triggered, and, you know, Psych is obviously using a great angle to avoid the flash being right in the face of the door, so the flash goes right above him to be able to get those frags too, but so much extra utility is aiding them to slow the extra people walking into garage, and I think Red Flags, they're just not respectful enough of that, right? Where normal teams will find them taking their time to break things down and to create this information game where now the defenders have to guess what's going on. It's not quite happening, and there's a lot of confidence for T2G on exactly where the attack is coming from.
Yeah, that definitely a good call out there, Ashcon, because obviously if you are going to be walking into not only giving up a lot of information with how loud they've been walking forward, but also giving up a lot of damage dealt to your own team because of just the swarm grenades being so crucial. We saw it a few rounds ago on that save. That Animal held in that corner right there was able to just absolutely shred players because they don't respect the Killjoy utility. And now how I'm seeing them play it, they're taking their time and hopefully checking more than just their corners, especially with that invisible stuff. But here's that Rolling Thunder you were talking about, and now it is going to be coming straight to fruition, breaking all the stuff. It's now going to be just a full push onto A, but look at this, it's actually a big bait. The rotates are coming out and they realize, wait a second, we got nobody on C, run it back. We have to prevent a bomb plant, but it's too late, and this is going to be a tough retake as the post plant has 5 players for it.
You should run.
Oh, lockdown 2 to buy some extra time. Now, it is technically wall bangable, but it's not the easiest angle to hit. Roar, though, already in the back of the site to find one. Animal absolutely going insane. 3 versus 2 retake. This is doable. Hijinks tries to close it out, but it's not going to be them. Yukeen will finish the job, and that was a pretty difficult post plant, but at the end of the day, when you take the round, that's all you want. And hey, you know what? We were complaining about the Killjoy utility being left up for too long, and it's Red Flags that turn it around on us casters and say, hey, you know what? We want to use it to our advantage. We're going to fake out with that utility, move forward to the C side. And hey, you know what? It's pretty clever. I got to hand it to him.
Yeah, very smart. And I got to point out that lockdown was never destroyed. So there were still 2 players on site. Reyna was half a second away from getting detained and got a kill and was able to just fade their way past it, stay alive for that last second. So, you know, it's good. It's nice, even though the team's losing, for them to still pull out some of those cool plays that we don't quite get to see. But with Freezes as our observer, we're watching Rice ball and head these shots and ready for more. Ignite really up close and risking it with the flashbang, but it pays off as Ignite is still getting these picks. But it's, of course, going to be an eco-ish round here for them with that Stinger up close. But that's a gun that they are going to be able to get if this team decides to leave.
A lot of patience here now by the side of red flags, and T2G rotating off of A, kind of anticipating a rotation, but silence across the map indicates that maybe they don't want to leave quite yet, and maybe a guiding light can come out to give them a little bit of extra information. I am liking the positioning of this Nebula Edu.
Yeah, this positioning is great, and Ignite's actually going to get a double kill here for the round with the Stinger, so absolutely beautiful for what we're seeing. But Manny needing now to get behind him and maybe find some more picks here. But I'm loving what we're seeing here from the defense so far, because shots like these aren't going to be happening in any of your common rank games. This is Scape absolutely playing it well, but with 19 seconds on the clock, they're high targeting this KJ, and it's just feeding it in some kills right here. Instead of going for the plant, they now make it a 1v1, and weapons now in the hands here of Manny. Rice Ballin is going to have to clutch this up, because if they lose this Thrifty, it is not going to be looking too good for red flag, and they make sure to plant their flag on this round.
My personal least favorite way to swing into a gunfight is finding my opponent crouch swinging me, and that's exactly what happens. When you're Rice Ballin, you're going to use that to your favor, take the round 5-4, and now our very first time out by Flood. And that's going to be on the side of T2G, that coach. Seeing the momentum, seeing the tempo, and these rounds being lost, and they need to talk about it. And Edu, I think you were breaking things down perfectly. Allowing that round to get into a 1v1 is not at all what T2G wanted.
Yeah, honestly, I think, you know, they assumed that they were getting flanked there. I'm not sure if that Astra maybe triggered some util, or they still remember the Astra there from the previous firefight that went down. So if you know that there is going to be an Astra, why not, you know, you have weapon advantage right now. Obviously, you know that there's a Killjoy close, but you're running out of time. You got less than 20 seconds to get a bomb planted and take out 2 players. So honestly, plant the bomb, bait them to push you, or even do a fake bait. But rushing it, that's where you're going to be, you know, putting yourself into the advantage of the defense, because they have you where they need you, on an angle where they're pushing you, which is what defense is all about.
Let's see how this setup goes.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at this next setup here, it's going to be another quick C, which we've seen a lot from on the side of red flag. And honestly, I think it will pay off, but I'm looking at the ultimates here. There's only 2 available, but real close we are at animals. And with how fast they've been able to not only get kills, but you pick up that orb, you plant the bomb, you only need to get 1 pick. But talk about getting 1 pick. What a spray right through the smoke, get red like a book, and that's going to take him out. But Ignite as well is very low. Everyone's just getting taken down by util or lucky shots, as now it's going to be a retake here with 4 against 4. But are they going to be able to keep it up? Roar, you got the op, and you're going to have to see who you can drop next.
Roar here in a hot spot, but can't quite see D1 jiggling their way towards the angle on a much wider position. Ignite now left with their buddy Manny. See what they can pick up. And still, both of these flashes on that breach too. So after this first kill, a second one could be procced with the help of a blind or 2. No, they're not even going to try. Just stay posted up. Post-plant situation, crossfires, keep your guns out. Hey, don't get caught with your pants down. And Ignite is just going to pick up the operator. They want to save it. It has been a key part of the T2G hold. I mean, Roar has been getting some value out of it. But at the end of the day, that's going to mean a chase is about to happen.
Yeah, they definitely are going to be wanting to run that down, but this position should be safe as there's not enough time unless they get an incredibly lucky swing and shoot through a corner. So it's not really going to happen here. But next, I want to talk about what we just saw from D1 Duca. That player was crosshair disciplining it up beautifully. After they took out Roar, they kept that crosshair in the exact same position. And lucky for them, Manny happened to walk in the same exact X marks the spot for him and just got the exact same treatment that we just saw Roar take, even a wall bang through the corner. So, you know, if you see your teammate die from one angle, try not to peek the exact same angle. It's, I don't know, it's a weird play to see, but I'm talking about weird buys now, as it's a bulldog and a judge in Manny's and Sykes' hand while they have an op. They're just trying to scrape together whatever they can, but force buying here is what they're going to have to go for, because they don't want this to get to round 7. Or sorry, 7 points.
T2G not in the worst position in the world, right? Lockdown still in their back pocket. We're seeing again 5 running towards A, but 3 stacked by the defenders on the same site.
Take flight.
Ignite in the very back of those defenders is going to have the guiding lights to get information on short, which nothing's happening. Just going to be coming out along the attackers. IGLeague blinded out. Ignite lining up 2 heads, trying to go for 3, but Animal, they've been going crazy all game.
You should run.
Yeah, they are doing damage with util at the same time they're doing damage with bullets, and now we're seeing the bullets fly. Rice Ballin takes out second, looking for more, but it's going to be attacking KJ versus defending Killjoy. A Venn diagram on the mini map, but of course attackers play off and now have to plant the bomb. But Roar running it down, knows that there's going to be one in hell, and now we're going to see the bomb planted. 2v3, Roar retaking with an up. That's a lot of confidence, but you get one shot, you get the Blade Storm. Let's see if they can do it. We got one in hell, and the hell player is going to bring hell to the enemies as Rice Balling doubles it up and gets a triple kill in total. The attackers taking that round, and that was expensive for the defense here, Ashcon.
Right, they pulled out that lockdown in hopes of really closing things out for themselves, and it just didn't quite go their way, and that means they're not going to have it for this round. And being completely broke, it's hard to imagine T2G pulling this out, and this is actually going to enable an opportunity to finish this half 8-4 in the favor of Red Flags. That's going to really hurt. They have a whole lot in their back pocket in regards to money, but they're not going to need to buy anything much more. And this is a new approach to their defense, right? We've seen them move up in mid, we've seen them move up on A, but this is the very first time we're seeing them move up on C. But Yukine, with this signature Omen box used to stall C pushes, finds its value. And here we see attackers, they know the side is open, they want to move right on in.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that Omen box, we haven't seen Yukine on that box this entire game. That was just a single read that played beautifully there. So honestly, being able to see that Omen up on that box and taking your time, and it actually pays out, and just being a one-off here at the last round of the half, that's got to talk a lot about it. But talking a lot, it's going to be Ignite, making sure that Animal does not get to be the multi-kill fragger that you usually see. But so is D1 Duca going to go down, and Yukine here still off that double, makes it a triple from earlier, and now it's a 2v3 here. Ashcon, are we going to be seeing this site turn to ashes as no ultimates? But wait, it's Shock Dart roasting him, and it's just going to be Scape, who can't do much.
IGLeague being so cheeky, just jumping around with those knives in hand. And I mean, it's the kind of thing you can only do with the Blade Storm, right? Only similar ult there would be Neons, but you can't be jumping around with that, right? And that's where you get to get that X factor that everyone talks about with Jet. Just do whatever you want, and it's the unexpected that finishes off the round in quite the tongue-in-cheek manner. We'll see what Hijinks has posted, because they're looking to find something aggressive in mid with 2 teammates backing them up, and seeing this fault line come into play as well, prepped in the hand of that breach.
Let's see now. Honestly, I think having all util on breach is, a pretty solid play, considering that you are the only flashbang on your team. Obviously, you have the Omen blind, but that cannot be as consistent and still allows players to be up close and personal. And in pistol round, that tends to happen quite often. But now, with that full util, how are they going to be able to stop this default-esque push with a lot of baits over towards the C before it seemingly is going to be either an A hit, and it is going to be an A hit, a run it down right into Animal.
All right, now noise has been cut. T2G taking a slow approach, but this smoke down long
Here.
means that they're not going to trigger the turret quite yet, but going right into it may very well just no dissipates even right before, and Animal has all the information in the world. They're going to move over to short, and I like this play because they can find any attackers coming in looking towards the back of the site instead. Whiff's coming out, but Duka finishes the job with a headshot, and Animal finds their own swing, but Manny retaliates, and that finally puts him on the board.
Spike down.
Wow.
A.
Puts him on the board finally here. Was 0 to 11 with only 1 assist. You know, it's not where you want to see your control agent, but what I'm seeing is the enemy control, UConn getting a triple kill, and now Rice Ballin holding close. Are you going to get spotted? You are, and that's going to be 1 pick down. But can you find 2 more? Beautiful crossfire here. 1 graffiti, 1 hell. They're just going to take their time, but the over-aggression pays off with UConn getting not only that final blow, but a 4K in total, leaving this team in the dust. And thriving to greatness might have to thrive a little bit better because it's not looking too hot.
Here comes the econ advantage towards the side of Red Flags. Here on the defense, streaking together 6 rounds in a row. This is quite the snowball built up for them, and looks very likely that it turns into 7. And they have one of these aggressive comps for the defense that we were kind of talking about earlier, being able to get information with that Sova dart and then deny early pushes with the fault line. And that's exactly what we're seeing as information is revealed towards the A side. T2G have to wait for it to dissipate, and they kind of give away their intention by throwing up this smoke. Sure, it covers the line of sight, but it gives Hijinks the information that they need to know to back away and be prepared on this angle because, again, same issue. That Killjoy utility out in mid hasn't been triggered yet.
There we go, talking about what we're seeing getting triggered. It's a whole rotate now triggered as we see footsteps marching their way through. But look at this, defense can't really hold it as it's just going to be D1 Duka trying to get these trades. And oh my god, they might be able to bring this back, but Animal with that stinger is going to sting hard. Now, what a shot from Scape. That's going to be 1 down, leaving only UConn in a 1v2. Obviously, Scape with the Sheriff has been crucial in getting these frags, but this is the same position that we saw the KJ in last round. But there we go. That's 1, but the 1 will be done there. And Ashcon, looking at how these guys have been playing it out, I did not expect them to clutch it up in a full save with just classics. But at the end of the day, it's about how you do the team play, and they managed to bring it pretty well. Now, I got to ask you, what would we want to have seen differently from that A hold?
So I think the mistake there by Red Flags was allowing only 2 to 3 players kind of hold on to that site. And the sight lines ended up in such a way that those defenders were isolated 1 to 1 to 1, where T2G, you know, they flooded all together. And so at the end of the day, it just comes down to pure firepower as opposed to any type of strategy with those lines of sight being cut. Speaking of pure firepower, it's Hijinks dashing out straight onto the box. 4 versus 4 situation, but a little bit of damage has been done to Hijinks, right? They got to play a little bit more safe, but they get enough information hearing the attackers moving over to the A side. Animal now has to play very safe here.
Doesn't play safe, and there's not really anybody coming up behind the flank, but what? Manny! I mean, going for the kill, I guess you needed it, but that is a big trade there. But talk about trades, it's now going to be a 1v3. D1 Duka needs now trade hopefully all the cards in the table to try to win this out. Just has a stinger in hand, knows that there might be 1 graffiti from the reload, but this crossfire has been such a detrimental angle to try to push into, and it's not going to work again, as every time I see someone try to take that angle out, these crossfires, either it's from Red Flag or from Thriving to Greatness, it just works so beautifully.
Absolutely it has. Now, I want to talk about that position by Manny into the swing. Now, it might have seemed that they got a little bit too antsy, but I think they read the room a bit well. Animal holding long with those nanoswarms meant that they were buying time for the defenders inwards. Now, had Animal been able to survive a little bit longer, the rest of the defenders would have been able to rotate in much more effectively. By swinging there, Manny sure lost their life, but enabled that sort of 1v3 scenario. Now moving forward into the current round, D1 Duka on this angle into mid. Once again, full inventory of utility, but they're not interested in using it. They just want to post up. Now with the aftershock, try to deny some entry and buy time for the team to rotate in, but instead T2G rotates out.
Yeah, and this is just going to be a back and forth, a little bit of a game of tug of war right now with them pulling the ropes back here. And now let's see how they're going to try to get the information to make it work for themselves, as they have to now push themselves into garage if they want to make the space towards C. But an ultimate comes out to give up C because they assume the rotation just from a single Skydog. This is a fat rotation here that I think is a little strange here, but now defense together has to play retake, which is very common for this map of Haven, but C retake is one of the harder ones, especially if it gets planted away. But hijinks, talk about aggression. You're running it down and hopefully finding one, and you are going to join your teammates, and it is going to be a massacre down Main Street as everyone's getting gunned and down. But now it's Escape on the flank. This is the Killjoy who needs to manage to make it work. Hijinks, watching carefully, is going to get the trade down. Beautiful job.
Slowly but surely inching towards that finish line. Red flags, they're looking to move on up. Now D1 Duca calling the timeout. They just took the round as well, so to call the timeout after winning the round seems like they want to plan something for the next few, right? You got to look at the economy, manage things as they are, because when you look at the tab line and you look at the credits available to the side of the defenders, they're not looking the best, right? They could theoretically scrounge something together and create a defending round, but it's not the best position possible. Animal does have that lockdown, but Scape too can match it within one ultimate orb. So they have to consider all of these factors. But what's most important to me right now, Aju, is Rice Ball and being too off from the Hunter's Fury, because if they can get that sooner rather than later, it's going to be a checkmate on Scape's ultimate. And once it's cycled out, it's going to be very easy for Red Flags to just keep the pressure on.
Absolutely. And, you know, those are definitely good points with the economy and the ultimate economy, especially being able to now find out where they're going to be going, you know, have that future sight, which is really what you want to do. You got to take a minute to think about what's going to happen. But also, it's round 5 here. Just after round 4, this is where the game really starts getting into more momentum based and less economy guarantee. So now we're going to be seeing these guys having to worry about the momentum that they've built up. If they win this round, they take the game. If they don't, then they risk giving a lot more towards T2G. So honestly, I understand why we're going to be seeing that timeout be called, but now I need to see how they're going to play it around. And a default definitely seems smart here from T2G, as they know if they feed into these defenders, they're just going to get taken down and give up those ultimates. One away from hijinks, one away from the Rolling Thunder. And if those get popped, it's going to be an incredibly hard hold.
You see that Trailblazer moving into the garage and spotting absolutely nobody. And that's going to put a big question mark over the heads of the attackers. Where is the C site hold? Well, joke's on them. There is no C site hold, only a C site push. And this could turn into a really nasty flank if T2G commit over to the A side, which seems to be exactly what they want to do. This is a great read by Red Flags right now. And now it just seems to be only a matter of time, Edu.
Yeah, matter of time here, but let's see if it is going to also come down to a matter of clutches. Is it just going to be the KJ, but rotating, playing for retake with your team, a very smart way to play it, especially since you got your ultimate. You're going to force these players back, and you have lineups to make sure if they run to the safest corner, you're going to cook them for free. Let's see if it is going to be enough. Another one lands, but they see it coming, but they never saw Rice Ballin coming, taking out Scape, and the stuns are flowing. They know this team is stuck in this back corner in long, but with the attacking lockdown destroyed, Hijink getting a pick, and the blinds fly in here. Manny needs to clutch up, but can't, and now it's going to be just nothing remaining. I was gonna say one left, but it's just like that, a snap of the fingers, a flick of the wrist. These guys are taking this out easily, and that timeout definitely paid them off.
That was an absolutely huge read. I mean, much respect to Red Flags and T2G falling into that rat trap. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, it was so well played. Red Flags getting off of the site completely, not even daring to lose a single soul, knew that the lockdown was going to be essential in that play so the flankers could have a clear funnel on exactly where to find the enemy. and just executing with all the utility as well, right? They don't take a step ahead and try to swing dry. They wait for everything they need. Fault line, omen blind, the paranoia, right? All come out to bake this perfect cake, finish the round, and now moving into number 18. Edu, what are we looking at?
Well, right now, we're looking at a much more aggressive push towards trying to get rid of the utility. You know, they took out the alarm bot, which that's something that KJ does not get back. They just got KJ to bait out a swarm grenade. That's something that they won't get back. When it comes to defaulting, it's not just getting those early frags. It's mainly getting rid of information and getting rid of utility at the same time. But there's the alarm bot up close, and they are going to take that out. So this is going to be a B hit, which we actually have yet to see the entire game anyone successfully secure B. And it looks like it was a little bit too tempting. And now they're going to want to take the C site because they know Garage is a better ideal than trying to hold a B point. But hijinks with that hop.
Whoa, here we go. Fight's breaking out. Blade Storm popped, and that's going to be left click hold by Hijinks to keep themselves safe, but not forever. Manny comes around to finish the job. Here's a Hunter's Fury to catch one. Will they catch another? Escape, narrowly escaping, but not for long. D1 will finish the job, and Ignite left all alone in a 1v3 without the spike. Gets stunned by the fault line. They've been spotted in the aftershock. All but seals their fate as we move into the map point.
One thing I will point out about what we've seen from Red Flag today is something that I really expected from Thriving to Greatness, but didn't quite see it. And that's utility usage coming up large. We definitely saw that how this team was able to use the Killjoy ultimates, the swarm grenades. You know, they have the lineups all the way down to the breach utility. And, you know, we talked about it at the start. Breach being a very uncommon, but now shifting into the meta more so agent. You can tell why. The post plant and the ability to zone out so many of the hidey holes that are around here, it's what is winning them this game.
Unfortunate timing there for Yukine as they jump around the corner, immediately get flashed. But I mean, hey, they jiggled for information. They got information that people are up C, but 3 out means that they want to get away. And rest of the defense already posted up. They're prepared. Sure, Cosmic Divide is going to buy a little bit of time, but with the spike coming in so late, it's going to drop pretty soon.
Yeah, but it will guarantee that they are allowing themselves to get on here. Hijinks this time, is it going to pay off? It will if Animal helps them, and Animal is helping hard getting these picks, but now it's all down to Psych, and Psych is going to get psyched down, and out is the round here with 13 points heading over to Red Flag, half of that going to Thriving to Greatness. But of course, this might be a lower bracket, but we still got a best of 3 going on, and this is going to be a pretty insane game to be watching next as we are splitting up and moving to Split.
And that's going to be an exciting map to see, Edu. I think Split coming back into the competitive pool has been great. I know a lot of people have not liked it on its first release, but coming back, it's good to see something new, a breath of fresh air, and we'll explore the comps and the game when it comes up after a short break.
And welcome back to game 2 of the game 2, round 1 here of streamed lowers anyways, as we have a lot to discuss here as we are jumping straight into Split. I, of course, am the host of today, and you joined by my wonderful stats-friendly friend, Ashcon. Now, Ashcon, we know Split is one of those maps that people used to hate, and then it got a little bit of change, but you got some stats for me as to what we can expect in the current meta. Yeah,
so in Split first entered the map pool again competitively, it started out as a completely 50-50 map with a whole bunch of overtime. In 6.10, we see Split now slightly favoring the defenders at 51.9%, which reflects what it was when it was originally in the map pool. But in this current patch, 6.11, Split has shot up to a 59.57% defenders win rate. So these teams are going to be absolutely battling it out while they're holding on the defender's side. And when you're talking about round finishes, 8-4, 9-3, don't be surprised when you see those high score lines when we finish off the half.
Yeah, honestly, I cannot wait to see what these defenders bring to the table. Yesterday, we actually saw a no sentinel play coming out from Thriving to Greatness. No sentinels on this map. I'm not sure if that's where the meta is going, but both sides did it. So instead, they opted for double duelist and double control. Now that, of course, you can play a control agent like Viper as a pseudo sentinel, so you should be okay. But you know, sometimes having a Cypher or sometimes having a KJ or even a Sage to wall off mid has been seen as the more commonplace way to play it. But of course, as we are going to be jumping into this map, we're going to see what these guys are going to be rocking today, and I'm hoping to see some more of those unique plays that we don't really get to see until Split's meta gets you know, flattened out, panned out here.
Yeah, we saw that double controller meta come to life in the tier 1 scene over here in VCTNA. And it kind of revolves around that Viper wall being able to split up these already close angles to enable the attackers to slowly inch their way forward. And same situation for the defenders. You can
Mhm.
throw a wall and just walk your way up to get a whole lot of control, specifically in the A main area where a lot of attackers struggle to get out of chokeholds. But we'll see
Yeah.
what these players actually adopt now that we're in Agent Select. And it looks like they will be adopting, at least for the T2G side, that very standard composition. But D1 locking in Sage seems to rely on something else. Instead of that Jet, they want the extra defensive points.
Yeah, now the question is, what does Rice Ball in play here? Because they have the heals, they have the information here from Sage, and honestly, I think Breach to combo with your Raze is so powerful on this map. We saw a lot in, I believe, Weekday Warriors #3 here at IGL. It was a combo meal for these guys to be dealing with, but instead of that Breach, we are going to be seeing Sky. The ability to not only get a bunch of information, but heal your team is just so crucial, and that's why Sky is and has always been one of my favorite agents here in Valorant. When she got released, the game definitely went up in IQ. So let's see what can happen now that both of these teams are rocking a pretty unique strategy. Obviously, we do see that Sage, as you pointed out, in contrast to the double duelist, but I would argue that this is because it's a defense-sided map, that is a very defense-sided team composition that should lean into that very favorably.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting out of Red Flags, right? With D1 opting off of the Jet, you're not going to be able to get in as fast, and so they're going to have to kind of hold their ground on attack and remain patient, right? Because something that can happen with these teams, especially on a map like Split, where it's so defender-sided, is when you start on the attack, you might allow that tilt factor to affect your gameplay, and so you need to have a rock-solid mental to get into the other half, to understand that you're going to be doing to the other team what they have done onto you. Now, looking at the positioning, 5 towards A by the attackers and T2G set up for mid control means that it should be a very easy A take for the attackers if they can get past this first smoke, which they've already set up their wall. Now they're going to go ahead and set up the Trailblazer, and it's only Manny and screens. And once the dog has cleared out all that information, we're going to see that plant coming in very soon.
Yeah, and this plant is going to come in soon, and make sure that this is a full rotation, and hopefully something we can expect here from the defense side to make it work. A very aggressive play up in ramp. Animal, she's going to be able to grab that pick down on the side, and very clean start to the round, as Manny is doing the same, though, on the other side, taking out Hijinks. But this team on the attack also has a whole lot of defense, a whole lot of HP healing, and Rice Ball's going to help him out with another pick down. And Animal is not done, biting harder and even getting more. Scape is going to have to scrape through and try to get some picks here. But Manny inching their way through already, playing a lot better than they did for the first 11 rounds.
One enemy remains.
Oh,
Last player standing.
Good pick. But it's planted for him. Planted for heaven. Nice.
that is disgusting. Huge plant for heaven. Take the control of ramps after the fight. Animal in a perfect position to play that post plant. And on top of it all, 4 kills for 4 orbs to get you halfway into the Viper's pit so early into this half, especially as an attacker. If you can take that site, your post plant is going to be perfect. And with the extra cash, putting it all into a Vandal and heavy shields too. That's a little bit of ego, but hey, when everyone's got no shields on the other side, you're just going to be farming them once again.
Yeah, and also, I kind of respect buying up rifles here, because if you're going to have the ability to afford rifle full shield, you're facing off against pistols almost every time in the current meta right now with how second round usually goes. So this just early on locks in your ability to win a bonus round, and that's where you want to be if you're on the attack side here, especially since your team composition is very much defender post plant sided. But what a nice nade onto Ignite. That's going to open this round up, but hopefully we can see what else these defenders are going to be able to bring. Now, Ashken, what do you think is going to happen next round here? Because I'm not sure what can happen from the pistols no armor strat.
Well, if we're skipping over this round, I want to see what complexity can use to get a first pick with that rifle that they've, you know, procured a little bit earlier. As we watch this close out with aerial strafes and gun spraying galore, I'm watching to see if the attacker side can make good use of farming the ult orbs, right? Because this is the kind of map where when you have double controller, you can go ahead, step up, and very easily start farming your ultimate. Sage is usually a priority ultimate with that resurrection, but with the nature of this map being so close combat, you don't want to take the time to use long-winded utility. That's why, for example, you're not going to see Breach as a solo initiator. You're only going to see him double up because you need someone to watch your back. And so in that same way, we're probably going to see these teams work towards that Raze ultimate and that Viper ultimate. And that's what I'm looking towards, is beyond any economy, how can we get space across the map in this close quarters area?
Yeah, let's see if it is going to be enough, though. I like the dog getting that info. Hijinks flying through, but Roar aiming a little bit too low. Psych here aiming high, hits the headshot onto Animal, and Ignite's going to do the same onto Ukine. But of course, Psych is now down for the count. 3v3. This is the bonus round to win it. They did take out the rifle here, but Hijinks did just pick up the jets, so still at a slight weapon disadvantage. But Hijinks, with that weapon picked up, is going to do a clean swing down, and Ignite is here for more. That's going to burn it down to the floor, and here's Scape needing to now escape a 2v1 situation to really seal this round in. But the bomb's planted, and there's not a whole lot of time to do so, as there's a lot split elbow and screens to try to block him. That's one. That's two, and Scape clutches it up beautifully with 19 HP.
That is a tough round to swallow for Red Flag, but the icing on the cake for them, that sort of participation prize, is the fact that they took away 4 guns as well as shields. So it's not going to be a great economy round for T2G here in number 4. So buy up if you're the attackers, get prepped up, and look at the way your ult economy is set, because you're ready to rumble. Now, that came down to, you know, Scape having that anticipation, but at the end of the day, definitely it was a smart move to Crossfire. So, you know, Red Flags, they just got to get up, brush themselves off, and they're ready to go.
They are going to be ready for it. Let's see if they are good enough to try to get these picks. But of course, Hijinks here, with the rest of their team just taking it slow. I love the playstyle we see from Red Flags. It just make sure you get the info first, you get the pick second, and then you get a plan afterwards. I mean, it's very smart here for them. But their post plan, we saw it earlier, needed some work, but not their aim. Oh my God! That's just mean. You can't do that. This is a $3,000 tournament, and you're in the losers bracket. Who sent them down here?
That is scary out of Hijinks, and just a flawless round potentially. Where, I mean, where is this Viper, right? Let's look at Scape right now. 1v5 scenario, and I mean, this is kind of reaping the benefits of the seeds you've sown before, because of all the damage done in the prior rounds. Now, don't want to lose too many guns here, right? Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't let Scape get away with too much as they turn around. Animal prepped to find the gun. Find Scape. I was so scared. I was so scared that Annie was going to round the corner with knife out, but who am I to fear for these top level players, honestly?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Annie here is at the top frag 6-1 right now with an ultimate at round 4, with Rice Balling joining them. Hijinks 1 away, and they can just pick up the orb and entry here on A. That's what I'm seeing from these teams. And now Red Flag, they're pretty happy to be here, but Scape has been trying to keep up with the amount of kills that they need to try to shut down Red Flag. But they're not going to pop any ults here. They are broke, and popping that Viper Pit does really nothing right here.
Into the face of Psych. A nice classic spray to find one, but another two to put themselves ahead means red flags are feeling a little bit comfy, so they don't have to worry too much. Hijinks ready for another fight, but waiting for the Trailblazer first. Beautiful use of utility to make sure that the coast is clear.
You will not kill my ally.
Coast could be clear. Beautiful res. That's going to be able to bring back your top frag, which is always worth it in my opinion, especially when that top frag is one of your control agents that guarantees you the post plant. Ignite though, beautiful right clicks with the classic. It's a free gun who's doing it for free, but with the trade now coming out, it's not going to be as worth it as you want. But Roar sitting in that is going to go all the way down to 1, so it's an insta death from the Viper Spit on the floor. Now Animal ready for some more, and he's going to spot the corner and re-swing. What a round. But of course, you know, hyping him up. It was a round against saves. It was a round against pistols. I got to give commendations to the 2 picks that did happen, because that is something that you don't really see often with the classic.
And here it comes, a timeout from the coach of T2G. Flood has something to say to the squad, and we can only imagine what it is, but something along the lines of stop losing the sight as we find these early frags. Now, look, the prior round, it was kind of a light buy, right? We can kind of give it a T2G. It's not easy to hold those corners when you're on lesser weapons, but now with ultimates ready, you need to start thinking about how you're going to use them and anticipate the use of the ultimates out of the attackers, right? Viper's Pit on both sides, Seekers on both sides, and then we have a third ultimate. It's going to be Cosmic Divide for Astra, T2G Manny X, and Showstopper for Hijinks. Edu, what are you thinking we're going to see in this upcoming round?
Well, right now, I'm thinking that we're going to be seeing either all or 2 ultimates being used here. Obviously, I think that Thriving to Greatness, they've had an issue in the past few rounds or past few games alone in this bracket of saving ultimates till it's too late. If you're calling a timeout, if your coach is noticing, hey, we have ultimates, it's built up, throw it out there, do the damage, and hopefully just try to win it. But their ultimates are a lot of information gathering. They're 1 away from both duelist ultimates in Psych and Roar, so that could help them out. But it's about how they can work together and stall for time, because right now they are losing the sights in a blink of an eye.
Again, 5 towards A. Little bit of information given with that drop, right? You got to mine the sound circles. Split is one of those maps where if you make a noise, you can hear it from everywhere. But I guess it doesn't matter when Showstopper's out. A dodge!
Wow. And that dodge not only helps you out, but it keeps you alive long enough to get credit for that kill with a nade helping out, taking out Hijinks and the Sky in the back. Beautiful play here from them. But now we are seeing Attack only have 1 ultimate to rely on. It's the Viper Pit, and that's going to be very close for a post plant. Good util to scare Scape out, but of course this wall up, you're not going to do too much here. But look at where the Astra's positioning is on the other side of the map. This flank, if they have enough time for it, could pay dividends here.
Yeah, definitely a great insurance policy in case any rotates occur, and in the spawn as well means that rotations will be caught out, and it looks like that's the intention here. But Manny, you gotta slow down. Here's him. Gun out, buddy. Find 1. Can you find 2? No, but you do have the information, and hey, that's more than enough, especially when your team has a Viper's Pit with Scape or Seekers with Ignite, right? There's plenty of insurance on this round now.
Yeah, when 13 seconds remain, they got to run it down. They still saved that wall the entire time, but wow, Duka, 3 HP, making 0 from up above. Ukine, what is happening? But there's no time to plant. You're gonna have to go for picks, and Ignite, unfortunately, is not gonna be able to walk out there for these attackers to take it. And they actually won that round without using a single ultimate, so my prediction was flawed because they were just able to win their firefights and win on time.
Well, I mean, you did call the 2 attackers, you know, Rice Ball and Hijinks did waste away those. So you're not completely off the mark there. And honestly, that was impressive, right? Hijinks pops the ult and Psych gets right on out of dodge. And I mean, they fall eventually, right? They get out of there, but you said it the best. Just enough time to do what needed to be done. And now moving forward, recognizing what the defenders have, Red Flags, they have to approach with caution, but T2G do have to clean up their act just a little bit, right? They won the round, but it definitely wasn't in the fashion that they so desired.
Absolutely, but there we go. There's no longer an ability to pop one of the 5 ultimates, but talk about ultimates being popped. We got the Blade Storm now out by the Jet, and that should be good enough for these guys to maybe get some early on picks here. But look at Psych and the rest of the team being very aggressive, barely missing Animal there. Oh, and they have no idea how close they were. I love dramatic irony as a caster, being able to see what they don't. Crazy, but seeing what they don't. Manny doesn't see anybody quite yet, but when they do, it might be Doomsday. That's going to do a lot of damage, and here we go. Astral Divide splitting the site. Manny on the other side of it. But are they going to be able to hold this down? As of course the rotates have to come out here, and they get so much info from these bots, but the knives are out. What is happening here? Animal here for it, and all right. Oh,
more like
right
cornball. Getting up across the wall like that. Ooh. Now here we see retake trying to come in, but what can you do when the Viper's pit's already out? You're down 2 players. Manny is just gonna get a lucky spray. I mean, hey, why not? Now Hijinks over in U-Box. Can they find the other? Manny good for another while Psych is wreaking havoc. All of a sudden, we've narrowed it down to a 2 versus 2. And Edu, I'm on the edge of my seat here, man.
One enemy.
I'm thinking we're seeing them not checking their corners and getting gunned from the side. UKine, a beautiful prediction to back up your teammate there. If UKine had not sprayed based off of intuition, that round definitely could have been won here by Thriving to Greatness. So little plays like that. If you have the intuition, trust your gut, because that gut might just be a lead belly and you're going to be able to throw it at the enemies. Beautiful attempt here from the side of Thriving to Greatness, however. But if we're talking about the attempts, 1 ultimate beating out 5 is insane to me. And honestly, Red Flag, they're on the red side, and they are making sure that the scoreboard is going to be covered in red here, as Psych, though, might try an early aggression play.
Oh, going into sewers. Hey,
Traded.
1 for 1. 1 for 1. Not,
Poison's off.
I mean,
Toxin screen down.
a decent enough outcome. Animal tucking away, though. I mean, the other 2 attackers just sitting in the defensive spawn, able to dodge that ultimate. Pays dividends for them, because now it's a solo hold by Ignite, and they're already taken out. A-Site's free, boys. It's free real estate.
Free real estate at a site. Let's see if they're going to be able to take the cake in this estate, as they are running it down and trying now to buy time. Obviously, it's free for us. We get to see that, but it ain't free for Animal. That's going to be a clean shot from Scape, who I think has gotten more kills with the Sheriff than any other gun today. But talk about getting kills with the guns. It's now a 3v3, and you're going to have to run and gun to make it work. The classic up close is doing the headshot. Scape is here with the damage of the gun he found, and now it's UKine, but it clutches it. And that's a 1/2, 6-2. Honestly, Ashcon, what I'm seeing here is just, it's just like the cherry on top of a sundae, you know?
Absolutely, and Sunday it is. Now let's see what's going on with this next setup. Actually, look, Edu, I want to comment on how close these rounds are getting, man. And I want your opinion on why they're getting so close, because we're seeing these agents come down to 2v2s, 1v1s, 3v3s, time after time. And what do you think it is?
Well, honestly, I think it comes down to this Viper Scape has been very consistent, always getting their 1. And the space created by either early aggression or coming down to making sure that you're going to get your trades. It hasn't worked very well for players like Ignite, but when it does happen, when the stars align, that's when we see these close rounds. And honestly, it's the scoreboard's 2-6, but Red Flag and Thriving to Greatness have had such a close game that really it just comes down to those post-plant scenarios. So the reason I think it gets that close is mainly just this attack side has such a clean post plant, and it's defense sided. So they're going to be able to just hold the defense side as they kind of like steal the role away from attack.
That they do. And all this extra aggression has meant being able to be a lot more aggressive than you normally would be. And I want to append to that, you know, the flexibility of weapons. I want to say Split is very unique in that you don't necessarily need a Phantom or a Vandal, just a whole lot of space, which is exactly what Red Flags has here. But Manny is keen on taking it right back.
Wow, Manny. Okay, Manny acing it. from going 0 to 11 to an ace the next game in a game that they are losing. Manny's found his place and might just be able to keep this going. But if Manny falls off again, this still is a 3-6 scoreboard. They have only up from here right now.
I'm trying to take a gander at what the possibilities are here for Red Flags. I mean, losing that round in the timing that they did does put a wrench in their economy, right? Because we're following this pattern of 2 wins, 1 loss, right? And if the prophecy keeps going, they should win this round, but on Sheriffs and a Stinger, that's a pretty tall order, and Psych is already shifting things in their favor with that opening frag onto Animal.
Yeah, taking out Animal is a very powerful tool to use here, as that's one of the 2 control agents down, and this Viper has really helped to seal the deal onto these sites. But Manny, talking about sealing sites, just did an ace. Can we see them do it again? As now they have to do it on the opposite side of the map on B here. Now Manny's just pushing right up. Beautiful. That's 1. Can't ace it this time. And will not get even close, as that is the trade. D1 Duca spotted out, gunned down, and Hijinks is here. But look underneath you. It's Yukine getting the picks down. But now 1v2.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, such a close round.
How long was Hijinks on 6 HP for? I think ever since that 3v2, and they're just able to thread the needle in that kind of a scenario, close it out with the showstopper. They're not even taking any risks, right? And I mean, sure, that's going to put them away from that ultimate for probably the rest of the half, but at the end of the day, when you take that round, I mean, I was talking about how it's a tall order, and Hijinks calls in and says, hey man, listen to me. I'm the new guest on this show, and I'm telling you as the star that I want what I can't have, and I'm going to take it anyways. This round should be an easy win for them as well, and on top of it all, they're taking the extra time to time out and find their course of action, Edu. And what do you think that course of action will be?
Honestly, I think the main course of action that I need to be seeing here from the side of attack to win it is going to have to rely heavily on Hijinks and the ability that they have to make so much space early on, because we just saw them clutch up last round. But if we're talking about what defense needs, I think what they have to do is predict that Hijinks is going to get aggressive, play together in those main places that you see. So double up ramp, double up mid, and you should be able to win those trades, especially since, you know, you have to try it with a weapon disadvantage here.
A weapon disadvantage indeed, and sure, you might have the Cosmic Divide, and that may close the quarters a little bit more than even Split already has them at. So you don't have to worry too much about being at a weapon disadvantage, but you certainly can't allow yourself to lose these fights early before they're going to be picked off. Hijinks already up ramp, and A, free for the taking.
Yeah, they just get so aggressive. You got to predict for it. But Hijinks, even though taking bullets to the head, doesn't care how low the HP gets, still gets the picks. But now it's going to be Ignite here. Up close and personal, ready to hit these picks. Can we see if they got it with just the Judge? This is the biggest gun that their team brought to this round. And they're going to need this round in their favor, or it's going to probably be a 9-3 with the momentum that has been carried so heavily by the side of Red Flag.
Enemy remaining.
Corner, gets a third, and you know, I like Ignite pulling out the classic to break the Trailblazer coming their way, to kind of bait out the feeling of safety from the side of Red Flags. But in this kind of scenario, 1v5, denying information on that Judge isn't going to do you a whole lot, as you have to do something, and unfortunately that Judge is going to work against you as the long angles are being held. 3-8 now in favor of Red Flags and T2G. I mean, I was talking about at the start of this map, Edu, on how as defenders, you know, you're supposed to have the lead and attackers might need to be patient, but we're seeing that narrative flipped on its head where it's T2G that needs to be patient. They're waiting their turn to get onto the attack and do their stuff. And this is where I think that Sage swap from Jet to Sage by D1 Duca is going to be essential, because if they can lock things down with the extra wall, it might just be GG.
Absolutely, and the fact that they were still able to be this aggressive is 100% off the back of Hijinks here, who, yes, just got gunned down, but look, the space they made allows Psych to get traded, and now we got a Sky stuck in the corner here.
kill my
Right around it. They're checking close and oh, what are they doing? Oh, beautiful job. Takes him down, trades it out, and now we're going to be seeing a 4 against 3. Roar looking to find something here with an op in hand. I mean, this is the first time I think we've seen Roar with an op this entire game. So will that be the change, the crutch that they need to limp past the finish line here?
Manny finding one, even up the numbers. Annie going in, keeping the advantage. Here we see an elbow. Roar's got a whole lot of work cut out for him. Try to wrap around. But this Cosmic Divide is making it so hard to chase anyone down. With 7 bullets in the mag, you have to find a swing somewhere. But Hijinks is going to find them first, and we keep seeing that name over and over and over again. And when it comes to MVP nominations, Hijinks is definitely up there.
78 grenades
Yeah,
left.
Hijinks is here. They managed to turn a, I would say, one of the most defense-sided team compositions I've seen on Split in a long time into an amazing aggressive play. And winning on attack 9-3 is almost unheard of with how these guys are set up, especially since this is a defense-sided map at that. And they have the pretty much meta team composition right now for the side of Thriving to Greatness. So the fact that they are going slightly against the meta and still bringing the heat, that tells you just how good this team is.
Looking forward to see what strategies they implement to try and close things out, but T2G, now they get to set the tempo with a very similar composition.
Grenade!
And already, same thing as we saw Red Flag doing on their first pistol.
Spike planted.
Trade, guiding lights, Hijinks. Again, still finding one with the help of Rice Ball, and but Ignite finding the refrag just as quick.
Let's see it. There we go. Hijinks getting the pick. Ready for some more. And that's going to be the headshot down. See what else we can have happen here. Yukon's going to get the trade, and with a nade, that should be able to stop nothing, actually. It goes a little bit too far.
Last player standing.
And Hijinks, though, cannot keep up with Psych. Oh, Psych, you're doing such a clean job that round.
Grenade! See?
From one
Stop
raise
it.
main to another, the camera shifts, and the spotlight does as well. Psych coming up big with 4 kills in the round, and halfway to their own showstopper, along with a little bit of extra credit, means that they're going to start tilting the scale in their favor. But at the end of the day, pistol round is only pistol round. We're not seeing the full potential of the utility on the side of Red Flag, so we're going to have to give them a little bit of time to see the engines warm up.
Let's see it. You know, right now, it's like an airstrip. You know, you have to take a long runway to get that momentum, to get that plane off the ground. But talking about these engines revving, let's see if Psych is going to be able to have the timing for it.
Toxin screen down.
It is going to spot one, but that's all they're spotting. But it doesn't matter. From the other side of the sewer, we're going to be seeing an absolute dumpster fire happen with the Bulldog, taking out so many. And there's going to be Duca, good for 1, but not exactly good enough to clutch a 1v5.
That is a crazy, unfortunate timing. That was almost perfect, I have to say. Now, that being said, T2G was posted up holding the flank, right? They weren't just going to let it go. They understand that this is a no Sentinel comp. You know, they can't just leave their flank unattended. So they did have someone posted. But 5 people running at you is something difficult for even the most highly skilled players. So it would have been a great way to find at least one weapon to snowball into something greater, but that's not going to happen. Duca, though, I like this wall. I like being able to farm free orbs. I like being able to have resurrection on a constant cooldown.
Yeah, and now with that resurrection, this aggression should be good enough here from the defense here to maybe make it work. But I got to point out,
Concealment!
so far, this team on defense is relying heavily on their retake abilities. But now with the rifles in hand, that's going to be Psych and Roar getting one, but Rice balling ain't done. Never mind. Takes him down, and this is now a 2v3. Hopefully they can clutch it up. Hijinks does have the nade to try to prevent the bomb from getting planted, but together is how you want to work it. This is a team here, and when you're a team, together everyone achieves more, but Scape is going to be here for more, getting another one in the shot. a great round here, and that is going to be a bonus round one. Incredibly swift with it.
That means T2G not only have a great economy of their own, but that's going to mean the money from red flags is demolished. So we have to see how they're going to maneuver around that. I will give T2G credit that when they were on the defense, they were doing a pretty decent job of getting the rounds extremely close on worse weaponry. Now we get to test the waters and see if red flags can do the same.
Yeah, let's test the waters and see if it is going to be enough. But look at defense. They're doing the same strategy we saw them do second round, where that was pick up the paces and run it down. But what a beautiful pick. That's going to take out one of the two controllers and get themselves a Vandal in hand. If they have that Vandal, they have the ability to try to get aggressive here now. And of course, I believe they're going to be putting that Vandal on Hijinks. Yes, they are. Hijinks being the very heavy duelist on their team. But bomb is planted B here, Ashkan. And I'm a little bit concerned if you're going to be running around corners with your knife out. How are you going to be able to pick it up 4v4?
Showstopper trying to do a little bit of extra damage. Manny coming out big
Last player standing.
to try and get things more and more even, which is exactly how T2G finished out the round and building up to their own ultimates. This is a tight scenario for red flags, and I will say though, Annie, the first time around, did prep their gun. Second time around, still ran with the knife out. So even the best of players do have their moments. And we're looking towards what they're going to do to maintain this lead. Because little by little, tempo is falling away. Now, they have the weaponry they want. This should be the round that they mount a counterattack.
Let's see if they are going to be able to counterattack hard enough. Beautiful nade suck combo, but Hijinks somehow survives it jumping up, and this is a team with a Sage and a Sky, so that if that damage is not permanent, you're going to see more of that player. So let's see what they can do now, as it is going to be a little bit of a split off here and a huge push over towards A site that might just get popped soon, and that leaves this poor Sage all alone to clutch it up.
Manny up here, partnered up with Psych, seeing what or who they can find. Animal spotted, but this timing on the snake bite is going to mean that they fall, and Psych has space into the ropes. Duca, they don't have a whole lot to work with here, as they've given up the site as well, but finding Scape is definitely going to ease the burden.
Now Rice falling with the teammate, gets to trade. Manny gets Hijinks, which can get res. So this is now going to be a huge advantage. Resing up someone with an ultimate like this could be big enough, but behind you, look on the site. It's going to connect, and that's going to trade. That's why you res the person with the beautiful showstopper. But where is the show going to stop? As Roar running right into their own smoke, making it a 1v1. And the Sage, who's been on A the entire time, needs to prove himself today, and will. Defenders secure double digits on the board, and now are 3 away from taking the entire series.
Quite the tight round, but pulling through is red flags, and they're trying to break that curse, right? And things 2-0 may very well happen. Rice falling with the Seekers could figure things out, as well as Ignite. Information can be traded blow for blow as we look at the economy once again. Bulldog and Spectre in the hands of Rice Ballin and Yukine, respectively. But T2G, they've been so strong in this attack. Chaining those first 4 rounds together means they can very easily do it again. And now D1 not finding the same value on that barrier orb as they were initially.
That's it. Almost a lineup there. Hijinks with the trade. Manny. Wow. That could have been an insanely clean double kill down for Hijinks, but I gotta put it to him. Getting the raise down for both sides, I think hurts attack much more. And now Jet, they have no entry. They got nobody to jump back in, and they're facing off against Rice Ballin, who is going to be on Sky. And this player has been so consistent with the frags. However, it's a 3v3, and if they are going to come back, these ultimates are perfect to do so.
Welcome to my world.
A very expensive round by T2G, so they're really hoping to win it out. And I like the slow orb. kind of eliminate movement within that ultimate, and then using the Seekers to figure out the potential guiding light as well, because you still can get flashed in a pit of smoke.
One enemy
We're gonna see
remaining.
this retake turn into a 1 versus 2. Yukin, what can they do? If they can get lucky and find Scape, it would be an awesome round for them, but they've already tucked in over towards the tree side, and it's going to be really hard to anticipate that.
It is going to be pretty tough here, but we'll see if anybody is capable. Good timing. And it's a save. Obviously, you got no time here, so it should be Albert. Good suck, actually, but unfortunately, it does not connect to kill Manny, and Manny just enough time to swing it, but not enough time to get the pick.
Don't think it's
There's that timeout by D1, realizing that, you know, the lead slowly slipping away, narrowly staving off the attack that T2G is mounting, and so something has to change. And part of that is that Sage Wall, right? It's very predictable, very easy to take out, and that's kind of why people have been straying away from Sage. That's why you're seeing the return of Killjoy on this map, or Sentinel-less comp, is that when you look at these Sentinels, because of how tight these maps are, it's so easy to just take your time and get rid of all the utility, and you're just burning credits at that point. So part of this hold needs to be figuring out where Sage is going to be the most effective. And then the second part of that hold is going to be finding the consistent information through the guiding light out of Rice Ball. And I feel like the reaction to T2G and their pushes is a little bit slow on the side of these defenders. And so the minute that they can respond or push themselves is going to be the moment that decides that they've mounted the attack on defense and really brought back the momentum in their favor. If they continue at the current pace, Edu, I don't think it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a worrisome point here for these guys. They've kind of given up that momentum, and so far, Syke and Manny have been absolutely crucial in this game to keep this team afloat. And Hijinks slowed down a lot, in my opinion. It hasn't really been able to keep up that pace that you would expect, but might be able to just find the damage and maybe lock these guys in. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to what Hijinks could do with now a much more expensive shorty, but still a shorty nonetheless, up close and personal against 5 people. So 1 pick and a nade throw should be able to zone it out and maybe do some damage. And he gets Roar, but Animal's gonna go down as well. And if she's down, then that's gonna be a very hard A hold here with just Frenzies and a Marshall.
I mean, we're going to watch Riceballin try to retaliate with some form of information of their own, and they're going to spot T2G, or not spot them, and be able to infer that they're rotating. So what do you think how this round is going to play out as, Edu, when we see 2 of those defenders on B already?
Well, right now, I'm feeling that they do have a rifle in hand for Yukine, so as long as Yukine's able to play their time and not shoot early or just shoot right, that's going to be a double down. So Yukine is the anchor in the corner. It's going to be the person that holds the whole house up. It's the beautiful support beam here, but are they going to be able to get it with a beautiful side swing, a flashbang to pop it, but the aim's not lining up with them. That's the spike down with 20 seconds to go. Escape is going to have to line it up, but can't, and they lose to a Thrifty. You talked about momentum, but somehow they just crashed all of their momentum headfirst into a wall like a training dummy.
Huge anticipation there out of the side of Red Flags, right? T2G. So much presence towards the A side, but that's not going to stop those 2 defenders from anchoring B site, and that's going to enable them to catch the rotation, easily predicted. And then all they had to do was hold. It came down to aim, came down to mechanical skill, and Yukine, they had it on lock. That's pretty much how it goes.
Is how it goes here. Let's see if it is going to go enough, though. Manny? Honestly, though, hold up. This ultimate, it pretty much shuts down the entirety of mid. And right now in the current meta of split, it's either you hit A or you go mid. And B main does not happen very often, especially if you do not have a Sage. So this is going to be a tough one. Unless the flank actually pays off here. Oh, timing! Oh no!
That is tough. That is tough to lose your mid hold like that. And now we see proceeding towards the B site. Once again, Yukin alone. Roar. Coming up around the corner. Can they be found? Well, they are, but a tailwind out means they get to reset that crosshair. Find a favorable fight. That's going to dwindle the numbers of the defenders once again. And I think that's all she wrote, Edu.
Yeah, unless Sage might be able to finish this off. Walling off mid to make sure that she doesn't get flanked or bait them out with a sound. But honestly, I think it's just so she doesn't get flanked from mid. And that is a little bit of investment here, but they have to try to get as many picks done as possible. That's not going to happen, but 9-11, ult economy heavily favoring attack. I'm kind of concerned here for the other side.
I'm a little concerned as I just saw an op. I saw it sold. I did see it sold, but D1 was playing with the idea of an operator, right? So something's going on in the comms of the defensive side where they want to take out the big stick and have a long angle hold. And I think, honestly, that might just be the right idea. Because right now, A is being fought at that choke point, as opposed to allowing the attackers to show their hand, right? Because T2G, if they push forward into that chokehold, an operator will just get them out of the round versus trying to deny all of that space up close and personal, risking yourselves and the bodies you need for the post plant or for the retake. So I think in the next buy round, I would like to see that operator come to life. But for now, we're watching another big flank on the economy.
Oh, nice pick there. Rice ballin'. Oh my god. Big economy flank, as you pointed out here, Ashkan. But look at Manny's positioning here. Smoking himself off to make it look like they can rotate. But look, the biggest flank actually coming out all the way around, rotating from A to B. But now they have to go into the high ground here. And they do have the advantage for that. So are they going to be able to actually hit that site properly? Classic in the hands of Animal here. And the body block is actually going to get both of them killed. Very unfortunate. And the shorty comes up short. It's just going to be up to Yukine, and it is over. Double digits on the board for both now.
Red flags. Money to buy. D1. Operator in hand. Okay, we're looking at that idea come to life. Good. Now, where are they going to be posted? Over at B. There's going to be an interesting position for an opper, but perhaps they want to solo deny B main. Again, a lot of pressure towards the A side, excuse me, as we watch mid smoke to be coming up, double controller. All of that being spent to make sure these two duelists, or duelist and controller pair, can't come up. But a showstopper, this is what's going to cause pressure at the A side by Psych.
Beautiful blind does get looked away, but not enough. Oh my god, that is two players that you do not want to lose. Manny and Roar, one of your entries, but Psych is still standing and they have the A side, so this will be a full-on retake. So they put the eggs in the B basket, and unfortunately some of them might have cracked, as now it's going to be a 5v3 retake. So definitely a winnable position here for defense.
Here it is, that Trailblazer coming through, and a counter Trailblazer alongside their buddy Boombot. Catch a little bit of information as well as a follow-up by Hijinks to seal the fate of Scape.
Ooh, sealing the fate. Is it going to be Ignite and Psych from underneath? They are mowing these players down, but the heads might be showing, but the shots aren't flowing, as these guys need to find some more trades here. Ignite here spots and does the damage, but it's about a 50-50 split in who wins this, as both of them are 2 hits away from death, but they're playing time, and Ring Around the Rosie, that's gonna win the round.
A lot faster. That Astra needs to come out a lot faster if things are going to go the favor of the defense. And red flags, I mean, constantly being pushed onto the back foot, right? Constantly with this economy in shambles. And so they have been doing some great executes while their economy is low. And it makes me wonder why they aren't trying to find those timings when rifles are in hand, right? Because if you're already stuck in this cycle of, all right, my rifle rounds aren't going my way, so I'm going to find a timing and read on our economy. why can't I do the same on my rifle round? Why can't I take that risk and step forward and just break that tempo and then do the same genius ideas I've been having, but with better weapons in hand? And T2G now, with a timeout in their own right, want to figure out how they're going to close this half out, because they know this round should go in their favor, but they have to worry about the next. Edu, when we're looking forward into the future, what do you expect?
Well, right now, what I expect is an overtime with how close this game has been. I don't think that either team is quite ready to seal it out, even with these timeouts being called. So it's concerning for these guys at the minimum to make sure that they get this back. But at the same time, money is not looking too hot here. So they're going to be saving, and then they're going to try a full buy for overtime. And ultimates, though, they have it. So they can win this thrifty. If they win this thrifty, red flag wins the game.
Trying to get a read on these attacker side positions here, but they're so spread out. This would be the point that you would want to attack on the defense, and we're seeing that manifest in mid. Ignite, though, already lined up for the shot to deny Riceball the opportunity.
Wow. Denying them and being able to get these picks. I mean, already Riceball now down. That's very unfortunate for the defense side, but attack needs to now pick up the paces here if they want to try to win it. They have to, after getting that pick, get the entry, and they're going to start in with the Seekers to get them the info. Now, with this info, they should be able to take B, unless up close and personal, these classics and stingers can start to sting. Let's find out. There we go. Sheriff grabs one. IGLeague grabs two. This Thrifty's working beautifully, as that nade is going to just make these players panic. And they have to now try to re-hit it there.
30 seconds
Good
left.
pick. Good swing. The run and gun. Oh, it hurts to die to that. But they die again. No way they won the Thrifty. No way. I see your face. Yeah. Oh, my God.
I am in such utter shock. Nerfed run and gun, by the way, guys. Don't worry about it. You know,
Precise gunplay.
Precise gunplay, truly. But hey, at the end of the day, what can you do with a stinger in hand, right? Are you just gonna stand still and let the better gun spray you into the body? No. So I get it. It pains me to say that I respect it, but at the end of the day, when you are ahead 12 and 11 and your red flags, you'll take anything you can get to close out this series 2-0, because you don't want to allow this map to slip away in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, a little bit cumbersome here from these guys.
Toxins going up.
Okay. Again, utility burnt over at the A side, but with the spike there as well, we can expect a commitment by T2G. That being said, lurkers out in market, specifically Manny, might make this a little bit difficult for red flags to rotate if they can get any kind of information, which with the agents on that side of the map doesn't seem so. But here on the perspective of A, Riceballin still has 2 flashes to keep the defense on lock.
There we go. Let's see it. Ooh, good util here. Animal, ready to find some more. Nice piece of util. Nice nade. We'll be able to spot him out. So far, this has been a 5v5 that is heavily relying on just these guys' ability to push in. But IGLeague has the movement diff, may be able to win it. But all of the ultimates, all of the eggs, one of the baskets. And one thing I'm not seeing is an Astral Divide quite yet. And I think they're just not really going to use it, as bomb has not been planted here. When are they going to have the time to put it down?
Oh, that is tough.
And Spike's now down, but this flank is huge. And from the side, they save it. They have to plant, and they will get it just in time. Now it's going to be Duca, who has the res, who has the ability to bring your teammates back, to turn this game into your favor. And you pick up the Astra, who also has the Astral Divine, which could level this out even more. Scape has to work this out.
That Cosmic Divide might actually be really scary, given Scape something to play around. They might not opt for it. 55 HP. The information is out, right? Everyone else has died, so they should know that Scape is pretty low. It's going to come down to a game of information. And Scape getting out and wrapping through elbow is crazy, and we can't exactly find comfort in holding the spike.
That's how it ends. Okay. Okay. All right.
He just pulled out the shorty. He just pulled out the shorty. Didn't even see him. He just said,
Wow.
I think I want to shoot in this direction.
Wow.
What an intense game and such an anticlimactic finish at you. Oh my god, man.
I mean, I think that's just funny. I think it really just, it's wow. But the funny thing is, this is the lower bracket, so we are not going to be seeing Thriving to Greatness anymore. So if you're a fan of Thriving to Greatness, they're going to have to thrive to another game. Unfortunately, the Open Divisions #2 is just not it for them right now. But with that being said, an amazing game here for Red Flags. I know that one of our producers actually really likes these guys to keep it going. So honestly, really excited for these guys to keep it moving and hopefully continuing in the lowers. But now me and you, Ashkan, I believe are going to be jumping up to the uppers to be seeing the upper finals before we keep on moving in the lower bracket. So great round 4 lowers, great games. And any final thoughts from you as to how that game went?
I'm just excited, Edu, because with the way things are going in the lower bracket, with the way things are just lined up and so intense here, I can only imagine the chaos we're going to see in the uppers. So stay tuned, folks, because we'll be right back with all that action coming to you fast.
And welcome back, everybody, to IGLeague Open Division. Of course, I am Edu, joined by the wonderful Ashkan here, as we have the best teams here, the highest of the seeds. It's the upper finals as we are getting on our way before this game ends. So, Ashkan, we got Van Lin versus Chosen Ones. How are you feeling today? And how are we feeling regarding these teams on Ascent, Haven, and Pearl?
Well, I'm looking at some familiar faces, some familiar players, so I'm excited to see how they perform, specifically Cowpie and Yum. I've seen them around the scene, and I know they're pretty strong contenders when it comes to Tier 3, Tier 2, so I'm excited to see what they're bringing to the table. And moving into the first map of Haven, we saw a glimpse of it earlier, and I'm just curious to see what differences we may find, or similarities as well, moving into the first map of Series 2.
Yeah, honestly, I can't wait to see what happens here. If you were watching yesterday, Chosen Ones dominated, cleaning out all 3 of their games 2-0 point-wise in their best of 3s. So pretty solid. We did see them nearly flawless a first half at one point. We did see a huge comeback from the team that we just watched get eliminated, Thriving to Greatness against Chosen Ones, but unfortunately they're no longer in the game, and Chosen One is the one who gave them the opportunity to lose, so good on them. But with Chosen Ones, they are the #1 seed here, and being the first map of Haven, I know you're a stats guy. We talked about the stats on Haven earlier today. If you still got those, toss it to the people who might not have been watching for us here, Ashkan.
Yeah, so looking at Haven on patch 6.10, we're looking at 50.28% in favor of the attackers and 49.72% in favor of the defenders. But let's talk about what's much more recent, because things are looking very, very different. In patch 6.11, 56.14% in favor of the defenders. That has a huge spike that we're seeing, and it makes sense with that North American play style where we're seeing people get a lot more aggressive out in mid, A side, and C-side walkers have become a lot more popular recently as well.
Yeah, the A and the C side have always been popular, and also now more so with the way that I think the meta has shifted around retaking more than holding, especially since, we're actually seeing it's kind of a bad position right now if you're a Sentinel player. Chamber got nerfed to the ground. You don't really have that many options besides maybe Killjoy or Cypher. Sage is definitely a flex play that isn't. I would argue that Sage, just because she has a wall, that's really the only thing that she brings to the table that really is unique out in the slow. But the slow, I mean, compared to so much other utility that does damage and just stops people outright from pushing you, is a little better in my opinion. I mean, the only thing that slow has in my expertise is the fact that it makes it so you can't jump or crouch jump onto boxes, which does keep people in corners. But outside of that very niche use, the Sage and other Sentinels seem to be on the back end right now.
Absolutely. Double controller. I mean, it's been taking over the meta in a very new way with Harbor's release. And we even saw it on Split with Viper Astra, Viper Omen. And so now we have to watch how these teams are going to manifest the meta in their own right. And already a breach lock-in by Salazar, or Salazar, I'm gonna have to figure that one out through the course of this map. But hey, that's just another thing for casters to learn. And Aru with the Sova. So we're seeing a very meta pick, right? When we're talking about Haven right now, we saw it in Series 1. Here again in Series 2 is that double initiator comp. And of course, why not? Because Breach can clear out so much. He's great for the post plant. And of course, you really can't scoff at his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, the Breach's Rolling Thunder is probably one of the greatest retake abilities. The only one I think is at the same tier would be Killjoy's ultimate, but that ult has so many counters to it and just so many ways to escape it compared to Rolling
Choose your
Thunder.
agent.
And also, of course, Fade's Nightfall, but Nightfall, since it got nerfed, I know when Fade first came out, Nightfall was better than Rolling Thunder because it just made everyone deaf, everyone blind. It just messed everything up. But post-nerf, I think Breach's Rolling is the greatest retake that we can see, but we're also seeing here a mirrored team composition. So this is going to be a battle of best, and who is going to best the other player of that? I need to be seeing some KJ, Sova, Omen, Jet, and Breach diffs, or this is going to be a very interesting game.
I'm excited to see the approach of both teams. It's really going to come down to a map navigation differential, an IGL diff, if you will, as well as the agent performance, as you were talking about, Edu. And I want to say that the priority for both of these teams is going to be the Killjoy utility. The last time we saw this map play today, we did not see as much of a focus. It kind of manifested later on into the map, right, in the, I want to say, last quarter of it. But this time around, what I would like to see is these players putting a huge bounty on both the alarm bot and the turret. As soon as that's down, you're going to find the attackers having a much easier time. We'll see.
Absolutely. Let's hope that this is going to be good enough here for the attackers. Now, obviously, it seems to be a big mid aggression in grass and window. Once they get the util out, Braden will be able to dash away, but it takes a little bit of the shots to the back of the feet there. But talking about the back of the feet, let's see where Tilo's feet are. A very aggressive position to be in, but it's pistol round, so I completely understand why you'd want to get up close and personal here. But talk about personalities, it's going to be a diff of the KJs with a trade. Parker for Cowpie, Cowpie for Parker, and Braden onto Devin. So with this pistol round going this very slow back and forth, all across the maps being hit at the same time, what are your thoughts here with the B retake pistol round?
I think this is going to be really tough for C1 because they don't have a controller anymore.
Spike
And so
planted.
they're forced to take a fight, which we're seeing manifest itself over in the C-Link side. Braden gets flashed, and a chase down is going to happen, but Max is left in a 1v1 that they take up, leaving Koto all alone. And since Braden was not taken out earlier, they're going to go ahead and punish the side of C1.
Wow. Yeah, punishing him up there and doing pretty well. Van Lin starting off with a pistol round win almost handedly there. I love the fact that, you know, they were able to retake, but B site is the easiest place to retake. And honestly, we saw a little bit in the lower bracket while we watched that first game of the day on Haven. We didn't quite see anyone take B here, so to see Chosen One choose that as the object of attraction for pistol round definitely tells me that we're going to be in for a little bit of a different kind of playstyle than what we've previously seen today.
A lot of standard util dumping. Fault line is going to be used in tandem with the Sova Dart, and Kilo lands one nice and easy, and this is a huge advantage
Deploying drone.
to take up, and they're not going to be worried about using any utility. They'll spend those credits to secure the round as well as they can. Parker refracting Koto and using those flash points to make sure that no one presses the attack to follow up.
And if no one could press the attack, then how are they going to be able to really get the trades for their teams, as the attack side's already lost 2 in long, 1 in main, and God, this is not looking too clean. But Braden, up close, personal. It's going to be no armor versus a Marshall. But what a shot from Aru, taking him down, and now making this a 1v3. Sheriff and Hannah and the bomb, so they can hopefully go for a plant. But running and cutting through grass with their knife out, that was a strange way to do it.
One of infinite potential options in the multiverse, we'll call it like that. Yeah, something like that. We'll sweep that under the rug as we move forward into round number 3, and we watch the buy up. But There's a lot of light shields involved in this round, Edu. I mean, just about everyone with the exception of Kalpai, and that's gonna be pretty tough, right? Because being body shot is gonna be that much more dangerous.
Really is. But body shot bandits, honestly, Bulldogs shred those. There's no Guardians here. And honestly, I think the Guardian definitely has a place in my heart, but it looks like Brayden has a place in Devin's heart with bullets. Let's see if Koto's going to be able to keep this going. Max here. Last time they were in this fight, in this position, Max was able to get Kalpai down. This has just been a Killjoy who's anchoring B and Garage beautifully, and that's why Killjoy is really one of the best picks on this map, because you get information for pretty much 1.5 sites at the same time.
Defense spread pretty thin, right? So much A heavy presence. Now, I like that the initiators are posted in link. You can see that on the minimap. But all this noise being made in Garage means that someone's got to rotate over. And with a lurking Killjoy, Kalpai on the T side over an A long, seems to have an intention to crunch that A site. Koto trying to find something through the box. They get Parker. Tillo retaliates, finds another. Max has an answer of their own, leaving Kalpai all alone, who lurked their way up. And sure, they can find Brayden, but in a 3 versus 1 situation, you're asking for a lot here. And no utility to help means there's no way that they can nano swarm someone off of these forward angles.
Yeah, and that's not what they want to have happen. This is not the position that I had expected for them, but it's the position they're now in. Kalpai does not have the bomb, has 10 seconds. This is their buy round. So if they lose this bonus this hard, it's going to hurt. And pushing in like that hurts even more. I'm surprised they didn't go for the save, considering it was a 1v3 with less than 10 seconds remaining.
Definitely would have been a nicer option. I agree with you there. And the intention of going a link, I think, was to follow up on a bait towards the C side, assuming that presence was rotated, right? They're assuming there that the defenders opted to put at least 3 bodies towards the C side, and they misread the original positioning, not knowing that both initiators were still able to rotate back to A link so fast. A good idea, but unfortunately, not all the information there to follow through on it. This time around, though, starting off towards the Garage, same thing on the checklist: breaking the alarm bot, breaking the turret, and we are seeing that at the very least.
We are going to be seeing that, but look at Max here, really up close, trying to now hold against 3 players, rushing into Garage and then making it a C hit. But look at that, we're going to be seeing some more hits. It's Yum07 getting a double, Max getting 1, and Tillo getting the remaining. Now Devin will get a clean burst fire on someone falling. The Stinger apparently is a long-range weapon, but isn't a weapon capable of a 1v5 clutch. And that now 4-0. This is a huge advantage here. Obviously, that last round is going to be a little bit easier because you're facing off against a light buy, but defense here is absolutely crushing these attackers. But it's Chosen One's buy here, so I'm surprised if they lose this. There better be a timeout soon.
I agree 100%. And what they have to watch out for, be wary of, is the big stick on Brayden. Operator out, posted towards a short 2. So this is going to be an aggressive play alongside a fault line. And with the dart coming out, could reveal some information. It being broken means that there's some confidence to be had. Koto has lurked up mid, and Brayden trying to find somebody, but it looks like the attackers have cleared house. Chosen One don't want any of the smoke that seemed to be popping up over in the A lobby.
Yeah, they don't want to risk that smoke flowing. But what I am also looking forward to is seeing how this defense side, you can kind of tell, but they're pinching their way around mid here in A and C. They're just taking space 1 inch at a time. And if they had executed that, they might be able to get behind this Killjoy still, Kalpai, but that's going to be a lot of noise made. Free pick here. Brayden, though, that op stick, pinching him off, getting that 1 pick. And it's the B site, the easiest to retake, and it seems like we know why. They are doing so much damage together, just pushing through these links, and now it's all about the post plant. They do have the Hunter's Fury, though.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Yum with a great wraparound into the window. Gets rid of one of those post planners, and Aru, stuck on the site, is gonna have to fight. There's really no other option. Is able to land one, tries to go for the spray transfer through the smoke, but Yum immediately gets off the spike, knows of the threat, smells it coming. Finishes the job, 5-0 in the favor of the defense, and you're expecting a timeout, Edu. Let's see if it comes through, but in the meanwhile, at least for the defenders, Van Lin, I mean, they're absolutely feeling it, and here we go.
Yeah, if you lose 5 rounds in a row and you do not call a timeout, you're trying to not win a game. And this is the upper finals. Obviously, I know that Chosen One, if they get knocked down to the bottom here, will be able to win every single person, or every single team anyways, in that lower bracket, considering they're the one who mainly sent those players down there. So, you know, we can see the Chosen One definitely bounce back. That's the thing about the uppers. Van Lin, we've watched a lot of games for, but Chosen Ones, they were the first seed, and for this to be the opening of the day here, I'm concerned for them.
I'm trying to look at what potential there is for C1 right now, and then seeing 2 ultimates on the board, right? Hunter's Fury and Lockdown, but Max has a lockdown of their own. So to kind of use Caliphi's ultimate to create space means that a retaliation is going to occur as well. And Hunter's Fury on Tillo just kind of puts both teams in a deadlock here. And this is the kind of deadlock in ultimates that favors map space for the defenders, meaning this position still going to be a whole lot better for Van Lin. They're doing so much towards the A site, making Chosen Ones afraid to move in that direction. C long is just a chokehold. No one wants to enter. And I mean, finishing B site, both rounds that they've planted planted the spike on B, has shown to be that retakes are no difficulty for the defenders.
Yeah, and if you are going to have no difficulty on the retake, then where is that difficulty going to come from here? Hopefully, it's during the attempt to take the site, but so far, it hasn't really happened quite yet, but there it is. That's the opening they need. Kodo getting Max down, but Parker's immediately with the trade. We see the Op doing damage, bringing down the KJ to 45 HP. So this is still even. However, defense losing the Killjoy, now losing their control. This is where attack wants to be. This is exactly where Chosen Ones needs to play it out. But with the Hunter's Fury, bye-bye to this ultimate here if they can find the connection. But actually, no, they do not break it. They instead go for the pick, which is okay. It's still a value trade, but talk about value. Calpine has a very valuable flank here.
Oh, no. Calpine can keep going here, too, right? They have so much time to wait for this drone to close. Get one. Now Parker is not willing to go in with their teammate, right? They got to turn around and see what's going on in CT. And Calpine biding their time so well. This has allowed Parker to move into the site, so there are 2 fighting, but Laser finding that off angle into Brayden. Calpine finally moves up 5-1. Here is that first round on the board for Chosen Ones.
Wow. Simply delicious way to play, and these guys are going to be keeping that going. I love the fact that we are seeing these guys just so consistent on the defense, then getting shattered with just a little bit of a flank here from Calpie. I mean, that was beautiful timing to get the salvo with the owl drone. If Calpie had not taken that space mid, I would not have expected them to win that round.
100%. That's the kind of control that you can only get when you take the time to destroy that Killjoy utility across the map, right? That alarm bot has been there at the entrance of B every single round, and due to that due diligence by Chosen Ones, that's what enables Calpie to go ahead and make that late round play. This time around, up through garage once more, trying to spot someone early. Aru finds an offer, and everyone is going to stay away from any on angles to make sure that no early picks occur.
No early picks, not quite yet, but we are going to be seeing an ultimate here to maybe find them. Heading over to Hell is where we're going to have this Omen TP. Honestly, though, it kind of baits Max to expect it to be in Heaven as a normal play style is, because they did hear the TP. But what is happening with this retake plays? We have Omen on the flank, but Sova wanting to go with the team, leaves him alone, and looks like no one is going to try to flank right now, and it is going to be all about them retaking with this utility, but it's going to get broke by another one, the Hunter's Fury. And the Rolling Thunder.
There it goes. Rolling Thunder starts the action. Brayden going into the site. Edgy, what are we seeing?
Honestly, what we're seeing right now is a beautiful retake. They've used so much utility, though, so it's going to be expensive, though. They have to win it up here, and they just might, leaving only Cowpie with this op. And the boomstick instead is going to have their head go boom. A 6-1 defense will be taking this back. It was, as I pointed out, a little expensive here. And I'm kind of concerned for that because now ult economy is looking down in the dumps here for defense, but same could be said about attack.
Looking at this scoreboard for a little bit, we're seeing things heat up. 6-1. Things are looking nice. And I'm watching Tillo at the very top. Really shining through. Brayden right below. And the defense really holding tight. Big stick operator once again, and that's holding so much space over towards the C side. But that's going to enable so much more bodies to be spaced towards A, which is exactly where the attackers intend to finish.
Yeah, attack side wanting to try to execute A the same way that they did before, but you know, there's not ults to kick them off this time. This could be a much different play style. Parker, though, will not get blinded and gets a double kill down. Beautiful job. Spots another, but it's going to be the Guardian guarding his teammate's dead body in the graveyard. Ain't going down yet. Tillo is backing it up, and here we have the retake. A 3v2, a decent amount of time. You got 2 in heaven, and apparently Devin as well, as he TPs right into a shorty, and Braid is just going to take him down. That over-aggression, I think, might be the death of him, unless Kodo can clutch up.
Oh, very nice shot. But unfortunately, Yum coming in from the side means that you can't be focused too much on that Heaven player. I'm going to take that time, see what we can pick up. There is an op on the ground somewhere. And there we go. Yum grabs it. Tillo sticks the defuse, gets a little bit closer to that Hunter's Fury. And again, this gap is just growing ever wider. It's another defuse added to the table. When we look at that timeline, 4 total defuses is telling us this. Chosen ones need to figure out how to play the post plant, right? They're spending so much of that utility to get into the site. And then once the spike is down, they're really struggling to hold on to that space forwards. And we're not looking at any lineups in particular as well, meaning long distance play is going to be difficult in addition to whatever it is that they're struggling with.
Yeah, and I'm also looking forward to that Bladestorm 1 away. So even if they were able to, if they even have enough time to fix the economy for themselves and maybe cripple the economy for defense, we're going to see the Bladestorm just pick it right back up. So defense is in an incredibly positive position. And if this player... Wait, what? Oh,
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
I don't really have anything to say to that, except for we caught it live on stream.
Yeah. So honestly, this is a perfect time to give a shout out to our observer Freezes. Freezes, amazing job making sure that we get to see someone get knifed today.
Let's see, Tillo, if they can get any information about what's going on in the mid. That alarm bot is still posted. This is one of the few rounds where KJ utility really hasn't been dealt with, and Yum is sitting in this smoke on site waiting for timing, and it is a beautiful one at that as they see the spike drop. People are flushed out into long. Sure, Cowpie can find one, but they're traded right back to finish the round, and I'm going to be honest with you, Edu, I'm not seeing value coming out of these lurks. Cowpie is in good space. And I mean, we did see it in the one round that Chosen Ones did win. 100%. But if the rest of C1 is struggling to get into the site or hold the site in the first place, you can't really be lurking around into mid. You need the extra manpower. Something's got to swap.
Absolutely. We need to see something different here from these players. We need to be able to watch just how they're going to be able to go. The fact that Devin, your control agent, was left alone just to get flanked like that definitely tells me that the weak point here is that they're not playing together consistently. But talk about consistency. It's skeet shooting. Devin going down from a clean shot from Brayden. And here is the running gun. This is where you need to be a full congealed mess of players to hit your sights and hit your shots. But now, Yum 07 needs to find these picks. Hopefully might be able to. Cowpie right around the corner. the bomb's down. It's 2v2, and defense is in such a positive position. Shock darts are just shredding them. But what can they do here, Ashkan?
Well, engage in a fight, which is exactly what Yum is going to go for. And this leaves Kalpai all alone. Now this lockdown could be plopped onto the floor. It won't perfectly clear C, but it will enable Kalpai to find exactly where the enemies are. Now, they're not going to opt for it. Take a fight with Yum. They got to figure out where Tillo is. The thing with Tillo, in a 1v1 situation, when you have both Recon Bolt and your drone, you're perfectly fine, right? You have a really good guess on exactly where Kalpai is. And this wraparound,
30 seconds
this
left.
wraparound is about to be huge because they know they still have control of the spike. So they just need to get into Garage. But they're second guessing themselves. This enables Kalpai to get right onto the site. This is a little bit too much, Big Brain Edu. I think these players with a little bit more confidence can walk right on out. Tillo has the sound.
10 seconds left.
Turret
With
gets
that
contact.
bot there, I mean, that's a smart way to play for Kalpai here. But now it's a 1v1, and I thought that he was not going to get that, but the slight micro adjustments make it so much easier to see these players in action. Kalpai, as you said, you've watched them play at that tier 1 level before, and the fact that they are here right now at the top definitely tells me that they are going to keep carrying this game, but they're going to have to pick up the paces as they are down by 6 rounds.
I mean, to be the sole benefactor in providing your team 2 rounds, Kalpai definitely putting themselves out there. Right? Staple player for these tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, and they've been doing an amazing job showing off their stuff. Now it's up to the rest of the team to shore up those weaknesses that we've been seeing so far, and that's exactly what they intend to do, going towards an A site that is extremely weak. We're watching Tillo up in heaven, just waiting for any indication that they're being walked out on. And I like this. I like the fact that there's no smokes. I like that there's no utility. It's just a straight contact play. And that's what's enabling this free site take. So now we just have to be wary of short. That's exactly what Koto is. Tries to swing out is Tillo, but gets immediately refragged by Laser, who's laser focused on that position. And now the site is open.
Yeah, site is going to be opened up here, but now it is going to be a place to plan, and that is the 3v5 hold here. As honestly, this retake is going to be tough. Attack side has the Rolling Thunder, so you touch that site, you're about to be rolling all the way underneath it. Kalpai, again, this is the KJ on the flank. Oh my god, 1-2, it's free, it's flawless, and this is maybe a comeback, because if they don't allow it to get to 9-3 and they get 8-4, definitely winnable on the defense, as this is mirror team comp. But here we go, another timeout. So Ashkan, what do we think these guys are going to be saying now that they have kind of had the momentum taken from them?
Yeah, so they already have a lot of rounds. 8-3 is an amazing position to be on. Haven, especially when you start on the defense. But the concern probably is, hey, what's going on with this Kalpai kid? How is he able to get past their defenses every time? They've even stopped breaking the alarm bot and the turret. Those are still on the map. My theory is that because there's such a heavy A lean by the rest of Chosen Ones, Max is leaving that utility a little bit too early, whereas Kalpai is so disciplined in staying towards the middle of the map, despite the fact that their entire team is out and initiated post-plant scenario. So that's definitely working to their benefit. Defenders need to adapt. They need to go ahead and figure out what's going on and how they can keep Max on the C side of the map for a lot longer, because you can't be giving up so much space everywhere.
Wow. Honestly, we can't. And they are giving up the space. And the problem that holds is when you give up the space, you give up the site, and you rely heavily on your retake. These retakes have, yes, been very powerful, but they rely heavily on utility usage and ultimates. Parker, now having that Rolling Thunder, might be able to go back onto that playstyle. But if you don't have the Killjoy lockdown and you don't have the Hunter's Fury, it's not going to be easy. And even Braden not having the Blade Storm means you're going to have to switch that op out for another gun. And if there isn't one available, retaking with an op is a pain in the butt.
Shit. Koto with the spike in hand, just running on to B, going for an immediate spray, dash out, fake. And that pulls Rolling Thunder out of the hands of the defense.
I did not expect Rolling Thunder to be on such a light trigger. And it's out already. Okay, well, that's their main hopes at retaking. We saw how beautifully it worked when it was used on A, but now, if they go A, they have nothing to fear unless an Omen can TP in kill 5. Ultimate-wise, it's going to be down to the aim.
No more.
Oh, instant refrag. Calpie once again with that signature alert kill, but Yum. These guys have played against each other plenty of times. Brayden caught on the flank. Don't be trying to lurk around with the big stick, buddy. They can see the barrel around the corner light years before you.
Yeah, and now, talking about barrels around corners, they are going to be able to spot them, but look at that. Shoot through the corner instead, getting the picks. They are winning this just on the aim here. Yum being the carry will drop, and now it's a 1v1. Devin here for it and here for the clutch. It's a 4K down, and C1's in this game now. 4-8. Beautiful rounds, beautiful semi comeback, but still they're at a 4-round disadvantage against a mirrored team comp, as they need to now see if they can do as well as Van Lin.
Great half for Van Lin, but I think that last round was pretty frustrating for them, right? To be baited into the round early on to get rid of your Rolling Thunder, then immediately go in for the retake, find the retake, do an amazing job, be put into a 2 versus 1 situation, and then having it be foiled single-handedly by Devin. It's gotta hurt the ego a little bit, but everything's reset, right? Economy as well as the half. So they gotta put themselves back in a good mental, and if they can keep navigating in that mindset, they'll be A-okay. Speaking of navigating, we're looking at an aggressive C and A long push by the defenders. Chosen Ones, an interesting tactic to go and anticipate this retake B, which is exactly what's going to be occurring.
And let's see if this retake is going to be enough. Kodo taking out Max. Fat pick here. And another one. Chosen Ones, they're here for it. Now the retake, of course, need to be quite efficient here onto that B point. Is going to help out with Calpie getting 1, but the attackers are here to try to do the damage. 2v4. Util, they got everything to throw their way. Flashbang. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? You can't do anything, and that is the round.
Chosen Ones taking it back. Swift pistol round for them, anticipating the B plant and doing an amazing job of gathering space all across the map with early information on both A long and C long. It pretty much tells them exactly what they need to know, and they pretty much move there with a sense of omniscience. As they move up, they get to buy. Vandal in the hands of Calpie, and we're just gonna have to see how, you know, Van Lin handle this anti-eco with Sheriffs.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that they are going to be able to handle it well. I am seeing that Kodo is rocking a Guardian here, which shreds people with no armor. That's a 2-tap to the body. Even with light armor, it just hits you so hard. It is the truck, but talk about a truck who doesn't give a... It's Max hitting a clean shot down onto the Sova, looking for some more as Calpie now has to hold these picks, grabs Tilo down, and honestly, this could be a round for either side. I'm not quite sure where it might go.
I mean, Sheriff's 1 tap to the head, right? So there is definitely potential there, but 2 different guns that can spray in the hands of Calpie and Devin could be very easy for them to hold out, but that flash proves to be dangerous. Devin caught with the smokes out. Yum as well, getting Koto. But no guns being picked up. That's the crazy part about Van Lin, is that sure, they might get these frags, but they're not really fiending to get a weapon upgrade. They know that they have enough with just the Sheriff in their back pocket, you know, 55 damage to the body. Calpie looking to do some damage of their own and finding Brayden back, and they're going to go ahead and moving towards the retake from CT. They got a breach as well, helping them out. Calpie spots 1 in the halls of Garage, looking for anyone out in long, but don't know that they're being wrapped. Turning around, Laser tries to grab one, but it's Max who takes them out, and while Calpie gets the refrag, Parker finishes off the round in favor of Van Lin. They're going to go ahead and reverse this anti-eco, put it in their favor, give themselves a better eco, and that's really going to be a thorn in the side of Chosen Ones.
Yeah, honestly, Chosen Ones here losing that round to pretty much nothing. Even though they invested a lot. They put Guardians on, they put Bulldogs on, more than most would do, and they still lost that. So now, this could be the momentum-stealing Steelers who need to now have Nerves of Steel to clutch us up. Calpie swinging into so many people is going to learn why it's a bad idea. Honestly, if this map had a place called Suicide, it'd be that sewer area.
That's true. Remnants of Dust 2, while the defense gets dusted for that decision making. As we watch the attackers make their way forward to C long, where they don't know that a stack of players awaits, but wait, all of a sudden, they've got some information. Someone's whispering in their ear. Now they pivot all the way back over to the A side. Full send, 5-man. All right, they got that Killjoy. They realize, oh wait, Killjoy is going to be a lone holder. We don't have to worry about any utility anymore. Let's go ahead and push on out. Here's what we see. Spike going down, and it's Parker building their way over towards the Rolling Thunder. Take a little bit of damage from the shock darts, but nothing to sweat at just yet.
Here we go. No sweat. Let's see if we're going to be seeing anybody have to activate their own inner sweat and sweat this round to win it out. As, of course, the defense is down by one player, their KJ, and they've already taken a little bit of damage, but add some more damage to that count, as it's going to be just Aru with the Guardian in hand and decides to swing a smoke with the Sheriff. Will get gunned down. Now, defense, they need to bring this back, as the last few rounds have, yes, been under their heel and then immediately taken back as the round switch. So they need to find whatever kind of combo they were rocking to work it out. And I think that was Calpie lurking, but Calpie cannot lurk anymore, as that would kind of give up the site being that control sentinel.
Yeah, that attempt at quote-unquote lurking was them peeking up into A short, and we didn't see that work too well for them at all. You're absolutely right there, Edu, and I think you've hit it right on the nose. And we'll see now what goes on in Garage, as Calpie has sort of been shifting up their setup. Turret to see anyone walking into B, but Brayden has an on-angle to anyone in C-Link or A-Link who dares to peek through. So they're really taking their time to clear before breaking out that turret. And Tillo as well wants to play around in Garage. That dart up in 10 means that, you know, there could be some opportunity there for Van Lin to get extra information to decide where they want to finish up. But they've sent their jet all the way into A-Link. They're in no man's land. They're stuck. And this is a triple defender hold that the attackers are walking into. So they don't have their star player, that jet that's supposed to dash on in, to help at all with these early fights. That leaves Brayden alone in B. They need to find something, anything, just so that their spike can get planted. And over on B seems to be the opportunity, but that just might not work in their favor, because it's going to be a fast retake now.
Fast retake. Let's see if they are going to take their time. 1v4. Let's find out. Can you do some more? You can't. Calpie is going to be absolutely dogging you. And that is the fuel to the fire. Calpie is adding fuel to this game and hopefully clutching this up. But as this rounds continue, as this KJ is going to be almost at match MVP, just having to battle Yum, I think they might have a comeback mechanic here, but they still have to try to fix the economy for themselves and, again, cripple the economy for these attackers. If they can manage to have weapon advantage, they should be fine.
Right now, weapons looking even, but shields light across the board. And this is kind of that Fnatic / Liquid European style of, well, okay, we're looking at an enemy team full of Vandals, so now we really don't need to be spending as much money on shields, right? We can save 600 credits because we know that if we're going to get dinked, it's going to kill us anyways.
Yeah, and here we go. Kodo, though, ready for some more. That is a beautiful shock dart. Yum, though, is here, getting aggressive with the team, trying to find picks. Devin, 10 HP and a dream, is going to find the pick on a 1. But it's Yum, who's still running it down, getting the space, and that's going to completely mess up his plans.
Neutralized.
The power of the aftershock, honestly, that's why Breach on this map has always been one of those wild cards, because you never really expect it, because you consider a lot of the initiators in this game, and Breach is the guy who's like, oh yeah, there's an aftershock, and it just completely zones you out of these little corridors. We kind of saw that in the first game of today.
Absolutely, and it's a very unique piece of utility, with only, you know, Gecko's Mosh Pit being the only other piece of utility to really emulate that effect. But of course, Breach being a much better pick for this map. That's why we're seeing him a lot more. And
30 seconds
double
left.
spot over in C means that the attackers don't want to go anywhere near that side, but Calpie has worked their way up A. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place if you're Van Lin right now, and you might just be better off saving.
You honestly might be, but that is what we're going to be seeing
10
here.
seconds left.
That's a big time to save, though. Honestly, C1, they're just taking round after round. This team's still having money on the attack, but they got to fix their economy with ultimates. They are 1 away from Max, Tilo, and 2 away for Braden and Parker. So if they can get those, that's 5 ultimates to guarantee a site, or maybe just 2 ultimates and save the rest for the next round. But here is why we're actually going to be seeing a timeout. So honestly, I can tell that they're worried about how this game is going direction-wise, but anytime there's a strategy in mind. What would you tell these players, Ashken, as someone who knows the game a lot? What would be the strat that breaks this defense?
What I'm observing from the defense is that they're playing a lot of stall out. I mean, they just won off of time because they created a checkmate position that forced the players to save, and there's been 2 defuses off of post plant. So what this is telling me is that a lot more utility needs to be flushed out from the defenders before you can go in and finish the job in planting. Yes, the attackers are getting onto the site. Yes, they're doing a good job of manipulating the defenders across the map, but they aren't getting the key utility out. Or they're taking the site when that utility is just about to come back up again, when you're referring to the utility that can go on cooldown, those signature abilities. So that's what I'm looking forward towards. If you're an attacker right now, if you're Van Lin, you got to be flushing out that utility a lot more. Pressure things, perhaps even in Garage. Take those fights you wouldn't normally take to make those defenders feel stressed, make them feel the need to force out utility they wouldn't normally use, and then you can get out safely.
And I'm hoping that they are going to implement a strat very similar to that, but let's see what their coach decided. As what is C1 doing? That is the first time
Spike down mid.
that they've gotten that aggressive and just immediately punished for it. And they're going in the same direction. This time it is working out for Calpie, though, grabbing Max for the trade. Now a 3v3 and life advantage, but ultimates here still have yet to be used.
Dicey situation right now, but Van Lin trying to come out on top. They do, with a man advantage, yes sir. But Tillo, one body shot, and here comes the shock. Uh-oh. Move, Tillo.
1 enemy remaining.
Not fast enough, buddy. Did not hear that shock traveling through the air. 1v1 situation. You have a drone. Now, this isn't really quite the position that you'd want to pull out the owl drone, so likely will not be able to see it. And that tap is going to be key, but Yum knows. First tap is always a fake. And this is difficult. Oh, paranoia being left in. No.
Oh my god.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I'm in the back of mine because Jesus Christ, what was that cluster of a round? And they get it on time, but at the start of that, C1 lost 2 players almost immediately, and somehow Aru is able to clutch that up beautifully in those positions that they were. But now here's the ultimates. 5 on the board versus 2. They have all that they need to take a site, and there's nothing that can shut down a Killjoy lockdown. So that almost guarantees a free A point, or maybe even a free B. But are they going to use it? Are they going to actually lean on these? As if they win 1 round without using them, they can go for the last round to secure that match point advantage and make sure overtime's around the corner.
Get out of my way.
Cover going out.
you see a lot more mid pressure. Now with Calpie set up towards the A side, this is going to be a lot of free territory, a lot of free space, and that's exactly why you can see Aru rotating early into the A link. And sure, someone might be in garage, but did we spot that Opper? Is that what happened? Brayden walks right on in with the Blade Storm out, jiggles, and I think they just narrowly saw the barrel of Koto's op posted on the top of plat. So we're seeing a change of plans here. Aru trying not to get shot, but it's going to be blades into the body, and then boom, turn around, the head of Laser taken right off.
Wow, and Yum using his ultimate to get himself very far back. Calpie is going to read that book and make sure that that person is put back on the shelf for later. Max here, ready for more picks, is of course, they have to guard Garage. If Garage gets to push out for free, that mid flank is going to be their entire lifeline wasted. But here we go. Koto now popping the knives of their own. Need to find these picks, and there we go. That's why Max holds it. That's why Brayden's popped the knives, and it's Calpie in a 1v3 to seal the deal. But can they? Running right out and not even checking the corners. Unfortunate for them, but it's the worst case scenario and the worst outcome. Ooh, another timeout. It's been timeout central right now.
We see from blue, the side of defenders, chosen ones, want to know what went south there. And I think it really does come down to putting your eggs all in one basket. But the timing there was really well by Tillo, right? Using that Hunter's Fury, get some early damage onto Aru, and that creates a crack for Brayden, right? When you're already hit by a Sova ult, you're not really expecting someone to come and swing you. You're just more worried about not getting hit by the Sova ult a second time. And that's the window of opportunity that Brayden needed to open things up. Now, if you're blue, you're the coach of the defenders, you're chosen ones, you probably want your team to anticipate what's coming with Rolling Thunder and Lockdown and construct a plan. I personally would like to see something involved with mid control. However, we're going to have to see where that approach from the attack actually comes from, because Max and Parker have that opportunity to take the initiative and create a fake even with those ults.
Yeah, and let's hope that they are going to be able to bring a unique aspect to this, because so far, both of these teams have been able to read each other incredibly well. So you're going to have to try to, maybe start speaking a different language. Maybe, test the enemy's comprehension of you and try something different. Maybe pull one of those wild cards out, as this is, of course, game one. After this, we move on to Ascent here. So with Ascent being a very similar play style, you might get read like a book here, and then that will translate over to how you manage Ascent, especially since these teams have a lot of characters that will be translating over as well.
Brayden right on into the fray. Tries to swing around, but Parker's going to finish the job beforehand. Koto, though, not letting them get away with just a pick, right? Has to return the favor. Finally, we're seeing that operator pay off. We've seen it in the hands of Koto, and it's held space for most of the defensive half, but hasn't found any frags. Good to see it pay off, just like Calpie's positioning up in long, almost finding a third, but hey, 2 is good enough.
Yeah, finding those picks, absolutely beautiful job there, and hopefully they can keep it going. But look at Devin on the flank, making sure you're not walking away from A. And now it's Parker, 1v3, has the Rolling Thunder, has a ton of utility to use. If this person can clutch it, it's going to have to be with a lot of util here. So Parker going towards B, will be able to plan it down. I'm surprised that Devin is still anchoring here. Obviously has the ultimate to TP away, but I'm not sure what they're waiting for, because all they're doing is giving C and B for free and not allowing your team to get any information before that bomb gets planted.
Well, I think they're, kind of comfortable letting Parker plant, right? Because then he's going to be locked into that space in post. So they're really just more than happy to give away all the space, play together, secure the round, knows that he has the Rolling Thunder. So they have to approach from different angles. That's kind of the sole condition for Chosen One to win the round, and that's exactly what's going to happen when you have Devin all the way on the flank. But a shallow dart by Aru might prove to be a little bit difficult, but Devin just rounds the corner, and Parker does not have their crosshair in the right place.
Unfortunate there to have a little lack there of crossman placement and trying again now. These guys should be able to be fine, but I gotta point out how that round was won was all down to Devon's hold of a flank as well as the initial aggression. If defense can keep that aggression going, they should be able to take the entire game.
Right there.
Take a look at
Right there.
what's going on with the spread, and once again, Calpie adopting a hold towards the A site, which again manifesting more bodies towards C part of the map, and we're kind of seeing a repeat pattern. I'm going to be honest with you, Edu. I'm not seeing anything new right now from both of these teams. They found themselves in a comfortable cycle. And we were talking earlier about chess. You know, this is exactly the kind of chess match that they're playing, where they're simplifying the game, getting rid of utility or flushing each other out, and then getting into those, you know, 1v1, 2v2 scenarios where that short-term, fast-paced thinking really gets to thrive.
Yeah, and let's see if this fast-paced thinking is going to be enough. But, you know, it kind of feels like a game of chess. But a game of chess, in my mind, with a little bit of a chess clock. Every time we see a good play happen, they hit that thing and they say, hey, you got this much time to make another good play on your side. And Kodo hits the clock to hit that shot and takes out the Sova. If you're managing to take out pretty much all of the information gathering that you have, this is not going to be looking too hot for Van Lin, but Van Lin's not quite done for the count. They're here for the spray, but that is going to be the trade. Max now down. Parker with the amazing pick back onto the breach.
Found them.
Let's see if they are going to be able to maybe hit A instead of retaking.
30
Beautiful
seconds
ultimate
left.
reposition to back up your KJ. And it works out. Calpie takes advantage of the swing, and now we got someone stuck in Link. It's the last player standing, Brayden, and Brayden cannot hit it.
Not ready yet. If you're not a good shot today,
Things are getting
don't
intense in this
there are
map
other
one, and
ways to be used.
what a great turnaround here by Chosen One as well, because I mean, it feels like it's been an eternity since the first half, and where we ended 8-4 in the favor of Van Lin, and look at where we are now. That gap has closed significantly, and so many diffuses as well. Post plants by the side of Van Lin really struggling here, and now being put onto the back burner. When in regards to the credits, they don't got any money. Looks very easily to be an 11-11, but we've seen it before. These teams, you know, they don't worry too much about weapons in hand. That being said, losing a player early, that does dwindle your chances.
Yeah, it just might, but dwindling chances, still having the ability to clutch it up with a thrifty. No control agent, though. Nothing on your line. And just Sheriff in hand. This is, yeah, not going to be good. We might just see this tie up 11-11. But they're chasing after Koto. And lining up for the Colat. Oh my God. Koto on the Colat is going to be making this easy. Looking for another. Parker might try to swing it. And a swing and a miss. You're out for the bat. And this is now tied 11-11. The comeback is insane.
That is absolutely nasty out of Kodo. And a very unfortunate misplay from Van Lin. I mean, they're both teammates have the right idea, you know, the intention to flush out the operator, but as opposed to letting someone walk up first and maybe doing a, you know, short swing and a wide swing or any variation, it feels like the comms there were just lacking. But hey, accidents do happen. We're moving forward 11-11. We shake it off and we see what we can do, right? When you're the side of Van Lin, you can't let that get to you.
Absolutely not. You don't want the risk, but let's see what can happen here. Devin through the smoke takes out Yum. Yum has been so unfortunate. He's been at 20 kills or 21 kills for the past almost 7 rounds and has just been getting taken out first shot each time, either through a smoke or by a very aggressive play. And without your control, how are you in control of the map? And it looks like you're just not. Chosen Ones are bringing this game back from, I believe, an 8-1 scoreline.
Oh man, Koto little by little. I was talking about how that operator has mostly been a space holder as opposed to an actual player eliminator, and now within the past 2 rounds, absolutely turning that identity over on its head is Koto. Posted up on every angle, and Calpie so aware that someone could even be in their own spawn, leaving Parker alone.
30
And
seconds left.
they've been holding on to this Rolling Thunder for so long, and now I think they're choosing to hold on to the gun. A Vandal, they don't even have armor. They'd rather just hold it because even that extra utility is extremely expensive. When you're playing an agent like Breach, you don't want to perish because then you're going to have to make a decision, and that's not a
seconds left.
decision they're willing to make. Counting down the timer. 5 seconds left, and C1 just chasing him down. Parker needs to hold on for dear life because it's not just that 1 second left. 5 more here in the post round, but Chosen One's already finished the job, Edu.
Match
Wow,
point.
they're already finishing this off, and honestly, I kind of feel bad for Van Lin. They managed to take a 8-1 lead, and now they are down a round. So that is a huge comeback. But if I were to give an MVP, it's definitely to Calpie here, whose lurking abilities and the ability to play around their team, pretty much solo anchoring A every round, making it so there's not a whole lot they can do here. It's crazy to me that a single Killjoy can have this much of an impact, but that is how powerful you can have a Sentinel really reach at peak.
I want to take this time too to acknowledge Calpie. Not just a great player in the tier 3, tier 2 scene, but they've been a force in the collegiate scene as well, if I'm not mistaken, over here on the west coast. We see Koto
Spike down.
again opening pick. Huge push with the Rolling Thunder, but a blind is what it takes to stall it out, which gives Koto the time to find a second frag.
And here we go, max 5 HP, stuck on the site, in the smoke. You got Devin with the cross, and nice head. How are you still alive? Wait, Devin allowed Max to just run up and do that, but now they're backing up, and Parker's hitting it. They can tie this up, but it's a 2v1, and they have the timing, and they get it. Oh my god, I thought the game was over, Ash. Okay, we're here.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I mean, hey, you know, they just want the audience on the edge of their seat. They're here for entertainment. They're here for us. They don't want to let things go early. I mean, look, if you're trying to build your pro career, it can't just be that easy. You know, you got to build some narratives around yourself, and I guess that's their goal at the end of the day, right? So let's see them hold us here a little bit longer on the map of Haven. First OT, whether a team can close out or not. I like this approach. Braden's language is speaking to me. It's telling me that they want to go aggressive down mid. And when it comes to OT teams, they're so quick to be scared, but I like a little aggression when things get tense.
You know, no one expects a fast B rush on overtime. Is that going to happen? No. There's a reason no one expects it. But let's see if it can happen now that it is going to be a slow default side to maybe find these picks. I love Braden's positioning here. Oh, that's spike too, and it bounces
down,
even
mid.
out more. So unfortunate.
Ah, and gets out of dodge as well. That's going to put Chosen Ones in a really difficult spot, but ooh. Bye-bye. Returns the favor.
Ooh, nice. Good teleport to try to get right in here, but defense needs to now hold that down. Shock Dart will do a bunch of damage. That is a 1 HP KJ as the bomb gets planted, but they already used up all their util. There's no more post plant in the hands of Calpie. That's concerning for them. They have to rely solely on aim, and the Shock Dart's gonna finish them off. Beautiful job. And this is the comeback right on top. It's a reverse sweep. I don't know how to describe it anything else, but now it's just a 2v2.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh, so close for Devin there, but this is going to be the first half of the overtime. If they win this, I know C1's going to be kicking a chair.
I mean, it's been a really difficult map for them in an upwards climb, and
Switching
you know, I
sides.
can't discount the efforts put
Match
by the rest of
point.
the Chosen One squad, but Calpie is putting in the work single-handedly. The way that, you know, 2 picks are absolutely just taken away from them by Braden, who goes for a defensive upward walk, and then, you know, Calpie has found the perfect lurk up in A to return the favor, is just one example of how impactful they've been in keeping Chosen One's head above the water.
Let's see this now. Honestly, Chosen's one head. They've been bobbing up and down in the water. It reminds me of trying to swim out of California shores. Have you ever done that? Have you ever let the undertow pull you out? Because I have, and it is relentless to try to swim back because you might think, oh, the waves are pushing to shore. That undertow, the secret, is going to be throwing you all the way back. So for every inch you get, you lose a foot, and that's what's happening here. What I'm seeing from C1 is that they are so concerned about X, Y, or Z that they're not thinking about the overall arch of their team. And Calpie has been doing an amazing job as that one player to play around it. And Salazar's doing an amazing job getting assists, but it's those in between, Devin and the rest, that need to really just manage to bring it back right here, right now, or the game's over.
I think I have to agree with you, Edu. 3 center players got to pick it up. Koto, Devin, Aru, now here on the defense, have the opportunity to strut their stuff. Owl Drone to get some information, but players tuck away from it. Though that reload as well as the spray is going to be heard, so that's enough info to understand that Aru needs to maintain their position, but not enough to cause a rotate. Again, you look at Max on that minimap, they're holding all this space in their spawn, so the C flank can't happen. And it just comes down to who can wear away, who can chip away at the other side first, and it's looking like this tension is going to continue to be held over towards A, short and long. Finally, we're seeing a walk-up, but the dart has already come back again. 50 seconds left. That means it's not going to be available for a retake if this is the chosen site to hit.
If they choose to take it, then this is going to be pretty tough. So here we go. Brayden spots out one, but it doesn't matter. That beautiful recon dart's getting spots, but it's Calpie who needs to really start adding fuel, and that's going to be another one down, and the spray does not get 2, but the attackers are falling. Calpie's hold is held, and it's now 1v2. Tilo having to now find Kodo, does have the bomb, but not enough time to rotate. They have to bait out so much, but where's the jet? They're blind, they're spraying, and they're down, and we're going to double overtime here. It just keeps getting closer and closer. And I don't know how many times this is going to go back and forth, because in OT, is it defense-sided map? Who knows? Well, you do. I know you have the stats.
Yeah, definitely we're looking things in favor of the defenders, but since we're swapping sides every round, I mean, it's just, it comes down to who's going to make that first mistake, and I mean, and who's going to come up big. Like, for example, Chosen Ones had a huge mistake in giving up the site in the way that they did, but Calpie posted in hell, comes in at just the right time to pick up 2 and fix that error, right? And so it's not making the mistakes and shoring up the mistakes that your allies might make that really is going to determine the outcome here. We're looking at a game of stamina, of endurance right now, and you know, these teams, both of these teams, I mean, moving into map 2 are going to be so fatigued. And I'm going to be honest, Edu, when I look at a momentum like this, when I look at a deadlock like this in map number 1, in a best of 3 series, losing this kind of a map usually means that your mental, your exhaustion is going to build up. And we're already seeing that as Chosen One are finding the mistakes by Van Lin.
Yeah, and honestly, I could not tell you which side is going to lose first here. It's crazy how both of these teams have been just keeping consistent rounds. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, you have one team getting carried and you have another team that is working in tandem, but how is that going to play out here? Van Lin is here for it, and no, that is yet another round. 14-13 now, but if Calpie doesn't frag out, they don't win a round. So I need to see those other players start picking up the paces here, because I know this is the #1 seed. They got everything in them, but you know, when you're making a roster, you don't just pick up one win-all card. You try to make it so you have a combo in your deck.
Well, that's how it should be, but recently with the tier 1 orgs, you know, things are looking a little bit choppy. You know, but
just a little bit.
Shots at them aside, yeah, C1, I mean, a 5 versus 3 scenario, and we've seen that multiple times by both teams. 5 versus 3 scenarios, you're 2 players up, and all of a sudden, things even out, and the tides turn, and that's really where both of these teams, I want to see a little bit more focus on, is maintaining the lead, slowly but surely, moving forward, inching up little by little, not trying to get too big for your britches, and immediately selling the bag that you just earned.
Yeah, you don't want to try to sell that bag because that bag right now is worth $3,000 here at the IG League Open Division number 2. So I don't know. That's a Gucci bag. So let's see if they're going to be able to have some nice clean swings. Devin, you're the only control agent, so being this aggressive is very risky, and you won't. No, you will be able to TP out because Kodo's on the double kill. There it is. Good swing coming out from Garage, making sure to park it for one of the controllers. And now, honestly, Sova, Breach,
Right
and
there.
Omen, that's all you need to take a site.
Scanning ahead.
Absolutely it is, and no controllers by Chosen One. Not too much stall available to them. That being
30
said,
seconds
A
left.
site, Cowpie, full setup. They've been at A for the last quarter of the game. And no, efforts have been made to really get rid of their utility. That being said, doesn't seem like they have to. They're getting in pretty easily, and Cowpie left at 25 HP. Not going to be the best position you want to play from.
Absolutely not. But now, 10 seconds remaining, they will get the bomb planted. Cowpie being very low. This is going to be someone who, honestly, this is when you say, hey, come off of me. Allow your team to try to pick up the pace and maybe go in. But instead of Cowpie going first, they're going second. They're allowing the full HP Jet to try to hit it, but Parker getting diffed by Util. The aftershock shocking us all, as here is Tilo for it. Getting 1, getting 2. Can you get 3? 4 bullets remaining. Aru. And he plunges it out. Oh my god, final round shot.
Today is not our day to die.
Wow. I am speechless. I am in awe. I am truly impressed. I mean, it was a great showing by Chosen One and Cowpie in particular, but coming back. I mean, Edu, what are your thoughts, man? I'm silent on this.
Honestly, my thoughts are amazing game. The fact that this is round 1, I don't have to send anybody to lowers bracket right now. I am happy. Both of these teams deserve to be in this finals right here. And both of them, I argue, deserve to be in the grands. So it's really just down to who is going to play better on the next map here of Ascent. And now, knowing that the next map is going to be Ascent, we have to think about how similar Ascent and Haven are. In my mind, they are very close together in playstyle, and team composition. So with that in mind, I would say that this Ascent game, which also Ascent is very slow, could go the same way into that overtime. We could be here for a few hours, honestly. It feels like that right now. But what are your thoughts regarding how game 1 went?
When it comes to game 1, honestly, seeing things go back and forth made me a little bit stressed, but very much, I want to say, critical of how these players were losing their lead. I talked about it in the overtime in that final round a little bit, so I'm not going to linger on it for too much, but I want to say that when these teams came ahead, they dropped that lead so quickly. And part of that is due to stress. You can't fail to acknowledge how intense that kind of scenario is when you're moving into a second OT. But even earlier into the map is where I want to see things get much more cleaned up. And if Ascent reflects that, if these teams come back a lot stronger, we might see a team put this map away a lot sooner than expected. That being said, I know the fight is not over for either of these teams.
Absolutely. Is it going to be a Van Lin win, or are the Chosen Ones going to live up to their name and not have a fall from grace? Let's find out in just a little bit of time as we get that Ascent map prepped for us. Stick around, everybody. We will be back very soon to talk about all of the things Ascent has to offer. And welcome back, everybody, to, of course, the upper finals here at IG League's Open Division number 2. $3,000 is on the line. It's game 2. We're on Ascent. My name's Edu, and I'm joined by Ashkan, and we have a lot of agents to talk about. So I'll let you lead the way in all of your stats and knowledge that I know you do so well.
Looking at Ascent, looking at the standard map that people know and love, the very first to come out after the original 3, we've had quite the journey. Used to be attacker sided, came back to a heavy defense side. Now in patch 6.11, we're seeing a 5.87% favor to the attackers, and then 49.13% in favor of the defenders as of patch 6.11, according to RIBGG. We had a sample size of about 50 matches, so take it or leave it, because it does change in that prior patch 6.10, where things are looking more defender sided at 51.83%. But all those numbers mean mumbo jumbo. Honestly, when we're looking at the team comps that people know and love, And really, it's just that signature Jet KO combo that we're seeing over and over and over again.
Absolutely. And similar to Haven, we're seeing these teams
Select your
rock
agent.
in the same or similar characters that we saw. Calpy, the MVP of C1, is now going to be rocking yet again the Killjoy. You look over on the other side, and it seems to be identical. The only thing being different is Salazar and Parker going KO instead of Breach. But aside from that, this is the same team mirrored again. So honestly, I think that we know how these fights have gone before. Are we going to see something different in that short amount of time we had for these players to break? We know that a lot of them needed to go use the bathroom, get some water, or maybe do a round of aim labs. However, let's see if that is going to be enough refreshment for them to refresh and do a different way to play to get us onto the third map of Pearl.
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not looking forward to Pearl.
No one is.
Yeah, I mean, not that I favor one team over the other. It's just in general, Pearl as a map. I mean, I do like that they changed B main and B long, whatever you want to call it, and have made it able to be smoked without a wall. You can just use a singular controller now. It's going to take a bit before that meta shift. So you know what? I'm happy to be here on Ascent. So I'm just going to focus on the here and the now, because Pearl makes me sad. It gives me nightmares at night. So looking at 5 attackers over towards the B side. We're looking at a turret set up. Calpy forward on the attack with a Sheriff.
Oh, okay. Calpy with a Sheriff, something we don't really expect, but it's the attack, so you don't really have to invest in anything else. It's just not going for Armor Ghost, or not Armor Ghost, but Armor and a Frenzy or something like that along those lines to keep it up. But let's see how this Sheriff is going to go as we're going to follow our wonderful observer of the day, Freezes here. And Freezes is making sure we get the best angles while they get the best shots off. Brayden from behind grabs one before Calpy gets the trade, and it's a 2v3.
I'm loving what I'm seeing in a nice 2v2. Make it 1v2.
Spike down,
Everyone
B.
down to low HP. Now Calpy, this Sheriff is going to be huge. Can do damage through the wall, and this kind of situation, if they can spot a shoulder, we'll be able to find one.
Bot coming back.
Now they just need to find 2. This body shot will be pivotal, but Max is the one who strikes first. Good for 3. That's going to go ahead, put Van Lin ahead.
Everyone note down your
Already we're
observations,
seeing
then
that
let's run
Van
it again.
Lin is yet again going for the win. They want to take this cake, as it was a very powerful first half that they had. 8-1 at the start of the game, and I think that they just have a very powerful way to play it once they get this momentum going after Pistol. So I gotta hand it to them. What are the buys going to be coming out for the other side? It looks like 2 Sheriffs, 1 Frenzy, and the defaulting. Now, Calpy bought a Sheriff in pistol round before and got a 2K. Let's see if they can make it worth it in this second round.
I mean, that skill with the Sheriff has been shown on the prior map of Haven, so definitely should transfer here to Ascent. We know Calpy as an individual player has been absolutely crazy, but the Marshal spraying through the smoke with the Marshal is not something I see often, but I guess Brayden makes it work. The execute happens, and we're starting to see a quick favoring towards Van Lin once again. Calpy all alone up in mid, but they're heard by Max, armed with a Vandal, so this could be a real quick and easy Killjoy 1v1, but really right now Calpy just wants to buy time for Aru to rotate.
Let's see if Calpy is going to be able to buy that time, but time's expensive, so let's see how they're going to be able to rock it currently in market. And honestly, the fact that there's nobody on B playing the retake's pretty okay.
Last player
But
standing.
what? That's why I love the Guardian on Valorant. It is a weapon that shreds, and if paper thin walls exist, welcome to a wonderful time. And now it's a 1v4. Not so much of a wonderful time for this one.
Aru
30
left
seconds
alone with
left.
the spike, held off by smoke, and Lane being held off too. Brayden swings out a cat, and that's it. Rounds close, and I want to point out that when you buy a Marshal, chances are you're going to buy an op, and that's kind of the minimum requirement for all Jet players when we're talking about Ascent, because to shore up not having an extra Sentinel or something like that in a map with as many long angles as this one, you better be using a sniper.
Yeah, you have to use whatever you got, and now these guys have to get what they can to really seal the deal and maybe clutch this up. But at the same time, 2-0 is the scoreboard, and this is the rifle rounds that we are seeing for C1. And I'm looking at 3 rifles, Guardian, Phantom, and Vandal in the hands of defense that might be able to slow him down.
I like this one way by Tillo. They're going to be spotted out, though, by the knife. And Chosen One, able to get across it with a quick shrouded step.
Let's see this now.
Cover
Shrouded
going
step,
out.
but let's see if they have a chance to step on a site. Looks like they do. Kodo leading the charge. Yum dodging the util here. Did not actually buy new armor. Still at 33, which is totally fine. Save the money. It's a bonus round anyways. Kodo now running it down very aggressively on the jet play. Should be okay, but this position can't get spotted, but what an attempt. Tillo clean with it. It's a laser. Clean again, though, with the trades, but this is the defense now trying to convene in a 1v1. Silva versus Silva, all or nothing. And it's going to be Tillo getting a 4K in a bonus round 1. This kind of gives me deja vu here.
Yeah, this... Deja vu indeed. We're looking at quite the repeat from the last map and a huge economic lead for the side of Van Lin. On top of that, Hunter's Fury ready in 1. Chosen Ones need to figure out exactly what their strategy is going to be, and I would like to see a bit more mid-control. Same issue as Haven. Sooner you can get rid of any alarm bots and turrets, the faster you can start playing around defenders that are getting antsy.
These defenders are definitely getting antsy. Honestly, I need to see what they can do now that they have no money, no funds, and maybe no friends if they can't win this round. Let's find out as they're running it down. And of course, attack side is looking a little bit against that up. And against another one they drop. Now can Brayden go for the 3? Will be able to do the damage. Shorty up close and personal, and it's gonna finish off what he started. This is a road to an ace, but look on the other side. It's gonna be people in market versus Max, and Max is here for the shots. I'm sorry, main, not market.
All right, Aru probably with the intention to save because they grab the orb for the ultimate instead of letting it pick up when they die. Unfortunately, they swing and it's a double hold because all the space in the world is maintained by Van Lin. And now we move to round number 5. Get into the pre-round and you are Chosen One. You have to look at what you got. And we're staring dead into the eyes of Lasers and Calpie who are one off of these key ults. But listen, if I were Chosen One, I'd favor that null command, right? Because you know Tillo already has the Hunter's Fury up, so you don't want the lockdown to go to waste.
You really don't. You don't want these teams to waste any utility, but a lockdown is one of those that you don't get to build up very often on the map of Ascent, especially when you're allowing Tillo and Brayden to get so many picks. But it's going to be 4 sheriffs versus full buys, and of course, 1 away for Calpie, 1 away for the null command, and 1 away for the Nevermind. He picked it up, so now he just has it. The Blade Storm in the hands of this Jet. Now, hopefully, with that Blade Storm, they're going to be able to keep this up and maybe pick these guys back.
Perspective of Tillo out in mid, pressured. 4 lines of sight, just holding him, and he's forced to stick to the wall, right? There's no options here. Shoots the dart from the corner, they're going to get sprayed. This archway is really not well defended. It's not thick enough, but that's fine. They swing, find 1, and a crossfire in Shri means Yum finds 3. Devin sneaks into the site. Ooh. Nice sheriff shot. Could pick up the Phantom. Around the corner is Max. And Brayden. Ooh! Finish.
The Dink baited him back to try to swing it, but a beautiful timing there from Tillo. And these guys are just doing so good. Back again, a 5-0. This is where we saw the timeout get called last game on Haven, but so far, no timeout getting called. So let's just see if their coach here is going to bring it back. I believe right now their coach for the side of C1 is the coach Blue, and Blue recently disconnected. So I don't know if they're playing with the coach right now.
I saw them reconnect as well, but Valorant is so finicky sometimes, especially with the new patch. This patch in particular has had some really weird audio bugs too. The hot mic bug, which has been great for my TikTok feed, honestly. But, you know, in addition to a whole other slew of other things, does affect the gameplay just a tad. Now we're looking at A being held by the attackers. Chosen One want to go right on in. And they're gonna push Brayden off with this Nanoswarm. I like that lineup, but there's still an Omen up there in heaven.
There is, but it's about the Sova in heaven as well, doing the damage. And what a pick. Sorry, not heaven, it's tree. And they get planted down before the trades come flying. Devin now up close and personal, needing to now find these picks. Might be a little bit of an issue. But
One enemy remaining.
that's going to be both of them. Beautiful job there for Yum. Triple kill for the Omen. And now we're at 6-0. So please call a timeout. I might see Aru doing it, might see Devin doing it, and it's Blue who is still in this game. Looks like the coach is here. I'm just shocked that they didn't call it last round, considering that was their bye round as well.
With the way that things are going, Chosen One have opted to go for something a little bit more reserved when it comes to the economy. We saw glimpses of it earlier today, but it's that Fnatic Liquid style, right? You look at the light shields across the board. Part of it is, because they're broke, but part of it is also, well, we know Ascent is an Odin spam map. We know there's an op on the board, and again, we're seeing Vandals, so we might as well save the money. And that's kind of enabling them to be able to buy again. Usually at this time, they would just be broke out of their minds, and they would have to go for, like, Spectres or a full save. So it's nice to see at least this.
I was muted, but seeing what we are going to see, we are having, of course, a full buy here against an Odin. And Odins, I think, are the meta weapon right now, because the recent changes to the amount of reserve ammo you have in a rifle, at this level, it's still okay because you need that one-tap potential. But why buy a Phantom when you can buy an Odin? I believe the only good reason in my mind is because you get to shoot through smokes without any feedback towards the enemies. And outside of that, I'd rather an Odin, especially when this map is made out of paper mache and hopes and dreams. So let's see what happens.
Shutting them down. One suppressed.
Oh, early knife. Get out of the way. Operator posted in B main, and that information is out. Right? We got to get out of dodge. If you're Chosen One, you know where it's posted. You want to go completely the other direction. And I like the way that Max has shuffled up their setup as well. Right? They're not letting things go so easily.
Oh, did Kodo just take a bunch of damage? Was that earlier in the round from that Odin just spamming through mid?
I think it was a little bit earlier. Mayhaps.
Ooh, good ultimate here. Is not going to connect quite yet. Now they're just playing hopscotch with the Hunter's Fury and is not going to get taken down with all the recon, all the bullets. That's going to spot him out. And watching the Odin play in spawn instead of on B, they didn't go B because it's like, well, there's a Sova who's probably going to have an Odin, and it still hits them. That's crazy. But it's going to be this Mage punking the enemies. Max here for it, but not here enough. 30 seconds on the clock. We do see a lockdown getting used, but that is a very expensive tool in a 2v4 to try to use it.
Especially when you don't have that B main control. Like, you got to understand, man. Van Lin is not a team that's afraid of pushing out of the confines of the defensive barriers, right? Once they know they have territory, it's theirs. They're moving. They're schmoving. They're on the way to you to close out the round. That's exactly what's been going on here. 7 rounds in a row. Chosen One have only been able to get the spike down a single time. What's the problem here? Well, they need to be willing to put on the pressure a little bit more. Again, shock darts for the mollies. Shock darts for the alarm bot. Smokes in mid. Control this center part of the map a little bit more. Then be ready to go where you want to.
And looks like Brayden has them going right where he wants them to, into his op, taking out Kodo. That's going to be a little bit of a jet diff, but let's see if they have enough to win it out. The bomb is going to be left back as Calpie takes out Max, and through mid, we see a wallbang shot onto the KO. Lots of damage dealt, but how much can be taken? As, of course, Calpie is now spotted, and the rest of the team has to inch their way forward. Brayden jumping over a wall, getting a shot, doing it again, and now it's up to Calpie, the carry, and with a classic, beats out an Odin. That's a funny play to have.
1v3 scenario, 2 players around the corner. Brayden just jumps once again, and well, again, I want to talk about this mid control, right? We saw a smoke go out by Devin all the way to the bottom of mid where you can connect spawn to mid, right? Right here where Brayden is now. that smoke went out before even the operator was spotted, right? There's no diligence being done in trying to get information, and that's really what's hurting Chosen One right now.
Yeah, and diligence, definitely a way to describe it, as these guys have, again, 8-0. This is a repeat of last game. Is this where we see an actual 100% mirrored repeat where it's going to go 8-1 here? Is this the comeback? Is this the potential you have to maybe not lose this game? Oh, maybe not.
Okay, that's gross.
Very gross.
That makes me feel icky inside, but you know what? If it works, it works.
Oh, well, they got traded out. It's like one Silva is going to be able to be the hunter who has enough fury to take out the other. See how they can keep this going.
Ooh, I like this off angle. I like this off angle by Koto a lot, especially being able to see into spawn, but they give it up because they want to move forward with that KO. Spike is had. Market control. Brayden out in lane is not going to let Calpie move up so easily into the site.
It's not going to be the easiest way to win it, but it might be enough. But a whiffed shot. Brayden gets taken out by Calpie. Now it's a 2v4. Honestly, deja vu has never felt more real until now. I felt like I was dreaming last game with that comeback, though. So let's see if that's going to happen here right now.
Neither of these players really have to worry about saving either. Parker and Yum more than happy to just take whatever frags they can, but with that operator in the hand of Calpie, at the very least, they want to get it out of Calpie's possession. Because to leave it to them means that so much extra pressure can be had in mid. Posting someone up on the attacking side with an op, in tiles or in top mid, could be pivotal to any round.
Absolutely. And let's see if they can pivot their way to try to get some more exit frags here. As of course it is a 1v3. They hear the footsteps. Yum, 9 bullets. And decides to swing a little bit late. And right into the laser. They're going to get lasered down. And the KO barely stays alive. Gotta love the planning ahead.
Yeah, knowing that explosion radius does pay off. At the very least in Valorant. I know back in CS it is somewhat relevant where you plant the bomb. But at least when it comes to the spike, you know, you can be pretty confident on where that pattern is going to repeat. Now we see the setup here, B side, A side. What's going on? When we look at the ults, Max and Parker ready for the retake. So long as they can have the rest of the team alive on that retake, they'll be doing more than fine. And Brayden having so much cash that they get an operator once again. No sweat.
No sweat away from these guys. And let's see how they're going to be able to sweat now. Attacking to now work their way through these guys yet again. But it's the damage dealt to the KO that I think is a little bit concerning, but they do have the null command, so that will be able to allow them to get res, so they have a Sage on their team. But damage taken, not permanent yet. We have to see this op do that permanent damage, and I'm not sure if we are going to be able to. B-side kind of left alone for the retake right now.
In that position, you know, does make sense. Oh, Koto. That updraft paying dividends up in mid, finding a rotation, punishing it. That's going to be null command off the table for retake. And that's kind of the ult that the defenders here were relying on, because lockdown kind of requires you to be in a great position on B, whereas all that space has been given up, right? Intention here is to use lockdown on A, which might just be the case. It looks like Chosen wants to force the issue through Cat.
Here we go. Brayden, though, misses the no-scope, but does not miss it with the shorty. Jumping up and flying into Max, but Salazar, what? Beautiful read, getting a nice clean double kill down. That is the honestly round changer here for him. But it's Odin ahoy for Tillo, and that's one. But from the bottom, it's gonna be Salazar getting these picks every single time. Insanely well played.
Someone has had to... I need to peek at the script, man. Like, someone has had to have this match, like, rigged up or something, because you're absolutely right. We are in a state of deja vu. History is repeating itself, and frankly, on Ascent, that's a very scary place as well. Very even map. Defenders favored, kind of like Haven, kind of how we saw it statistically, but hey, these players go beyond the odds, right?
Absolutely. These guys, maybe they're doing it for the meme. Who knows? Obviously not, but still, it'd be funny if this went the exact same way. But this is a different map, similar team comps, almost down to the wire. But with these similar team compositions and knowing how these guys play, you're going to have to do a little better than that there, Kodo. A clean shot by Brayden, and now we have no Jet, no real entry to try to make it work. So KO is going to have to maybe pop this ultimate to make some space if they want to take a site. But KO is lurking all the way in tiles right now.
I saw that. I saw that by Cowpie playing with the idea of dropping the lockdown.
Might be worth it to do so.
I mean, Tillo doesn't have Hunter's Fury, so definitely an opportunity to be had there. But as soon as they drop it, I mean, it's going to be a big red siren that tells all of defense, you know, Van Lin, hey, we're executing. Come get us.
You should run.
Yeah, but they're going to put that siren down. It's going to wail, and to counter it, Parker's going to pop the ultimate. So good luck pushing in now. You have no flashbangs to use. You can't use your smokes anymore. And here we are. Defense pretty happy about this position. They managed to buy some time. Brayden now looking to do some damage with the shorty. Comes up short, but it's from the side. Oh my God, Yum! Cooking up something tasty for us. And this is not going to be a repeat of last game. This is the break in the comeback season. And now it's the last round. 9-3 versus 10-2. Can it happen?
I'm trying to take a look at this economy, and I mean, Koto being relegated to a Spectre or a lesser weapon isn't the worst thing in the world, right? Because Blade Storm, you know, it just exists. That's your Jet's X Factor, whatever. The Max still having access to that lockdown is what's key here for me. Because even if Laser on Chosen Ones uses that null command to get in, it's only a matter of time before the lockdown is used as an answer to that site take.
Let's hope so. Let's see if they are going to have any answers here for us. That's Odin is now in the hands of Cowpie, trying to return the favor to Tillo. With shock darts, util, and that Odin already using up half of its reserves right now. Means that they honestly could have an issue of running out of ammo on an Odin, which is kind of funny to think about. But talk about funny to think. It's about them thinking they are going to go into tree for free. Here we go, Brayden. Op in hand. Smokes, util, gets the pick onto the bomb carrier and gets out using the smoke. Beautiful job. And this ultimate, yes, it's gotten them forward, but it's only gotten them into Brayden's crosshairs. Here we go. Now another run it down. So Laser still trying to take the damage in tree, but this tree ain't free, and these guys need some coupon codes if they want to try to take it out. Check it out. It's going to be Max and Tillo getting a double down, and it's up to Cowpie. There's one, but no more. 10-2 at the half here, Ash.
That's pretty tough if you're Chosen One. I mean, Cowpie, again, leading the pack, but the rest of the squad needs to pick it up, and it's tough. It's tough. You came out of 14-12 Haven. Excuse me. 16-14? Into a double overtime.
Yes.
There you go. I'm glad my math checked out there. Takes me a second, you know, these days. Getting old. But we're looking at...
Actually, it was 16-13.
16-13? 15-13?
Yeah, 15-13. You're right. 15-13. That's what it was.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
We were both wrong.
We're figuring it out one minute at a time.
Okay, chat's got our back in 2 minutes.
Exactly. Thank you, chat, for having the foresight. But now we're looking at this positioning, right? And I kind of called it a little bit earlier, because when you have such a long series, such an intense map, you kind of experience that burnout only in map number 1. And with such a strong lead here in map number 2, it should fall into the lap of Van Lin.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope that it is going to fall into someone's lap here. I like how both Sovas are just arching it back, playing Legos right now. But all the information is going to help with C1 getting the first blood. Tillo now down, but got Brayden up close personal. Yum getting the pick on a Cowpie, and they both have sight now. So Max is in a great position here. Not spotted by the Owl drone. That is a huge misplay, and they're lining up for Max. Oh, getting the maximum amount of kills you can, leaving only Aru in a 1v2. Now, this Sova is incredibly low, but so is the Jet. So all they have to do is win the 1v1 against the Omen, and they might be able to level the playing field here.
Oh, but this position by Brayden is so good. But oh, can see the rear, posterior.
Enemy
Wait,
head.
oh,
One enemy
Okay, there we
Okay.
go.
okay. Yum, you are playing with fire, man.
Concentrate, so
Sometimes
Well,
it's
one
fun to play
bullet.
with fire. Oh, okay. Wait. No time. No time, though. No aim either, I guess.
Oh man,
That hurt to watch.
No, no, that took Aru a little bit. He was fumbling with the utility, and then he was like, "Oh, wait, that's Jet. That's Jet behind that box. I should probably shoot that person." Oh
Crazy.
man.
Okay, this has been a unique game, but the fact that we had a 15 to 13, sorry, 15 to 13 versus this is insane. I just remembered there's a way to learn how an easy way to remember. Second overtime is always going to end in, if it ends there, it always ends odd. It's like odd or even each time for what the numbers are.
Copy that. As we look forward, it's going to be a force buy out of the side of Chosen Ones. I mean, Stingers across the board and Calpie with that Sheriff. I mean, they're just comfortable with their one taps. They know that they are a head dink machine. So they don't really have a reason to opt in for any other weapon. Devin, though, caught out being a little bit too antsy out in wine after earning themselves that position. Aru, though, will trade something back.
See it, trading it back, doing the damage. Here's Kodo now there for it. Max is going to be able to get the spray through the smoke, though, and this could be match point unless Kodo decides, hey, I'm not at Kansas anymore. I'm in a $3,000 tournament, and I need to clutch this up or I am losing it. But pre-firing through smoke, giving away your position when they have no idea where you're at. Now you're going to have that happen. Ouch.
Match point.
12 to 2, map point, series point, and a timeout now by Blue. Personally, a little bit late, but at the end of the day, better late than never, right?
Yeah, I mean, they did call a timeout at 6 to 0. Then they call a timeout at 12 to 2. So every time they let the enemies take 6 rounds, that's when they call a timeout. That seems to be where they like to be. So let's see what can happen now that we're in a pretty okay position here for us.
Yeah, it's definitely a pattern to call the timeouts. I'm not sure if it's the optimal pattern to call the timeouts, but at the end of the day, we can see what they discuss. What's really hard is that because they let it get to this point and force in the prior rounds, this economy is not looking too great. And with no ultimates as well, you're going to have to really, really play it slow. Now, that being said, I haven't seen any instant aggression from the defense, right? There's a very signature tiles pinch that players do with their Jet KO out in mid, and Sova Killjoy coming in from the B main to pinch attackers, which, you know, we haven't really looked at quite yet. And this could be an opportune time to show some aggression, change tempo, pick up some guns. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case because both KO and Jet are posted up in A.
Yeah, they are going to be posting up together to try to maybe work it out. Obviously, though, we saw how aggressive Kodo and Salazar play. So maybe if Salazar is going to keep that kind of energy going with their teammate, they should be able to be fine. But actually, see Omen and Wine now. So they're kind of triple stacking towards A, which I understand why. They just want to be as default as possible. But they forced up last round, and Calpie has no money. There's just a Sheriff. Oh my god, I thought that was actually going to take out Parker for a second. Then I remember there's like 2 more walls.
We need like extreme penetration guns, you know?
Yeah, I need a railgun, please.
Exactly. I'm gonna get in the railgun ultimate.
I mean, that is what Chambers' ult was supposed to be when it first came out. It had the most penetration out of any weapon in the game.
That makes sense.
Deploying drone.
RIP the boy.
Rip Chamber. Too bad he got nerfed into the ground and hit over the head with a shovel before even getting buried.
Yeah, I mean, you know, guys, they gave him a patch. He's good. They gave him a buff now, this patch. He's good. Copium.
Oh, he's so good. He's maybe a single, like, he's 1/8 the player he used to be. Maybe 1/9.
Exactly.
30
Oh, well,
seconds
vive
left.
la révolution, or however it goes. But as we look forward into the navigation out of the attackers here, really taking their time. I mean, no errors to be made, a lot of respect, but maybe that respect is going to be where they get punished from.
Yeah, and now 13 seconds. These guys have been biding their time to make sure that they do not give up any guns. But what? A shot from Calpie around the corner, does it again. And
Spike down.
maybe instead
B.
of buying time, you should be buying some kills here because it's now 1-5 and you're saving. Makes sense though. He's the one with the rifle.
Wow. Was not expecting that, to be sure. And it kind of became a domino effect with losing one early out in mid for Van Lin, but Chosen One, I mean, good swing, right? Good aggression. Not really afraid and to hold. And again, off the back of Calpie, MVP of Chosen One, hands down. The kid is insane. So we see him press forward, lead the charge, giving his team an extra shot in this map. They all got weapons. Edu, see what they can do.
I'm hoping that they can start shooting them. It'd be really awkward if they died without a single round getting fired. But talking about rounds getting fired, we're seeing these players getting fired right through mid. And that is going to allow two of them to get spotted, the Silva and the KO. Aru making sure that top mid is definitely empty. Still trying to just track their way through. Are they ever going to pull out the same Odin strat that Tillo brought? I don't know if we have enough rounds to see that come to fruition, but it's definitely possible.
Deploying drone.
I mean, it was definitely effective, and you know what they say, copy from the greats. You know, take a page out of the playbook from strong players, become a strong player yourself. I mean, hey, Guardian's a high penetration gun, but it doesn't shoot at quite as fast.
It does shoot quickly enough, though. If you hit someone in the body, that damage punch actually keeps them there for the spray control. So you should be able to just spam. The second you hit them through a wall, you'll be fine. But nice positioning here. Parker down. Oh my God, C1 could do this. The spike is down, now picked back up. It's going to be a 2v5. I think we're seeing an issue here for the side of attack is the time management is not looking too good because they got 20 seconds left here and not a whole lot of opportunity to rotate.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to stress out Chosen One to kind of keep them guessing what's going to be happening, right? But because, for example, they're leaving the alarm bot for so long in mid, like Yum just barely got it to break. It leaves confidence. Again, just like Haven, get rid of the utility, then you can make that kind of play. Otherwise, having that passive information is enough for Chosen One to kind of get a read on the round, especially when you're giving them so much time.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's okay to get a read on the round, but Chosen One is not allowing them to read anything. It's like they translated it through Google Translate 3 times and then brought it back to English. It is not something that these teammates are going to be able to read on attack, even though they've read them pretty well, getting all the way to 12 in 14 rounds. But let's see if they are going to be able to keep it back here as Devin up in heaven is ready to get some picks, but will just do some damage on Brayden and ready to re-swing it, but so much utils forcing him back, but it's a 5v5. It's the retake underway here, and Yum, clean shot down, dipping one, and ready to do it again. But wait, this is a unique TP. All the way onto B, makes them so they check it, but they're not close enough to see anything.
Yeah, that's going to put some pressure on the players on Heaven, but Yum needs to make their way up quickly, which they are. They are going as fast as their legs can take them while holding shift, and they get 2.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. Getting 2 for the price of none is now Calpie is going to have to prove that you are the best player on your team. And I mean, you already are on the scoreboard, but let's see it in the actual rounds for the count. And that one way makes it so hard to try to peek anything. And there it is. That is the end of today's series for the upper bracket. I know we still have one lower here, but Ash, that was not you kind of called it. I remember you said that there's a chance that this will be completely different than what we just saw, and it was deja vu until it wasn't, because they managed to fix the mistake of where that 8-1 went. But I gotta ask you, how are you feeling after that game of Ascent?
I mean, I think it really just came down to that stamina. It really came down to teams cleaning it up. It definitely was great there out of Van Lin. They fixed all of those issues, and that's not to say Chosen One didn't put up a good fight. They definitely did, but obviously Van Lin is a cut above the rest, and so I'm excited to see them move forward. But That being said, I'm only going to be seeing them, not casting them, because the wonderful Mickey is going to be taking my place. And Edu, it was an awesome time casting with you.
Absolutely. And before we do that, I want to interview some players here. I either want to see Tillo or Yum. Yum has been crucial as a control one. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen here as C1 is going to be scooting down to the lowers. We aren't going to be following them. And of course, I want you for that interview because you watched the game. So me and you, we're going to ask some lovely questions for these guys. So stick around, everybody. We're going to get one of the players from Van Lin, talk about their win. And before we do that, we're going to say thank you again for everyone for watching and stick around because this interview is going to start shortly. So thank you again for being here. And welcome back, everybody. It's interview time. And we are, of course, joined by Tristan, also known as Tillo, just off of Sova, and just ready to give us some wonderful insights as to the player perspective of how that game went. Of course, I will be our host here, Edu, joined by my wonderful co-caster and analytical mind, Ashkan. Ashkan, so we got Tillo here. I'm going to have you ask the first question about, overall, how was, that going for him? So feel free to ask one question for him.
Of course, yeah. So I want to ask you, Tillo, Tristan, how are you feeling about map number 1 in particular? Obviously, map number 2 flew on by, but on Haven, things got pretty choppy, pretty dicey. What were the comms like over there?
Yeah, so once they took a timeout, I don't remember the exact round count. I think it was like 12-6, 12-7, or maybe like 11-6, 11-7. We had a couple of times to close it out, and we also had really good alt economy to get us to that. We honestly should close that out game way sooner, but then we misplayed a couple of rounds, and then luckily my teammates Parker and Max had a heroic clutch to bring us an OT, and once we got there, I knew we were gonna win. So.
Yeah, that clutch was definitely something to behold there. And,
Yeah.
honestly, speaking of your teammates, with how both of those maps, both Haven and Ascent, you guys were rocking nearly an identical team comp. Were you planning on doing that? The only difference being, I believe, Parker switching from Breach to KO. So, what was the game plan there? Were you guys comfortable on both maps?
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised they picked Haven and NOS. I feel like those are our 2 most played maps. But as far as comp wise, I mean, those are just 2 of the best comps in those maps. So
Yeah.
we typically go into the mirror match, and that's just kind of the bread and butter of the game right now.
Absolutely. I know mirror matches always just come down to which is the better team, and I think we got an answer to that today. Now, I know that Ashkan definitely has some more questions for you, so.
Yeah, one more question coming my way, and this is actually more of a personal question to you guys. How are you guys competing in your collegiate scene if you are involved, or what are these tournaments looking like for you guys in your free agent team, right? Because I know, for example, Yum is on the Rochester University squadron, and I know you guys are about college age. So what is that looking like for you guys? What's your scrim schedule like? How's competition in your day-to-day life reflected?
Yeah, so myself personally, Yum actually just came in. He kind of like a trial/fill. I'm looking at college opportunities, but as far as my teammates, I think they're not. I know Max is pretty young, but yeah, we're looking to all get in the scene as far as ourselves as a team. We are just a free agent team. Collegiate really isn't a part of it right now, but we do practice roughly 4 to 5 hours a day. And also we're with each other just a lot, just messing around. So
That is a lot of time, and that is pretty impressive, Edu.
that is a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of time to be investing in, with a $3,000 tournament here, having that amount of time, it's almost like a full-time job here for you. I mean, or more so part-time job, being able to, play your games and practice. So when you say you spend 4 to 5 hours, what is your go-to? Do you guys do scrims? Do you hop together in just some unrateds, or are there set scrims that you make sure you schedule yourselves into?
I mean, honestly, it kind of happened organically. Like a lot of my teammates, or not a lot, but all of my teammates, we all want to get better. We all love to get better and see improvement through our play. So at first, it only started with like 4 to 3 hours. Actually, we were only scrimming and then maybe like a VOD review or server work an hour before. But then it ended up being like everyone would just kind of get on early anyway. So we're all just kind of VOD reviewing server work, throwing out ideas. Then for sure, no matter what, we always get like at least a good 3 hour session. Just playing the game, playing with each other in scrims, and then this also happened organically where everyone just stays an hour after, like just chilling with everyone, vibing out. Even if we don't have anything planned, we love just staying in the call, chatting about some random stuff. At the moment, VCT is going on, challenges going on, NSG Knights is playing terms to just watches the team and see what these other top teams are doing. So
Yeah, definitely sounds like a whole lot of fun. And, a little bit of a follow-up question because of something you said there. You guys hang out a lot. So what is the team synergy and the team, energy you guys bring? Are you good friends? Were you friends before you hopped onto the team, or was it more so just something that felt natural? Like, how are you guys getting along? What's the relationship status looking like?
Yeah, honestly, we're just a group of guys who just came together, just randomly. But then over time, we just, our personalities really just meshed, and we just ended up vibing with each other. And now it's just fun. Everything, a lot of jokes, a lot of laughs, but at the same time, we like to keep it competitive. And at the end of the day, results do matter, and we definitely want to be the best that we can be. So I think it's a good balance between both. But no, it is definitely good times around these guys.
Perfect. I mean, it's always good to have people with those kind of good relationships, because I know sometimes I've met a lot of teams that they got put together by an org and the chemistry is not always there.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think chemistry is a big thing, and especially me being the IGL, I need people that buy into my system, and also I feel like chemistry is a big part of my system. So I'm just happy that I'm with these guys right now. They're fun to play with.
Perfect. Now, Ash, any questions for Tillo here before we wrap it up a little bit?
No, I mean, it's great to hear, honestly, as someone who's tried their hand at IGLing myself, obviously not at the level that you guys play, but just to do it, just to get used to it, right?
Yeah,
It's super important to hear about that, that bond that you guys have, that trust, especially in the system. And I understand that 100%. So it's good to see. And it pays off. As we have seen today, you guys have made it up an extra stage. So congratulations to you. And we hope to see more of your success anytime, anywhere. And of course, your work is cut out for you because you're going up against some amazing teams, man. So good luck.
yeah. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we can clean it up. But it should be fun. Hopefully you guys enjoy the game that we're gonna put on for grand finals. So
Yeah, and I know I'll definitely be there. So I hope that the gameplay you brought today will also be there. Those Odin plays are absolutely the icing
yeah,
on the
I'm
cake,
pretty
the cherry
sure
on top.
the OT rounds on Haven too. I had some pretty disgusting clutches, but yeah, they made it easy. So
Yeah, that I remember you did clutch a 1v 4 I believe the start of the overtime first
yeah,
round on Haven, so or Ascent actually. So really just a
yeah, that
clean
too. Yeah.
job. Yeah, you just kept it going. I mean, get a pillow because you're putting these enemies to sleep right now, man. That's exactly what I need to be saying. But thanks again for being on. We will of course be seeing you guys whenever those days get scheduled for the grand finals. But we, of course, are going to be following the team who you dogged on today, C1, in the lower finals, and see maybe there might be a rivalry between you guys coming back up soon. But hopefully, we'll see what happens. Again, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, of course, man. Thank you guys for having me and running this event. It's been plenty of fun. I'll see you guys in grand finals.
Absolutely. And we will see you guys in the lower bracket in just a little bit. So stick around, everybody. We will be right back with the next game coming up soon. And welcome, everyone. Instead of in the uppers, we now scoot our butts down to lowers as we follow chosen ones all the way to the very one place that they don't want to be, the lower bracket. It's the lower finals before grands here. And of course, we have to schedule grands. But with that in mind, we got to first see who's going to be against the team we just saw kick butt, Van Lin, for the win. And now it's going to be two different teams today. We have, of course, as I said, chosen ones, but we also have a new co-caster I have to mention. Hi, Mickey.
Hi, Edu. How are you doing, man?
Hi, Mickey. How you doing? Now, Mickey, we got two teams here. We got a lot to look forward to here, as it is going to be Entertainment District against Chosen Ones. So,
Yep.
You were watching a little bit of that last game in the uppers, were you?
I caught the tail end of it. Gonna be honest.
Yeah, just a little bit of a tail end, but let's talk about the tail end of this game. If it's going to happen, being a best of 3 in a lower bracket. These guys have played so much Valorant today, and I only feel bad for them. But let's see if it is going to be enough for them to duke it out.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm hoping for a full 3-map run per usual, but you really never know in these situations, especially chosen ones. I'm sorry if I'm going off in bad caster, but chosen ones with the dominant display they just showed us on Ascent, that was insane. Before that, we had a much closer game, and then immediately following that, we just all of a sudden we just see C1 just come out of their shell and just completely dominate Ascent. And like you said in the interview there with Tillo, it really, when you get a mirror matchup like that, it comes down to who the better team is, and we definitely saw who the better team was. To be completely frank, it was C1, without a doubt. Chosen Ones came out and they blew their opponents out of the water. It was just gorgeous to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Chosen Ones did have an amazing comeback in game one. If you didn't see it, they went 8-1, or they had an 8-1 against them, so they were only 1 point down, and then they managed to turn that 8-0 into an 8-4. Then proceeded to turn that 8-4 all the way into overtime. So they had a very solid start here on Haven, but now we're going to be starting off on Split, which we did see already today. We saw a little bit of Split in the lower bracket that we first casted earlier today with me and Ash, but now we're going to be seeing a little bit of a difference here. Now, Chosen Ones, if you didn't know, even though they are in the lower bracket here, they were the #1 seed during the group stage, going 11-1. So having that momentum built up for them, for it to be shut down by Van Lin, they got something to prove. And I'm hoping that what just occurred did not blow their mental out, because they still have a chance to go to the Grands, and all they have to do is win it out right here, as we're going to be jumping into an Illinois server of Split. So us Midwesterners are pretty happy to get right into this game and find out what agents are going to be selected. But Mickey, it's Split. It's been a while since it's been in the comp pool, since you've casted anyways. What are your thoughts as to a team composition that we can expect here?
There's been a handful of changes in the game since I've been on the desk, to be fully honest. But back in the day, we saw a lot of Viper. We saw a lot of controllers. This used to be a really killjoy alternate map. I was about to say Breach is a phenomenal choice on this map, and it looks like Kenji might be hopping on the Initiator train. But we got the double duelist set up over here for Entertainment District. So for Chosen Ones on the attack over here. But the double duelist, that's going to be interesting, because they also have a double controller. There's no Sentinel over there. So their defending side is going to be a little wishy-washy, I'm assuming. But you really never know. Again, Chosen One's one of those teams for me. Haven't seen them. I have no idea what to expect here. And like you said, an 11-1 record in that first half. I mean, that's insane. So I'm definitely expecting some kind of crazy plays for these guys. But I do have to draw my attention to the team that is starting on defense that does have a Sentinel. Entertainment District. They have Cypher. So that's going to be a bit, I wouldn't say a total advantage, but it's definitely going to help them out. It just, that sentinelity, that extra information for you. But they do have Sky for the information as well. A double initiator's coming out, and we got Omen on the controller. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, to say the least. But I think I'm going to be leaning towards Entertainment District, at least in this first half.
Right. And if you didn't know, the meta's actually shifted a lot. This that we're seeing from the sign on the right was actually used in VCT recently. This is supposedly the new meta, the double controller, double duelist, and it's been what a lot of people, not only in today's bracket, have been bringing, but also at that tier 1 scene. So yes, we do recognize that on the defense side, you see that Entertainment District is bringing back the OG meta, the making sure of the Raze, the Breach. That kind of combo is amazing. And you know what's funny about this defense team composition? It is identical to when Split was last in the map pool before it got removed. It is not updated at all to the recent meta changes and the recent shifts. So honestly, it seems like the safest pick for those who don't keep up with tier 1 esports.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. It's definitely one of those that we're gonna have to wait and see what really happens. I mean, if you ask me, I've seen so many toss-ups on this map where it really doesn't matter who the stronger team is. It's all about that map coordination, the cohesion between your team, and there's a lot of utility on this map. I think I say this lightly, but I think this map of Split has the most utility usage out of all the maps. I don't know why. It's just kind of something that popped in my brain, but it seems about right. But nonetheless, heading to the first round, a big execute here from a flying Salazar, excuse me. That nade's gonna force arrow right out of heaven, and just like that, complete A control for Chosen Ones.
Yeah, honestly, let's see what Chosen Ones can do now. But look at this big rotate here as we're going to be following our wonderful observer of the day. Freezes still on the beautiful observation deck. But talk about observation, because we are observing a massacre happen in alleyway when defense has to now go for a full retake. One on the flank, though, clamoring is going to be clamoring to get Devin down. And now we need to see how these guys are going to be able to hit these picks. Of course, Kodo might be able to shut them down, but it's Calpie, who's been absolutely insane today. Not on the Sentinel, this time on a pseudo Sentinel Viper to do the damage.
And the breach. Oh, the whiff. A bit of a whiff there, but Instinct there to pick it up. Shifty as well for the backup. Calpie, excuse me. Oh my word! Picks up 4 and 5 with ease. The collateral of a lifetime. I don't even think he meant to do that, but it doesn't matter because apparently Calpie knows exactly what they're doing.
You know, Calpie, if you don't know about Calpie, definitely have been around in the tier 1 scene for quite some time. In the past 3 matches that we've seen today, been the top frag. Already in this one, getting an ace to start us off. I think we know where Chosen's one direction is going to be going. And of course, if you're noticing a little bit of a difference between today's stream and yesterday's stream, you might notice that Entertainment District, they actually do not have their previous sub as con artist, a previous player for BBG. They instead are bringing it back to the OG rankings with Shifty and, of course, Kenji back on here. So let's now see as the sub to the sub get back down. It's going to be Shifty with a classic in hand, needing to get a classic pick, but just can't. The heals are going back in the hands, but look at this flank. Instinct. Beautiful trigger discipline, getting a 3K and leveling the playing field here.
There.
But with bomb down, this can go any way, Mickey.
Yeah, this is not looking too hot for Chosen Ones. Like you said, bomb down. They have to move backwards to recover it, but
enemy remaining.
they have to at least clear one side because they're sandwiched at the moment. They still are. Now comes down to Calpie. Is going to be able to take out Instinct, who did who almost capitalized off a beautiful 3K flank, but nonetheless, Shifty going to go ahead and refrag and grab that second round. We're all tied up. And again, Edu, we're so early in this game. These first couple rounds. I always say pistol rounds are a toss-up. They really, in my opinion, they really are just a toss-up because you can get 3K, 4K just like what just happened to Instinct. Amazing flank. Unfortunately, didn't even. Well, it did win in the round. My brain is broken. Last round, Calpie came out with an ace first round, and it ended up, you know, they were able to buy a little bit, and they did, and they forced, and now they're broke because they just all got completely decimated down mid just because that one person wasn't watching flank. But at the end of the day, it's all about that cohesion and communication, and it's very clear that both teams are pretty much on that. But nonetheless, round 3 underway.
Round 3 is going to be underway here, so let's see how these guys are going to be able to duke it out with a clean opening. Clamran grabbing one, Instinct on the flank, grabbing another. This is beautiful, but attack is still set up on this site with this ultimate now trying to defend that bomb whose post-plant is planting, and now it's a massacre as this is where we are seeing C1, the Chosen Ones, getting dethroned after winning pistol beautifully by defense now. And honestly, I'm a little bit concerned by Entertainment District. They have been so clean so far today.
Yeah, I mean, concerned is definitely the right word if you're rooting for Chosen Ones here. I mean, they've had a rough couple of games, starting off to not the best start here. I mean, what was that? I believe the final score was 13 to, what was it, 13 to 7, 8 on that last Ascent match, Edu. But I'm either way, Chosen Ones, you know, getting that first round is nice, but they need to figure out a way to capitalize off that. And so far, they haven't been able to do that. Calpie has been getting kills left and right, but that goes to show you that this game is not just about kills. It's not just about pointing and clicking. It's about teamwork. And at the moment, Entertainment District has just done it a little bit better. Speaking of, Fault Line going to throw Kodo off the case. Arrow picks up a beautiful 2-piece, solidifies heaven for that retake positioning. Kenji is going to get Calpie off of the exit. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. The Cosmic Divide comes up and the retake is underway.
Retake is going to be underway here, but how are they going to be able to do it with attack? Having this ultimate to try to back it up, but what is Aru doing? Getting aggressive in a 2 V3 is just going to get their self traded. Devin here spots one, but does not have the instinct to hit the shot, unlike Instinct, who hits the shot. Now, this is going to be another round advantage here, but Chosen Ones, I feel, have just kind of gotten their mojo kicked out of them from that previous best of 3 in the uppers.
Yeah, I mean it's not a good note to end. It's not a to get sent down to the lower bracket is one thing, but to get sent down in such a fashion, it was just such a dominant performance, and it was not in favor of Chosen One. It was very unfortunate to watch. But again, we're here. This is their last chance. This best of 3 is their last chance to solidify their hold here. And Entertainment District is just, so far they've shown us just a smidge. They want it just a smidge more. But again, we're still early round, still anyone's game, and Instinct and Climberand looking to clear this corner here. But Kodo might have this here. They're going to check it, but not enough. That corner's just an inch deeper than it should have been, and Devin is there to finish it off. And suddenly it's a 2-man deficit for Entertainment District, and that gives Chosen Ones an advantage here. But can they capitalize?
Oh, beautiful amount of damage dealt. But of course, they still have a Sky, so Arrow is going to get brought back HP-wise. And now I'm looking at Calpie here, who's managed to get the furthest than anyone else. The Cypher, though, proving why a Sentinel is very useful, just keeping this defense going. But look at the run and gun down. It's going to be a beautiful hold, but where are you aiming? Shifty. Looks like a little bit of a shifty aim. Arrow now on the point. Will get scared away by the nade. Now has swing or death, and the death is going to be the option they choose.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow had like, I think 6 HP the majority of that round. That nade came into heaven, and he knew he had to get out of there, and just barely was able to get away with his life, but it didn't last very long. And now Chosen Ones, they're back on the board. 2-3 now. Just one round. Definitely doable here for Chosen Ones, but I don't know. You said earlier they've been playing a while. These guys have been playing all day. So Chosen Ones, they could, especially coming off of such a huge loss, they could end up, you know, the fatigue could come in, the brain be hurting, you know, later on in the night. They could drop the ball a little bit here, and you can't really blame them on that fact. They've been playing for hours on end, and now Entertainment District looking to take advantage of that.
They're definitely looking here. Let me see if they're going to be able to keep that kind of going. Here we go. Kodo.
Blinded.
Beautiful blind. We'll get a ton of information onto that player and hopefully some more, but this defense split. Stacking up towards Heaven and Ramp. Arrow up close and personal. Gets diffed by Calpie. And that is going to be Kodo doing the other amount of damage on the other side. This could tie us up here, but Shifty is making sure that it is not going to be easy. Here we go, though. It's a showstopper. And to stop the show, it is going to blow. It's a pick. Whatever just happened, they threw a satchel instead of shooting. A little bit of a misclick there. Honestly, sometimes I do the same thing, so I'm not going to get mad at that, but I know the player sure is. Kenji now running it down, finding somebody. But look at Devin. This flank is crucial. The timing is on their side.
30 seconds left.
Neither go down in that fight.
Instinct made it work. In literal round 2, he made the sheriff flank work, but unfortunately, on the retake positioning, Devin was just ready and waiting for it. But now Devin is completely repositioned. There's no Chosen One presence in heaven at the moment. We have Kodo mid, but that's it. The other two on site. Kenji and Instinct here. In a bit of a predicament, but they were ready and waiting for Kodo. Gets shut down. 2 versus 2. Spike still initiated on site. Both Entertainment District players hanging out in garage. The flash is going to come through. Aru ready, waiting to peek the angle. Is going to rip the head of Instinct off. Kenji to follow. What a beautiful round from Chosen Ones, and we're going to tie it up 3-3.
Okay, 3-3 as the Sky is going to get a clean double kill down, but oh my god, Aru.
That was gross.
That's just disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah, absolutely. Just I've seen some dirty things in my life, but that has to be one of the dirtiest things. Okay. And all right, call Mike Rowe. All right, because that was a dirty job. But let's see what can happen here now moving forward with the next round as
that's
defense.
An old reference.
What?
That's we got a lot of kids in the chat. They're not gonna get that.
Okay, well, if their parents raised them right, they would have raised them on Dirty Jobs and Discovery Channel.
And Pawn Shop too. All Pawn Stars.
Oh, Pawn
Pawn
Stars
Shop.
is brain dead. I'm gonna be honest with you. Cake Boss TLC was where it's at.
Okay,
Well-
I'll give you that one. I'll give you Cake Boss.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the bosses of this game, ready to take this like it's a piece of cake. It's about Kenji now trying to get the trade with his teammate. That's going to do a lot of damage, but they're going to deal the damage, but take the damage. And that is going to be rough and tough stuff, as it, of course, is an A retake. But wait, Devin, the lurker, shark in the water, turn around. Oh, good timing. But the ping is there. They definitely know what's about to come through.
Look at this anti-heaven setup. Look at this. It's covered completely. Instinct goes down. Suddenly, it's Arrow and Genji, and they're not in a good spot, but Arrow, you're going to make it count either way. Cowpie goes down. That's one controller. 1 to go. 2 versus 4 here. Arrow as a sentinel. It's going to be a tricky entrance, but Kenji as the initiator initiates the flash into heaven, gets put down right away. Suddenly, Arrow in 1 versus 4, 20 HP, and a frickin' dream. He's going to have to try and try and try, but unfortunately, Devin's going to make sure he dies, and finally, Chosen One's going to go ahead and bring it back a little bit. They had that first round as an advantage, and then now they pulled it right back 4-3, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Let's see what can happen as the rounds are just going to be back and forth, even Steven here. This is a pretty close game, and I know that in the lowers, there's a lot on the line. I talked to Arrow before the gameplay, and this player was definitely a little bit worrisome about the fact that it was 8 hours of best of threes played today. So a lot more warm up material, but sometimes if you're going to warm up too much, you might cause a burnout. So I got to be a little bit worried for this team who's played a whole lot in this lower bracket.
Very little cooldown time as well. They had about a 10-15 minute break, but again, going this long, going this hard all day is kind of it's a rough one. But Clamorin barely gonna escape with his life, satcheling in and out and right on top of Salazar's paint shell is there. That's an unfortunate position to be in. Just it's like the nades were an egg and Clamorin was a chicken, but nonetheless, it looks like I was gonna say a rotate's coming in, but no, it looks like Devin's just causing mischief here at B site. But there's a lot of red heading up towards mid, and Kodo gonna get caught by that trop wire. Play storm in hand. Kenji holding the angle of a lifetime here. Kodo takes down that sentinel, but Kenji, beautiful hiding spot, takes out 2. Not going to be able to pick up the 3rd, and suddenly it's Instinct in a 1 versus 3, 58 HP. Has the rifle, so got that going for him, but this is going to be one hell of a retake. It's got to be perfect.
It's got to be perfect, and it might just have to be. Let's find out if they have enough here. 1v3. Obviously, you can try to isolate a 1v1, but swing in this angle. The timing is not on their side. And Cowpie looked a little lost there. Didn't actually check sight and just kept walking, allowed their teammate to get shot. But hey, it doesn't matter. They're winning rounds, and they brought this game back. They went from 0-3 all the way to 3-5. They have momentum. Actually, sorry, 1-3 all the way to 3-5. So I'm loving what we're seeing from them. Sorry about that. Mickey walked away. But with Mickey away, we'll I didn't notice that Mickey was gone. He had to go do something. But the one thing that we have to see that happens here is going to be how this round plays out. Full Vandals versus all of this together. Let's see it. Instinct, one tapping it, TPing out of it, and getting away. And does it for free while still dealing the damage. Are we going to see another pick? Shifty goes for a deep blind, but that is a crosshair right on their head. And Mickey, what can they possibly do as they have already lost one of their players in a rifle v pistol?
Oh, another one. Make it 2. Make it 2. Cowpie goes down to the hands of Clamorin. Excuse me about that. The fire alarm went off. Everything's fine. Okay. Everything is fine. It was just, you get going on these play-by-plays and you start to spit hot fire, and it came through the mic, and the house got upset about it, so we had to make sure everything was all right. But nonetheless, less than a minute on the clock. They were going for the plant, but Oh no, Aru had to stop, but he was inside of Klamron apparently. But Laser picks one up as well. 1 versus 3. This is not a good spot for a lone attacker to be in. 22 HP, bomb down to his left,
30
but
seconds left.
Klamron's in a beautiful position to do some beautiful damage if he plays this timing right, but Arrow's also covering the off angle. Kenji is right in front of him. I don't think he's getting out of this. 7 HP, 20 on the clock. Beautiful shot on the Arrow, but no follow-up available. Kenji puts him down. It's going to bring Entertainment District a little bit further back into this game. 5v4. Entertainment District, they've been playing some solid ball here. Both teams have been playing solid, but neither team can really find that one moment that'll really just take the wind out of the other sails. It's just back and forth here. It's like playing a game of catch with my dad, except Chosen One's actually stuck around for my 10th birthday. But nonetheless, 5-4.
Well, hopefully we're going to be seeing these guys stick around for a grand finals, unlike your dad. And hopefully we're going to be seeing some one-taps flying out of here. Now, Vandals versus Vandals is what we like to see, but let's talk ultimates. One away is Calpai's, one away is Aru's, and they already have, of course, the Astral Divide and the Showstopper, which is conveniently getting popped as they say it. Let's see if that Showstopper is going to run the show and do the damage here, as it is needing to be used as soon as possible. And it actually doesn't even get shot off. They tried to shoot it, but they ran out of time and got picked off. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate is one way to describe it. Now a minute on the clock. Kodo and company still with bomb. They still have a chance here. But again, man advantage not in their favor whatsoever. Klamron somehow comes around that corner with the game sense of a tomato, but somehow comes out with the kill.
Remaining.
Instinct picks one up.
Spike
Kenji as
down
well.
A.
And now it's just Devin. It's just Devin, but picks up Arrow nonetheless. The paranoia comes through. He's shooting into Narnia. It's fine. Klamron's going to go ahead and tie everything up 5-5 here. Unfortunate round for Chosen Ones.
Very unfortunate, but fortunately for the side here, we are going to be seeing a timeout get called. Now, a timeout is something that you get one of each half for each team. And of course, that means that this is something that benefits both sides right here, especially since it's tied up 5-5. Both teams need to just take a deep breath and see where they're going to be able to play it. But Mickey, I got to ask you, where do you think the gameplay is going to lie in this upcoming round now?
I mean, it's been so back and forth. The longest streak we had was 4 in a row just now from Chosen Ones, and they got shut down right after. So, I mean, again, you look at Chosen Ones as a team, they've been very solid, except for that last game. They just kind of got blown out of the water. But I genuinely, I don't want to pick somebody to take the game as a whole, but I think Chosen Ones definitely has a shot just based on the experience of some of these guys on the team.
Yeah, and I know that both sides definitely have a chance here, so let's see if that chance is going to be paid out here. I don't know. Where to think? Here we are, running it down. It's going to be a little bit of a slow push as nothing's quite happening during this buy round.
Man, you broke my brain for a second. I was like, I'm still in buy phase, man. What are you talking about? Oh, man, Edu playing his practical jokes.
But what I am trying to look at is the 4 stack over towards A right here for the defense. This is a lot of players to invest into 1 point, even during a buy round. So could be a little different.
And it just so happens to be the round where Chosen Ones decides to put a lot of pressure on B. It looks like the Cosmic Divide comes up, and immediately that's going to signal for the rotate. And after that Viper Wall went up A, they've got not that much utility to work for on the retake here, does Entertainment District, but Aru going to go ahead and get bombed down as Klamron just barely not going to be able to...
Player standing.
Okay, I was gonna not able to deny the bomb plant, but bomb goes down anyways. It's an absolute massacre. It's shifting to 1 versus 3, and Calpai there to finish it off 6-5.
And they are going to finish it off 6-5 there to make sure that it works. But can we see a 7-5, or are we going to be seeing a 6-6? With how close this game goes on split, we don't want the scoreboard to be split 6-6 either. I want to be seeing somebody take advantage and take initiative to take more. But There's no
Yep.
guarantee here. We have a Rolling Thunder and we have a From the Shadows. Those two ultimates alone should be able to maybe help him out, because if you didn't know about the Rolling Thunder From the Shadows combo, you use a Rolling Thunder and you TP into that. It's insane. It's kind of like Nightfall as well. Does the same. So let's find out if it is going to be enough, as we are watching them take it down one tick at a time. There goes the Rolling Thunder, or the Rolling Thunder, and the... There it is, pushing it out, pushing them back, and there's the play, but From the Shadows is already gone. Oh my god! Oh, but bad timing to pop the ultimate, and Devin's just gonna get the trades right on back.
Both teams getting the kills they need, and now it's a body down, 2 bodies down for Entertainment District. Kodo, it was a gorgeous headshot on the Shifty, but now Aru's got bomb on the back, and it's just Arrow on the retake now. This is not the best position, and if Devin was 7'4", Arrow would have had him in the brain, but unfortunately that's going to be the first half in the way of C1. I'm not going to say dominant, but it wasn't, both teams definitely showed what they can do, but now is the time. This second half, this is where you really want to show up. This is where you really want to show off and just really grab the game. This is your chance in the second half. So with Chosen One having that 2-round advantage, it's definitely going to help him out in the second half.
Yeah, we need to see that 7-5 pay off, though. We can't have them lose this pistol round. They have to take the advantage, because if you win that pistol round, you get it to usually a 6-9 at the half, which is always something I'm looking forward to from these teams. And if they can get that 69 going, then I can see how this team's going to be able to flip itself around and do some real damage here. But with that being said, by phase, it's going to be the pistol. It's going to be a little bit of a fake towards A, but they're faking with the bomb in their hands, so that's a little strange. There's already the first blood. Oof.
That's not a good sign
Recovering it. Need that back.
for Chosen Ones here. Their duelists going down, but luckily they have another. And I mean, you just look at the kills on C1. 3 players have 10. Kodo's sitting at 11. I mean, this is not a one-man show by any means. C1 is definitely, Chosen Ones are definitely they're still in this. I mean, they're owning it right now, but Entertainment District, on the other hand, they need to step up just a little bit. It wasn't necessarily the worst first half they've ever had, but they definitely need to bring in some dominance here. Nonetheless, 50 on the clock, and A-Site was left a little bit weakened, but now it's a 10-man rotate, or sorry, 9-man rotate. Now Arrow's done 8, 7, 6, okay, 5 now. Devin picks up a 2-piece, and Bomb's gonna go ahead and get initiated on a site, and it's a retake for Calpie and company. Are they gonna be able to get this done?
Let's hope so. What a shot.
Oh.
Cleaning it up, though. Takes out Devin, and now the timing's on their side. Instinct has such good instincts to just weave through it. Now it's going to be Aru, though.
Oh, man.
What a close round. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And that is why we are now going to be seeing a 5-8, a 3-round difference here, Mickey.
Yep,
Now
that
there's
instinct
some
smoke. Instinct smoke is the reason that Aru got onto site and they had no idea where they went. It was utterly, it was a complete accident, and it worked totally in Aru's favor, and it was gorgeous, picking up a 2-piece to solidify a point number 8 on the board. Like you said, 8-5, a 3-round difference. I mean, it's look, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it, Edo. I'm gonna say it. Still anyone's game. 3 rounds is nothing when you look at the grand scheme of this map. This map is this map is similar to Ascent in the way that, it's not necessarily attack or defend inside it. At least not to my knowledge. I could be entirely wrong here. But Kodo and Kenji with a trade. Devin to pick it up, but a map like this that's so close, in terms of fairness, I guess. I think it is as possible for Entertainment to come back as it is for Chosen Ones to have come back, and they did. So I think Entertainment still has a chance here.
Absolutely, but there's the blind, and here's the taps. Let's see if they're going to be able to snap back and do the damage, as, of course, attack needs to work it around 3 players versus 4, one of which being incredibly low, weapon of choice being Jackal. And let's see if the Sheriff is going to be able to get these picks, or if it's just going to miss. Now, a rotate through ropes. Pretty smart play if they can get Calpie, but Calpie is one of the best players in this lobby, and...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You don't need to be the best player in the lobby to read that teleport like a book. I mean, that was unfortunate for Instinct. Picks up 1 and 2 and 3. There we go. Cowboy puts him down, cleans him up. 9-5. Chosen One starting to get a little more of a advantageous lead here. Edu's yawning. Hold on. Okay, we're good.
Me yawning? It wasn't because it was boring. It was getting the yawn out so I can talk, because I don't want to yawn when I'm in the middle of it. If I feel it coming, I'm going to say it, and I'm going to get it out of my system. And if I feel this team is coming on to a wonderful comeback, then I'm going to be saying that as well, as these guys have to keep it going and hopefully doing the damage. Now, Instinct up from above with the judge in the hands needs to now see what else they can do. But again, I'm looking at how this team on defense is going to be able to keep their streak up against a bye round.
Well, it's gonna be hard to do it against Salazer. Getting ready with this judge, man. He's anticipating it, but the problem is they're anticipating him as well. They know that someone's down in vents, and they think it might be Aru now. Now Clemmer's got, or Salazar's got a buddy there. I can't speak. It's fine. Kodo picks up arrow. Edu talk. My brain hurt.
Well, it looks like their brain hurts as well with that one tap to the noggin, and these guys have to keep running it down here, and that is going to be another brain splattered on the walls. But Aru is here for a trade, making it a 2v3, but the heals are flowing, and Clamran is still staying healthy. But as healthy as you can be, you still have to be intelligent enough not to get taken out by Kodo. KOTO, and might get the okay to get the TO. Let's see if this total knockout can finally get these picks. Now, it's a run and gun, and it run it down. One up there, and where did you TP to?
Oh, my word.
Completely confused him there. Wait, how did he TP here? I am confused. How did he get there?
We have X-ray and we don't know what's going on. That was
Where did he go?
Waldo situation. Aru, where are you ADSing in that situation? Unfortunate, but like you kind of predicted a couple rounds ago, we got that 69 going, 6-9. Chosen One still in the lead here. We're back to that 3-round deficit. This is I mean, Chosen One's overall is looking pretty sharp, but Entertainment District is by no means out of this.
By no means, but it could be the end all be all. It could be the end of the day if these guys just keep playing the way they like to play. Let's find these picks. Now, both teams have rifles, except for Kodo, who is, I believe, going to try to get an early pick with their team in mid to get the blades. But talk about blades, that's going to be a sharp player. Clamoring, getting a nice pick down on a Cowpie, and now it's a free A site. Good luck retaking this. But I mean that all sincere, as the retake needs to happen soon. It needs to be swift about it. But Salazer, all alone on the flank, might walk right into an omen.
Possibly here. Instinct is used to being the one on the flank, so he was ready and waiting. He knew that could be. He knew that's a possibility. Aru there to help out Salazer. Suddenly, the attackers are surrounded. Side is surrounded, but they're still at that man advantage. They have that extra body. Kodo is going to take out Clamor and make it even now. Shifty picks up one. Aru goes down as well, and just like that, Kodo going to go ahead and swap out the Stinger for the Phantom, make a hasty retreat, and ensure that that rifle stays on the board from next round so they don't have to throw more money at losing rounds. And I have to say, both teams are looking pretty comfortable in these mid rounds here. Both teams, I mean, just in the half, we've had 2 in a row from Chosen Ones, and then we had right after that 2 in a row from Entertainment District. So both these teams are still looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, very sharp here. In those Blade Storm, though, that did not look sharp from Kodo. Man, jumped out of heaven and right-clicked. I don't know if you noticed that, and didn't actually hit it on anything. Because remember, that's like a shotgun blast. You're going to have to either be real close or real accurate. So let's see what they can do now, as it is going to be a big push-up coming up into middle here. Kodo here to find maybe one nice, great nade. It's definitely going to try to deal some damage, but no one's going to take too much away from that. As attack now rotates over to B. Instinct TPing in and getting one for free before traded out. The coupon code is going to get redeemed, and they are still hitting these picks today. Kodo on the triple and one on the site. Devin being a devil, leaving only Arrow to find his mark.
Poor Arrow has been in this 1vx situation a handful of times this game, and I don't think he's been able to get it done quite yet, but Chosen Ones, this is not the team you want to be going against in a 1 versus 4. I mean, Calpine Company have just been so solid on isolating these guys. Arrow, let me know what that bird tastes like later. I've been thinking about stopping by Chick-fil-A later. If you want to give me a quick review of that. Another bird incoming, got a light right to the brain once more. 40 seconds on the clock. Arrow's either got to take out 4 enemies or snag the bomb and rotate, or do both.
There we go. They're all lined up, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be a thrifty coming on the board here. God, it feels like we got some good wills for these guys, and they're going to be keeping it going. Now, I got to ask you, Mickey, looking at this team, why have we yet to see a timeout for the side on attack?
I was just thinking that. I mean, this isn't even... This is a 3-round deficit. We had a 4-round earlier in the first half, and they still weren't giving us a timeout. And I'm starting to, you know, well, it wasn't a 3-round deficit earlier. It was a 3 round in a row. But once you get to a certain point of just loss, once you get that loss bonus, you kind of need to take a pause and reconsider what exactly you're doing wrong on whichever side you're on. Attack, sharpen your pick, spread out maybe if you need to. Play more time, take sight, take more space. Chosen Ones need to close those gaps, but I mean, Entertainment District, I don't really know what's going on with the coach right now, but we should have been calling that timeout at least 1 or 2 rounds ago, right off that, or maybe last round, once C1 closed that 10th point on the board. I feel like a timeout should have been called there, but Devin is going to go ahead and continue to prove us right in the fact that Astra is the best character in the game. But nonetheless, less than a minute on the clock. Bomb is still up in the hands of Chosen One. So it's just still anyone's round at the moment. It's just a man advantage.
Yeah, just 1 man advantage. Let's see it. There it is, though. 1 pick, 1 opportunity. Now you got 3 to the go. And we are going to see a Rolling Thunder prepped, but not popped.
Spike down.
Calpie here for the shots, here for the trades, is going to get another one down. This is an advantage that we need to be seeing, but with the Rolling Thunder trying to prevent them from getting onto site, this could be a 2v3 clutch in a practically easy sense, in my opinion, because a Rolling Thunder, stunning 3, good luck getting any picks with that, and that's why we are going to be seeing them splitting off and searching for clues.
Yeah, I agree. That Rolling Thunder comes through, it's going to be one hell of a retake, and here we go. Ray's Salazer gets caught mid-air. Nonetheless, they got a trap wire on screens, but Calpie is going to use all the advantage he can. Pushes right on site, picks up yet another 4K with just 30 HP. And he's going to go ahead and solidify another round on the board for Chosen Ones. And if Entertainment District Red, we got to see a timeout here at some point soon. We got to see this timeout coming through, and it looks like we're not going to get it again. This is kind of crazy. You have to take a step back at a certain point where you're losing round after round after round. You got to take a step.
And welcome everybody to another map. You know it as Bind. I know it as that map with the portals, and you know it as the last map of the day. If we don't see this team win it out, Entertainment District is going to have to pick up the paces, or they'll get put in their places. I'm joined by Mickey. My name's Edu. How are you feeling?
Self-aware, and I hope to stay that way. But if Entertainment District keeps up the performance that we saw last one, I might be falling asleep. But you know, I can't do that to them. They put up a fight. They were here. They were definitely more visible than Chosen Ones was a couple maps ago on Ascent. So you got to give it to them just a little bit. But like we were talking about before the break, Bind is one of those maps that is very evenly split, and this is anyone's map. I know I say that a lot, but this is anyone's map, and this composition is making me a little not hot, just bothered. I don't know what is. Instinct is rocking chamber. I know he recently got a little bit of a rebuff, right? Is that in effect yet?
Yes, it should be recently buffed, but I mean, compared to a KJ on this map, good luck.
Yeah, I would have went with Cypher before I got that dude, honestly, or even a Sage at this point, just having that extra heal on the board. But we got Kenji for that as Sky. But again, the compositions are a little. We have some crossovers. We got double Rays, double Sky, double Viper, but that's it. That's where the similarities. And we got 2 different controllers on both teams. Again, though, we have Entertainment District running the double controller once more. So it's definitely going to be, or no, Chosen Ones had the double controller on the last map on split there. So it's going to be interesting.
Very interesting. Let's see if it is going to get itself a payout here. Hopefully, we are going to be seeing only the best from these players. But
Only
looking at this chamber setup, has a TP to play aggressive in this angle, but outside of this aggression, is it going to work? That's the question. And here we are finding out answers, as it is going to be an A push.
Yeah, they got the trademark down outside showers. Should be able to give early information, but Aru is already pushing them off that angle with the Trailblazer, and Kodo and company are already on site. They just pushed straight onto site, skipped the trademark altogether, but Instinct does put down Kodo. Calpie, oh my goodness, beautiful nade. Gonna help out Aru. Instinct goes down. That's one sentinel off of the board. Calpie barely takes out the fellow Viper. Beautiful shot onto Kenji though. 3K. Calpie has been showing up all evening, and I am here for it, father. But nonetheless, chosen ones are going to be the ones to capture that first round.
Yeah, Calpie is the person for pistol round, as they got an ace last round, last game, if you remember, and then proceeded to get a 3K this time. So honestly, they've fallen off. They didn't get another ace. But let's see. That's sarcasm. Let's see if we can get some picks here for these guys to find some more. As of course, it is going to be a little bit of a light buy, actually. Instinct going for a bunch of util, as well as 2 sheriffs for Kenji and Clamorin.
Early got in light, but that bird's gonna go ahead and make love with that wall. A little bit of damage being dealt to Instinct. That Trailblazer, I don't even know what just happened, to be fully honest, but Laser should not have hit that second Guardian shot. 2 versus 4, 120 on the clock. Spike still on, Laser's back. This is I'm scared for Arrow here. Not in the best situation. It helps that Kenji's got his back, but I mean, this, no matter what happens here, this is going to be an entertainment buy round next round. It's definitely going to be able to, they're going to get rifles on that board, on the board here, excuse me, but nonetheless, Spike is down. Kodo, I don't know what Kenji was doing, where they were going, but running for the hills, unfortunately, not living for the cheap thrills, as Sia once said. But Kodo corner camping like it's Call of Duty. Kodo gonna go ahead and take up 3, 2 in a row now for C1.
I'm gonna be honest, Bind looks like the most Call of Duty-esque map that there is. Am I crazy? Like, it gives me Call of Duty vibes for, like, especially the spawn area. If you've played Modern Warfare 2, it fits it. Yeah,
okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's very it's honestly, it reminds me a lot of Counter-Strike's Mirage. It reminds me quite a bit. It's just the feel of it. It's like
Hookah being apps and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yep. There's even a van, but it's not called van, nor is it a van. But nonetheless,
it's
there's a lot of
thing. It's a future. It's a Cybertruck, which
is that? Can we say brands?
Yeah, we could say brands because it's never going to come out.
Have you seen the Minimal Wear Phantom? That thing looks like a Cybertruck. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but it
Minimal Wear. You're thinking Counter-Strike Minima.
Minimal Wear. Minima. I went to 3 mag last week. My brain is Counter-Strike, but Kenji also seems to be striking on the counters. I tried to make it work. It didn't work. He got 2 kills. Nonetheless, a minute on the clock. I'm scared for chosen ones here.
Well, let's see if we can make it work here, or are they unemployed? Devin grabbing 1 from behind. What is that spray? Instinct living up to nothing today. Here we go. That's 1, and from behind. Now Instinct finds the bullet and finds the shot. That's going to be defense winning a round, but losing 3, a little expensive for them.
Yeah, we're going to be able to get 2 rifles on the board here for entertainment, but unfortunately, we're going to see Spectres, we're going to see a Judge, we're going to see nothing from Clamrod. Just classic, just a classic and heavy shields. Why not? There we go. They're going to go ahead and Bulldog up. But it looks like, you know, both teams, we're seeing scrappy buys, pretty scrappy buys. 3 rifles on both sides. We got 2 Judges from C1. I mean, both teams are not looking too hot in the bank, but this round could change that for one of these teams.
And that's going to be a beautiful spray, taking out Shifty, and now looking for some more Clamorin. Could get the trade for him, though. Or the Judge is just going to be too scary of a piece of util to fight. Will be able to pick up a gun. Picks up the Judge instead of the Bulldog.
Spike
Unique play.
planted.
But I understand why, but the shot's not hitting. Hauser spots the hand, but isn't going to be able to connect it. Glamorin here, still behind, though. It's Instinct biting hard, and now it's the counter judge play.
Oh, my
Kodo
word.
down. In the matter of seconds, did 5 players drop.
The kill feed was just entertainment for a second. Well, quite literally, it was very entertaining to watch that kill feed just scroll across my screen. But either way, all tied up 2-2. Either we are so early in this game that this doesn't even matter. They're so close right now, it doesn't matter. Once we get into the mid rounds of this first half, you know, the next 2, 3, 4 rounds, that's when it really becomes danger zone. It really becomes danger zone, and I'm scared for both teams, but I'm also very excited to see what happens here because both teams have been so solid throughout the tournament, and Chosen Ones is definitely a team to look at. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah, if Chosen Ones loses this round, I'd only be disappointed in them. Not because of anything besides the fact that they made it all the way to the upper finals, and that's the reason why they're here. So let's see what can happen if they are going to get aggressive, going to get against Instinct, and maybe get the picks. But no, Clamoran's getting the other. Instinct grabbing 2, and it's Kodo's job to try to get the trades. But no, Devin actually gets a clean headshot down.
You are divided.
But talking about headshots, let's talk about how these guys need to hit the head with 1 minute to go. Let's see if they are going to be able to find some more. Devin, need to find somebody, but I'm not sure why they're not going for the plant because they did pop the ultimate here.
Blocking sight.
I'm not sure either, especially considering Devin still got Astra Stars on the belt. So
They did hear that rotate, though. Oh, I thought the Astral Divide blocked it.
Or maybe they just guessed it perfectly. It's entirely possible that they didn't hear it and they just timed it on accident perfect. But just at 30 seconds on the clock, definitely going to go ahead and get bombed down. Man advantage towards entertainment, but it doesn't matter because Kodo going to go ahead and sharpen the knives, ready to the brain. And there we go. Picks up third, and Devin's there to finalize it. It's going to be 3-2. Chosen One's starting to feel a little bit better from that last, well, not even the last one. They took the last one, but, you know, that Ascent one, I think they're starting to really shake off the rust that was thrown onto them during that Ascent map, and now we're starting to see a really much stronger team than we have.
Yeah, I mean, this is, of course, the strongest seeded team here, and the fact that they lost to Van Lin was a little bit of an upset statistic-wise. So the fact that they are in this position at all only tells me that they have a lot to show us that we might not have seen earlier today. Wait, that lineup went right through the... Oh, that's so clean. That is... I love that lineup. The fact that it went through a pixel-perfect hole in the ceiling, that's insane.
I didn't even know that was possible. Oh!
No! Wow,
Both
okay.
showstoppers were activated, but still Laser was just a little bit quicker with it. That was honestly just a cluster of a situation, but somehow Entertainment is they came out on top of that little skirmish, and they're going to continue to step over the body parts that is Chosen One at the moment with a 2-man deficit. C1's got to pull out all the stops here. I mean, they have got very little utility on the board. Instinct still has a tour de force, but there's no point to use it because now it's all down to Laser. They are going to take out Shifty on the way down, but Kenji going to go ahead and be a good Sky and initiate properly and going to tie it right back up 3-3.
Wow. That is exactly what we need to be seeing there. Beautifully played, and hopefully they can keep that kind of momentum going. But at the same time, I am just in awe at how close this game has been, and especially how close that last game was in that first half. So let's hope that that can keep it going, as this is going to be the next round with 2 ultimates on the board, 1 with the Brimstone, 1 with the Viper. The controllers are going to have the control in their hands, and now let's see Instinct be up close and personal, ready to fight with his arsenal. Clean with it.
There was no fight. He was ready to fight, but there was no fight. It was one and done. It was that was gross. That was gross. I hate Chamberman. I hate him. Hate him so much. That little French guy. Nonetheless, Trailblazer coming in, providing a little bit of a distraction. No information gathered though. Didn't get close enough to any of the defenders to solidify that information. But Kodo and company now basically have full control of A site. They just need to worry about heaven. But they're not going for the plant. They are now, but they're looking for more information before they solidify their hold. And Cowpie doing what he's been doing the entire day, and that's fragging out. And now Instinct is completely isolated here, way back in the defender spawn. Cowpie ready and waiting for Clamron and Kenji to run around this corner here. The Trailblazer and Seekers gonna go ahead and have a little kissy kiss. But look who's on the flank ski. It's Aru with a Vandal and a Dream. This is a possible upset here. Devin puts down Instinct, but Aru not able to connect the second kill, but it's okay because Devin is there to solidify 4-3. That was a battle.
And it was a battle to be seen and a battle to be heard, a battle to be won. And this battle is going to have to take a quick Christmas break as they have to wait it out for 1 minute to get some info. Let's see here. I got to ask you, Mickey, this is going to be a timeout being called from the side of ED, from the side of entertainment here. So what do you think they need to do differently?
I've seen a couple times, specifically on a site where Instinct, for example, I don't know if these are the exact names, but Instinct and Arrow will be sitting on A short and Heaven. As soon as they have an engagement, they get out of there. They immediately abandon site. They go straight back to spawn, which arguably is the right thing to do, but there's also a huge gap that you're leaving. You're leaving that site completely weak. Instead of putting up a fight and giving your team time to rotate, they're getting out of there with their lives, with their equipment, with their weapons, and they're just trying to stay alive for the round so that they can retake as a team, which isn't the worst thing. But I feel like if Entertainment got a little bit more aggressive while C1 was pushing through, I think if they stood their ground just a little bit more, I think we'd be seeing a little bit of a different game. But that's just me.
And that is just you, but let's see what's just in here. As the round is beginning and the plays are starting to flow, let's see, can the attackers win another one back-to-back? But defense, making sure that Hookah is going to get all kinds of smoky with a beautiful Viper Pit now to hold it down. This is the toxin that you need to be seeing here with only 1 taps to go. Shifty, with only a stinger, needs to make sure that he stings the right person, find the guy who's allergic to bees, and make sure that that is going to give him a little bit of an allergic reaction or just a reaction to win the game. You're allergic to bees?
Deathly. They landed a helicopter on a highway for me when I was like 9 years old. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Instinct, though, whips the headhunter shot. The laser puts him down. A minute on the clock. Bomb's got to get placed here. And now we're starting to see the defense put up a little bit more of a fight there. But again, they're not standing their ground quite enough. If they just stay in those positions, just like that Clamron didn't even need to be really on site in order to put up a fight. That made that the paint shells were able to get the bomb planter off that position. And now it's a skirmish. Now it's 40 seconds on the clock. The C1 Viper's Pit. Oh, Cowpie remains, though, while the rest of his team teleports. It's going to be a B-site plant here, and Cowpie is trying to keep Kenji distracted. They know Kenji's still there, but
Spike planted.
this is scary. This is very scary. It's all about timing here. Cowpie could finish the round right here. It's all about timing, and there we go. Little three-piece once again. Cowpie, who's currently 10-5 as a controller, is definitely helping C1. Arguably the reason C1 is winning this game right now.
In the first game of the best of 3 upper finals, we noticed that Cowpie is an insane lurker. This person is the shark in the water, is the gator in the swamp, and they will bite your dang arm off if you're in the wrong position at the wrong time. So I need to see how they're going to be able to keep this going, and we are going to be seeing how they are going to move forward with the damage. Of course, Util, of course, running it down, flashbanging around, and that is going to be the 1 tap.
What?
Let's see if we can find some more. Shifty, here for more, and it's going to be a double, and the spike hand delivered. Well played.
Aru now. Oh, Sky versus Sky. Aru, get out of there. Get out of there right now. There's too many for you to take all at once, but Instinct gonna put the nail in the coffin. Not a single body dropped on the side of Entertainment District. It's a beautiful, quick, flawless. That was kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie, but You were talking about Cowpie being the lurker. It's a bit of a risk to have your controller on that lurking position. And when you're someone like Astra or maybe Omen, you can get away with it. You can place those smokes from distance. Viper's kind of so-so. You can make it work, but if you pop that ult like they did, if they were looking on the opposite side of that Viper's pit, it would have been a lot different of an outcome. But when you're playing close smokers such as Brim, where you have to be in a certain radius, it's going to be a lot harder to play that lurking position. And the fact that Cowpie has been able to keep that up so consistently is very impressive in my opinion. But Kodo gonna go ahead and take down the Raze here. Clamron goes down. It's a bloodbath on A site per usual.
And bloodbaths are gonna be where we see these guys get cleaned up here. Drenched in blood and ready to rock and roll. It's gonna now just be the one on the flank. Kenji returning the favor to what Cowpie did last time. And now it's 2v2. You got a smoke and a sky and a sky and a smoke, and you gotta have the time to clutch this out. Beautiful blind will try to force them off, but Devin here on the flank as they are pushing right into crosshairs. But Kenji with the pick, and they assume that Devin is gonna be here with this ultimate. You might have to stick it, and you can't. Here we go. The swing and the flick of the wrist. 5 HP and not a single miss. That's what we need to be seeing from him. Devin, the clutch king.
Devin going huge there. That was a gorgeous round from Chosen Ones. And now we're going to get a timeout from the red side. The attackers going to switch it up, give us a quick timeout. Ski. This is so far, again, both teams looking pretty solid, but Chosen Ones just looking a little bit more solid than Entertainment District. Again, you can't count out either of these teams. I genuinely believe that this is still anyone's game, but Chosen Ones so far in this half have showed up just a little bit more than ED.
Yeah, Chosen Ones are on the path to victory right now, considering that they did win game 1 and they stomped it in that second half. So I don't know. Blue calling this timeout after they had just clutched up that round. I believe they are calling the timeout one because it's the last time they really have a chance to. That benefits them here. And now that last round, way too close for comfort, having Devin have to clutch that. So honestly, I think what they need to do is default, because when they get aggressive, they get just taken down here. But beautiful camera angles. We are making sure that Raze has no boogers and making sure that this round is going to be only for the best players.
Best players exclusively. Oh. Wait, what? That does that? That's a cool Viper wall. I forgot. I think I knew that did that, but like I haven't seen it in a long time. But nonetheless, heading into it, getting that. That's immediately gonna help create or help defend space really from that Viper wall that early on. It's gonna cause a bit of a more cautious push through showers, and Cowpie Company gonna have to redirect their attention away from showers back towards A short here, where Instinct is ready and waiting with an op, but they have a little room to work with before he actually has that angle. And it looks like Cowpie, there we go. Cowpie finally gonna get dealt with. Just over a minute now as the timer is tick-talking away, and Arrow's got a great position to do some serious damage. Does a good amount, nothing too crazy, but gonna have to back off that position. That angle is not what he needed. The timing there. So Laser goes to pull out the paint shells, and Clamron makes him pay for it. And 45 on the clock, 3 versus 5. Bomb still up. And Arrow and company doing exactly what they need to be doing. Just holding those angles, using their util to push them off those aggressive angles. And C1 just doesn't know how to fight back right now. Here comes the showstopper, right to the toes of Devin. 2 HP, survives the situation. 25 on the clock. Kodo looking for a bit of a rampage of his own. 2 on the board. Aru picks up Clamron, but is it going to be enough?
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, is it going to be enough? It's a good question to ask. Let's find out as they are taking the portal and planting it for heaven. Very strange as there's not a whole lot of time, and now you're completely out of time and now on fire.
One enemy remaining.
That's unfortunate.
Okay. Why, Aru?
I'm not sure.
You didn't have enough time to get your
Last
teammate to
round
hold
in
it,
the
so
half.
I'm confused.
Why? Yeah, like why heaven? Out of all the angles, I mean, literally, heaven and defender spawn are the 2 areas that you don't want to plant for, especially when you don't have control of those. I'm not really sure what the plan was. I don't doubt that there was a plan at this level of skill and complexity. These guys always have a plan with everything they do. You would like to assume that at least. So I'm not sure what the plan was, but I'm sure there was something in play there. But nonetheless, last round of the half, it's either going to end up 7-5 or 6-6. And if you're chosen one, you're hoping for the latter. So let's see if they're going to be able to make that 7th point happen. Oh my.
Wow, Calpie taking out Kenji. This is an Overwatch. But let's see if these guys have cybernetic enhancements to clutch the round. Here we go. Tour de force about that tour to the full round here. And it is going to be the head hunter hunting one, looking for another, but you're one and done with the trade. Out. Here we go. 2v2 with an easy clutch. Let's make sure that these guys know exactly what to do. Of course, Clamran has been hyped up in chat by so much. Thank you, Ray Kid, for that. But let's see if this kid is able to clutch it up. Clamran now holding that W key down to find some picks.
I was seeing that too. We got a real Stan in the chat, and I love it. But oh my goodness, Kodo with a right click is gonna take out the superstar, and Devin's gonna finish it off, and it's gonna be 7-5 in the way of chosen ones, and that's definitely how you want to end the first half. If you're a chosen ones player, if not, it's an unfortunate situation for ED, but it's gonna be an interesting second half to say the least.
Yeah, and let's see the most here as, of course, Biphase. This is the same position that we saw from C1 in the switch up of last half. So I gotta hand it to him. I'm a little concerned, a little worried about it. But my worries might just go to boat if these guys can't find these picks and maybe lock this down. Biphase is going to be showing us a full team of ghosts on the defense versus frenzies, ghosts, armor. A little bit of a mix-up cup here for us.
Yeah, I'm worried about Clamrod. I'm really worried about that frenzy because it just got nerfed, and it straight up does less damage than it did 2 weeks ago. So I'm very concerned about that. But you never know. If you get close enough, you could do. If you get quick enough, you could do a good amount of damage. But Kodo is going to be there to completely deny, and Aru there to assist, and down goes frenzy, just like that. Very unfortunate situation, but Aru ready and waiting for some more information to gather. I'm scared.
No, I understand why, but wait. Okay, they did see the gun poke out. Good job.
Yeah, okay.
And here we go.
We're
Calpie. That's going to be the player down. This time, the pistol round person is going to have to be the last person standing. It's Arrow. Viper. Can you deal it? There's one. This is the bottom frag. So if this is a clutch, this could really just change things up for this team.
Yeah, 1v3. Not the situation you want to be in, but it seems to be the Vipers tonight that are really putting on a show. Devin goes down. That's 3 under the belt, but Arrow, it's all about timing here. Kodo is behind you. You got one down long. Who do I deal with first? I don't think he's even aware
30 seconds left.
that he's got somebody in the defender spawn area. He's still focused towards hookah. There's no one there, my guy. You need to focus your energy on site. You'll be okay. 20 seconds on the clock. Arrow is able to recover bomb. I'm scared. I'm genuinely, at this point, I want Arrow to get this done, but I'm genuinely concerned that this Jet is going to cause some issues, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Kodo going to shut down that potential ace. Aru and company going to go ahead and capture round number 8. Chosen ones really starting to get a grip here.
Honestly, the fact that Kodo was so patient there is something to be admirable and say about, because they could have pushed anytime, but instead they knew they had bomb, they knew they had time, they knew the person had to plant at B with the amount of time it would take them to get the bomb. So an amazing attempt there, but Kodo read it like a book. And even though the more kills is happening on the side of Instinct, this team is just consistent, ready to now keep it going. Kodo being on top of Calpie for the first time today.
Yeah, I just realized Instinct is 15-8. I mean, on a losing team, is still impressive. I mean, the fact that you know that's what you need on a chamber, somebody who can hit their shots, and that's what Instinct has done. And up until that moment right there, Devin puts him down. Clamron with the shorty, he knows that things been nerfed to hell and back. He's got to let them come to him. That's exactly what happens. But Calpie, that's where he shines in those high pressure scenarios. Devin, it's all about the timing. The Astral Form, it doesn't help one bit. Kenji now with a Sheriff bomb planted. All he has to do is play time here, but is he going to be able to get the right angles to do so? Trailblazers
No way.
Does the
No
damage,
way.
gets
That's
the stun, but
funny.
that's all she wrote. That's very unfortunate.
Okay, well, this is a little different than what we expected before. We did get it to 6-9 last time, so this should be the buy round coming out here for the side of attack. The defense, they got more than enough money. They got a whole college tuition ready to spend out this game, and they're going to try their best to find these picks. But, of course, this being a best of 3 tells me that this is all or nothing, and C1 cannot risk losing.
If you think 3,500 credits is college tuition, I'm gonna need you to like go back and look at numbers, my guy.
I don't know. You know, you could just walk in there and they won't kick you out.
Yeah, you just like walk in, sit down,
You'll get the knowledge. You just won't get the fancy piece of paper.
or the room, the really bad room.
Who would want a
But
room?
Aru, ooh, shifty. Okay, Aru and Kodo are gonna get their own room, and it's gonna be the room that they die inside of, and that room is called Hookah. But nonetheless, now 2 bodies up for Chosen One. They both have rifles. We got rifles across the board, but it's a huge man disadvantage for Chosen Ones, and it doesn't help that they are separated. They have the entirety of Entertainment District between them, and they're not gonna be able to get to each other in time. Calpie goes down, Devin to follow, and that's all she wrote. 6-9. We got that nice little number on the board, and Chosen One still looking pretty strong.
Yeah, still on the board, still looking strong. Now 6-9. Can Entertainment District make sure that they are ready to rock it? Or are they going to be seeing that big red light in the red light district? Let's find out if they're going to be able to find these picks and maybe connect these guys. But I'm looking forward to how this team is able to connect the shots. It's instinct. 16-9 with a gun, and Calpie being the only one who's actually buying a hero rifle for the side of defense.
Yeah, it's concerning. If that goes down, I mean, not only is it going to be, rifle off the board for C1, but it's also going to be big no bueno in terms of the bank account for the next round. But Arrow, unfortunately, not going to be able to get anything done. Salazar, excuse me, there to save his teammate. Bomb, he's going to get planted at A site. Instinct just playing hopscotch, or excuse me, Calpie playing hopscotch. Instinct takes him down. 4 versus 4. Orbital strike comes out. I don't know what is happening at the moment, but I mean, I feel like C1 has just lost all brain cells at this moment. They're just running at them or running at their opponent and shooting. And Kodo is going to be the one to hit a shot. A couple Astra stars on the belt of Devin with that hero rifle still up. We have 2 rifles now, 3 across the board. As Devin now
he
goes
accidentally
down.
teleported.
He did.
Oh, no.
He did accidentally teleport. It's just left to Shifty, who is gonna get it. There we go. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine.
That accidental teleport almost threw the round. That's crazy.
It really did.
Crazy. But luckily,
Very close.
because they didn't know where the jet was at the time he teleported. So if he teleported right as the jet swung, it would have been GG. And that round would have had double digits on the board. But this time we're seeing them bring it back and keep that damage going. So I'm just excited for him.
I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad everything accidentally worked out in their favor. But again, Bind is one of those maps that you should know how to play this. Bind and Ascent, I feel like, are the 2 maps. Just my opinion. I feel like those are the 2 maps that, if you don't know how to play those maps, you need to just uninstall the game. The amount of time that those maps have been played, you should know them like the back of your hand. And it's very clear that both of these teams know this map very well, and they know how to create space. They know how to they know how to deny space. Instinct gonna go ahead and take down Salazar. It was a gorgeous little spray tap, whatever you want to call that. But Kodo holding that angle. Got a great position with that operator. I'm scared for Kenji.
Kodo isn't actually going to get punished here. Beautiful lineup smoke coming out here from the Viper. With the bomb now planted and a full rotation coming around. Kodo's op is going to find very little use here. So knives might get popped, but you just wish them to shoot. And they are going to shoot. There it is, the spray from Calpie. And it's going to be a rain of blades. A storm, you might want to call it, as everyone is happy about this game now. C1 very proud of that retake.
Kodo and Calpie. Why do I can't say his name? Kodo and Calpie definitely working in tandem. They're doing a phenomenal job of taking that round, and that's gonna bring us to a double-digit scoreline here. Chosen Ones picking up their 10th point on the board. 2 more to match point, 3 more, and that's it. It's a 2-0 series, and it'd be very poetic for it to be a for Entertainment District to get just 1 more round, and then the C1 closes it out. It'll be a little bit of a mirror, an homage to that last split game, 13-8 in favor of C1. But again, both these teams are very solid. I'm not counting ED out yet.
Yeah, there's no reason to count any team out of this quite yet. The only difference, though, is C1 has the momentum and has first round. So that's what I'm mainly guessing off of here as why they are heavily leaning towards just taking this entire series right now. But with that in mind, Mickey, Hookah is going to get pushed.
Oh!
Hookah's going to get pushed and proceeds to get collated. Okay. Hookah's not going to get pushed.
A blink.
And that's why you don't get a blink. We're gonna glue your eyelids open. Now let's see if these guys are gonna have their eyelids glued on that corner here. Arrow needing to get the reaction time fast enough to take out Devin.
That's not the way that Entertainment wanted to start this round. Not one bit.
Not at all.
With their 2 top fraggers off the board already. But Arrow looking to get out of that triple negative deficit, but unfortunately going to get sat right back into a double. Kenji takes him down. Bomb looking for a Polanski here at a site. Now the 3-person rotate, or 3-person retake, I should say. Looking a little weary, a little concerned about this one. If you're Entertainment District or in that deficit, Cowpie doing exactly what Cowpie does, and now it's just Shifty left to his own devices in a 1 versus 3, able to take out Aru. The Molotov not going to land where they wanted it to. Kodo going to go ahead and make short work, and that's 3-piece. Kodo starting and ending that round beautifully with the operator, just phenomenal when you put it in the hands of someone like Kodo. Jet, someone who could operate, that's one thing, but a Jet operator, whole nother issue.
Yeah, and Kodo is definitely the op that you don't want to have to be on the end of the barrel of. Clean round coming out from them. Now almost double the score here, 7-11, and let's see if they're going to be able to go stop by a convenience store and maybe make this round convenient for themselves. But talk about convenience store pricing. Look at the kind of buys you're going to have to force up here if you don't want these guys to win it. I got to hand it to the side of Entertainment District. They have managed to buy up whatever they can, and I don't know if that's going to secure them this game.
I feel obligated to tell you that 7-Eleven isn't a convenience store, it's a gas station.
I'll have you know that those are the same thing in the Midwest.
What?
Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
Just so you know.
All right. I accept it.
You can buy produce at gas stations here.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get like a hot dog.
No,
you can
get straight up like apples, bananas. You can buy fucking onions. Sorry, I cussed.
Oh my word. Everything's
That's
fine.
what gets me to cuss.
A horrible strike coming in. It's fine.
Onions.
That's what gets you riled up is gas station produce. Love that. Cow pie though. Cow pie not dropping their own onions. Picking up the 1. Can he get the 2? No. Kenji puts him down. 7-Eleven started the argument. Will it be 7-12? C1 looking to. Oh my goodness, Laser. So many showstoppers have been denied in this series so far. I think that's number 5 to just have no result whatsoever. Wasn't even able to get shot, but now. Oh, Devin. I don't know how Devin didn't get that kill, but it's fine. Kodo picks up 2. 1 versus 2 now. Sitting on Bob, but Shifty gonna go ahead and do a thrifty flank to take out Kodo, and barely Entertainment District is still in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, they are still standing here, and they might be able to finish this off and win the game. But at the same time, I have to hand it over to Entertainment District, who's been absolutely dominating so far. They did beat Red Flags, who we watched in the lower bracket absolutely decimate early on today. So the fact that we can see them remove Hydra's bet, then I'm going to be pretty happy about that, because that means if Hydra's unhappy, I'm happy. No, kidding. But with that said, honestly, though, this round is what needs to be the turn of the century and the turn of the tide here.
Kodo. It's making me real nervous with all this zooming and unzooming. There we go. Gonna go ahead and knock Clamor down a peg. A couple pegs there.
If you get knocked down a peg, let's see if they're going to be able to hop back up on a peg leg with just that op crutch to make sure that they can walk. We do have an ultimate here to make it work. I'm not really sure, but you know me. I throw random words together and they throw bullets at enemies. So let's see which hits the fan first, as everybody's now holding the W key and maybe getting one or two.
W key mouse one. Kenji, it's not going to work out quite yet. I don't know how Kenji's still alive on site. There we go. The wall bang comes through from Devin. It's a massacre on a site. A 2-man rotate is underway. Entertainment District going to be able to get on site, but they're already surrounded. They already have one coming down the flank. It's going to be a while until they get there, but they got the 3 coming in from a defender spawn. An arrow takes that bird right to the dome. Shifty is not even going to get a chance because they have the reaction time of a gas station onion, and that is going to be match point for C1.
All right, Shifty, if you ever have someone that you don't like, watch that clip back and understand.
You'll have someone else you don't like.
Yeah, if you want to have an excuse as why you're not having a good game right now, blame Mickey for casting cursing you consistently today.
Love you, Shifty.
Love you, Shifty, he says, after calling him a gas station onion. All right. Well, let's see.
He's a brimstone main. I don't know what you want from me.
Well, let's see if these brimstones are going to be able to hopefully find these picks. Shifty's not even playing poorly. 14 to 15. Hopefully, looking around it, this is a force-up buy, and that's going to happen multiple times here, as of course, we do have match point advantage given over to defense. C1 about to be the chosen ones, but you're been chosen to die to an ultimate, and now Devin's able to choose Clamoran down. Op in the hands of Kodo, ready to make it strike, but no one's going to swing except for Devin, who's on a triple, and Kodo cannot hit the op shot and now has to back it up, dashing onto site, but watch behind you. There's it is. Both of them down. Now it's a 2v2 and the flank is developed.
And Aru, beautiful headshot on the Kenji. It's instinct. 1 versus 2. He's got the Vandal, got the rifle on the pocket, has the information. Not really, but it's fine. It's another shite storm right now. The quick stick from Cowboy.
This is not how it ends. This isn't how it ends. No!
The disrespect! The disrespect from C1.
I guess I thought that Instinct would, like, be able to trust his gut feeling on that one, but I guess not.
I figured he would have just sprayed, honestly.
I figured he would have done anything else, but here's the thing, he did do something. He went 21 and 14 and top fragged for his team, so it doesn't really matter if he wasn't able to clutch that last round, because he was able to clutch a lot of them beforehand. So honestly, amazing attempt there from this team, and honestly, GG's of course to C1, who's going to be seeing their rival Van Lin back again in the grand finals when that gets scheduled. So with the rivals scheduling the finals, we're going to be seeing the end of today come to a close, as I and Mickey have watched an entire best of 3 play out right now.
Yeah,
and an interview.
It's been a long day.
I guess we're having to interview C1. Okay.
It's the interview, yeah.
It's the interview.
Okay. It's the interview, yeah.
Who are we interviewing? I'm assuming either there's IGL or maybe someone who's good. It's Devin.
It's Devin.
Let's find out.
Devin.
It's Devin. Good job.
But 13 to 8, man. It's like poetry. It rhymed. It was the same score as a split game. And I even right from that first map, you knew right off the bat. You were like, this is gonna be a 2-0. It's gonna be a 2-0. And it was.
You can't say that.
2-0.
All right. I actually really liked the other guys. Entertainment was very entertaining to watch lose.
They were.
What we will say is GG's to everybody. We will see you guys in just a minute. So stick around if you want to hear what C1 thought about that game and what they will think about moving into a grand final here. So stick around, everyone. We'll be right back.
He no-scopes it. He wall-bangs and he aces it. That's what we love seeing. Kai is excited. His mouse movement is it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna's giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with 1 spray and then a clean.
Yeah, I mean, and this is exactly the thing that we
want to be seeing out of Lemon. He's going for the ace here, and he's going to try to close it out with the overdrive. Ace for Lemon. 1 for 1. It's an ace from Mikey if he can get it, and he's going to ace it. Mikey, MVP of his team, going in hard.
Win it again.
You will not kill
Nice
my
res coming out. Spots Minari, takes him down. Only one bullet, decides to reload right in front of green. Tries getting in halfway, and he actually sticks it all the way to half. And he wins those Young Min with the win. What a clutch. Not one, but they're out. But here comes the nightmare. It's making them very afraid. Spike is now down. Lucky holding that W key, getting a double kill with the spray down. This man's ready to go, and it's all up to Zell. He sprays it down, but that nade, it's doing some work. He doesn't know where this Reyna could be, but Reyna is giving away a position, and Lucky getting a 4K with one spray and then a clean clutch. And right now, Truly with this tour de force is gonna spot one, and all. And welcome back, everybody. It is interview time. We are joined by Devin here, who was just playing an insane game on Astra, lurking through smokes and one-tapping enemies. So, Mickey and Devin, welcome aboard, as we are going to be asking you a bunch of questions about what is going down and how are you feeling. So my first question for you, Devin, is how do you feel after winning that game? I know it was a hard-fought one after what seemingly was a little bit of a robbery from you guys in the upper finals.
Yeah, feels good to secure a spot in the grand finals. It was a little, first match was a little rough, but happy we made it through.
Perfect.
I mean, all in all, you guys played. I'll break the silence. It's fine. All in all, you guys played a great double series. You guys were phenomenal. Devin, you specifically, you were insane. I am an avid believer that Astra is one of the best characters in the game, and she gets very underutilized. So I just want to ask you tonight: are you an Astra main, or was tonight just kind of a fluke where you don't normally play Astra? Do you normally go for a Viper, or what was the thought process behind that, behind your whole team's composition, really?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. You could probably call me an Astra main. Probably one of my most played agents.
Good.
The utility is just very nice for us compared to maybe a Brim or a Omen.
Yeah, and honestly, you guys definitely acted like it considering the enemy team had a Brim, and you proved to be better. So I gotta ask you, with how that first game went, how was your mental moving into this next losers bracket? I know that you guys were the first seed and you played real well, but that second game in the upper bracket was a little bit scuffed there. So how did that impact your mental moving into our losers bracket here?
Not really at all. I think the whole team does a really good job of resetting game to game, map to map. So it really wasn't an issue at all. We came into the next match, fresh mindset, ready to go.
Yeah, and that fresh mindset definitely showed. You guys went 2-0. So honestly, an amazing gameplay from there. Now, Mickey, do you have any questions regarding how Devin here did anything?
I'm just here to talk about what's on my screen. At the moment, there's just a bunch of numbers on my screen, and a lot of them are pointing at Devin looking good on the combat score, 236. I mean, that's nothing to shy at. You were number 4 on the board for combat score, so it's definitely air high five to you, my man. But all in all, who's the IGL over there? I'm just wondering.
It's him.
Oh,
he's the
that would be
IGL.
me.
You are the okay. I thought that's what we said, but I'm not 100% sure about anything I hear all the time. So, but you were calling the shots, calling those audibles. I could kind of tell when something would go wrong. You would immediately have to reformulate a plan in your head, and I think you did a genuinely good, very, very good job of being able to direct your team on which way to go. Do you guys practice on audibles at all, or is it just kind of a game plan all the way through? And if it goes wrong,
Oh, it's for sure. It's a little bit of both, Sometimes you'll have the protocols, so you know how to react, but sometimes you got to make it up on the fly. I appreciate my teammates a lot in that aspect because they're very good at, adapting to the fast calls, making quick decisions.
Absolutely. And we can tell you guys were in a lot of good synergy there. By Mickey. Mickey's been having an issue with his fire alarm. Apparently, he's dying of carbon monoxide poisoning and he doesn't know it. But
Yeah.
don't worry about that. Now, what we will worry about is what you. I know this is a tough question to answer, and you're the IGL. Do you have any clues for us about what the plan might be moving into grand finals outside of just play good, shoot well?
We'll definitely review our games, see what we did wrong, see what we could do better. But mainly we'll just focus on playing our own game over everything and be the best we can be.
Perfect. And that honestly sounds like a game plan to me. Now, you did say that you trust your team. Is there anyone specific on your team that you would give a shout out? Anybody that you shouting out would piss off another one? Who knows? You tell me. Anybody that played well today that you say really just stepped up or fell into their own right?
I mean, of course, PR answer is shout out everyone, but Blue's the GOAT, our coach.
Blue's the GOAT. Yeah, and he had 233 ping. Was that because of a VPN, or is he just out in the middle of nowhere right now?
He's somewhere on Jupiter, he's hanging out.
Dude's running the internet through a Pringles can right now, man. We were in the lobby and I was just astounded.
Yeah,
but it didn't seem to affect y'all, so I mean, we're good.
Good. And one thing I did notice is the timing of your timeouts seemed a little bit later than what usually would be the plan there. Especially, consistently, you guys allowed the enemies on the first game to get to 6 and win a half. And, you got 0-6 twice in that first one. So why wait until the half was already won by the enemies to call a timeout? Was that Blue's decision or was that your decision?
I think Blue puts a lot of trust in us to make the right decisions, and he has a good mind for when is a good time for the team to take a timeout. So I put full trust in him for the timing and the timeouts and all of that.
Perfect. And, after those timeouts did come out, you guys did play much better. What was your thought process? I know we've been talking a lot about those upper finals because that game was intense. And, that is what we can expect to have happen coming up next year as you are rematching Van Lin. So I got to ask you, in those timeouts, what helped you fix the momentum that was getting pushed up against you?
Again, it's really all credit to Blue. Like he sets us straight. He gives us the game plan, and we follow what he says.
Perfect. Then I got to ask you one final question before I hand any other questions over to Mickey. If you were to, repeat a round from today, is there anything that you knew you could do better that you would want to have, that you were definitely overthinking after the fact, or any misplays that kind of still are rattling in your mind today?
Oh, that's tough. I don't really remember any round in particular, but I'm sure I had a clutch that I missed, so whatever round that was.
Understood. Now, Mickey, any questions for the wonderful Control IGL for the side of our chosen one here in the interview, Devin? Any questions for him?
I just I just want to say GG. You guys came out. I mean, it wasn't the most dominant performance that we've seen, but it was definitely a very strong showing from your whole team. You guys were phenomenal. I think the person on your team that got the least kills was set at 9 in that final map. So I mean, and that's still, that's not bad. That's not awful. But Devin, specifically, you were just phenomenal. Laser was phenomenal. Cowpie was just getting into every single fight engagement. Cowpie is Cowpie usually a controller?
Sentinel, actually.
Flex Sentinel, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no business being on that role because my man's is just clicking heads left and right. But nonetheless, GG to both to both teams. But C1 definitely came out on top, and you guys have definitely showed that you belong here. And I can't wait to see you guys in the grand finals.
Appreciate that.
Perfect. And that actually just made me remember one more question. You guys brought a unique, well, not exactly unique, a newer meta to the scene of split and bind, and that's the double controller. And with that double controller, double duelist, how are you feeling that that's favoring your team right now? Because it's one of the newer strats, and that's why we see Cowpie backing up off of the Sentinel role to play Pseudo Sentinel's Viper. So any thoughts regarding that newer meta and how it worked for your team today?
Well, I got a bunch of brain dead run it down players, so the double duelist works perfect for us.
Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's I think all the questions I have for you guys today. So again, thank you so much for being here for the post-match interview, and I can't wait to interview you next time you win in the grand final. So can't wait to see when that gets scheduled. And again, GG's to you. Hopefully we see you and the rest of your team in tip-top shape and ready to just rock and roll. And are you ready to beat Van Lin after what happened today?
We'll be ready.
Good. That's a best answer you can have. So thanks again for being with us. And of course, that's all we have for us here at IGL's Open Division so far. We will be back in a few days, maybe a week or so, once these players schedule out when this event is going to happen. Of course, my name is Edu. I've been joined by the wonderful Sir Mickey. Mickey, if anybody wants to know where they can find your casting, where are they going to find you at?
On Twitter at Sir Mickey, no space, capital K, 3 Ys.
Perfect. And if you guys want to check out our observer who made sure we had the best angles to watch, go check out Freezes. And if you like our production, there's always Hydra you can yell at if he ever accidentally runs an ad. But thank you again to IGL for doing a great job. Shout out to Cake, who does all the moderating in the chat and making sure that the games and the behind the scenes get run properly. You guys have been awesome in the chat. Thank you so much for the positivity. And if you want to see me more, you can always find me at Educaution on Twitch or YouTube. And of course, Educatinator on Twitter. So thanks again for watching and have a wonderful rest of your night.